Welcome to the BookFest Spring 2025. I'm Desiree Duffy, founder of the BookFest, and I am thrilled to welcome you to our 11th biannual adventure into the world of books, ideas, and community. This event is built on the spirit of collaboration. Everybody brings something to share, ideas, because together we create something bigger than ourselves. We're a global community. And we stand for books, for the freedom of expression, and for each other. Today is for readers. Tomorrow, writers are going to take the spotlight. And as always, we're going to wrap each day with giveaways and surprises and the joy of just coming together to celebrate the written word in all of its glorious forms. The programming highlights for today includes the opening keynote with Shel Honaker. We're going to have a tribute to Dr. Ray Mitchell, this season's Honorary Achievement BookFest Award winner. Peter James is in the house. He is the internationally best-selling author of the Roy Gray series. He's going to join us in conversation. Angela Yuriko Smith hosts the Harnessing Horror segment. Panel discussions today include Shelf Shuffle, a mix of must-read books. And we're going to take a deep dive into the memory of a pop culture icon, David Lynch, with the Living the Art Life panel. Sarah Winokur is going to explore history and mystery with us through the lens of the Lewis Chessman chess pieces. Literature for All and Inclusivity with Lisa Engel is on the agenda. As well, William Watson joins to talk about his book, 12 Steps for White America, in a special BookFest award winner segment that is not to be missed. Also, not to miss is the always fun live author chats hosted by Scott Ryan and Becca Moore, bringing an interactive literary variety show. I guess that's the best way to describe it, right to your screen. Now, you can explore the full schedule. Just go to the BookFest website, go to the programming page, and you can see all the times. You can also explore the speakers' pages, find out more about them. And from there, you can visit their websites. Also, many of their books are in the books section, giving you an opportunity to go and look them up and grab them right on the spot. We're going to have so much fun with our BookFest giveaways this time around. We have the big bundle of books giveaway, and it always includes, obviously, lots of books, plus amazing stuff this time around from the Bookish Goods. Thank you to the Bookish Goods for joining us for this BookFest. Also, Elosa Designs Gold Book Necklace. That's part of the prize package. And a case of Magic Mind. It's a productivity drink that can help you keep your creative energy flowing. I personally love it. Now, there's also the children's book giveaway featuring 10 winners who are going to receive a bundle of children's books. That's right, 10 winners. Not to mention, Hazel Village is back with Gwendolyn the Raccoon and the Gifts of the Yearbook. Winners are going to be announced after today's live author chats. And you'll get an email as well. Plus, if you are a writer, then you're going to want to enter the writer's giveaway, featuring a ticket to WriterCon in OKC, as well as a year subscription to Plotter, and much more. Now, the writer's giveaway is announced at the very end of the BookFest in the virtual gift bag. That's at the end of the day tomorrow. And if you haven't signed up yet, make sure you are a BookFester. You can go to the sign up page. That way you're going to get news and information, plus that oh so coveted virtual gift bag. A big shout out goes to our sponsors and supporters. The corporate bellwethers, they help make the BookFest possible with their sponsorships. Please do me a favor and visit their virtual booths and consider supporting them. Support the brands that support the BookFest because they help it be free to attend and global. We stream everywhere around the world. This season's presenting sponsor is Book Influencers, connecting authors with readers through literary influencers. Other sponsors include Draft to Digital, Plotter, The Muses Fun House, Geek Girl Publishing, Books That Make You, Book Award Pro, the Kawaii Writers Conference, as well as WriterCon, Indie Author Magazine, Lost Con, Relatable Voice Magazine, Bookshop Fundraising, and the Writers and Publishers Network. Don't forget to download that special edition of Indie Author Magazine. There's one for readers that features Sarah Winokur on the cover, and there's also one that's geared for writers, kind of like what we do here at the BookFest. They are both available free to download, or you can order physical copies, featuring articles that have been written by many BookFest authors and speakers. Plus, there is a very special spotlight of previous BookFest award winners that you can check out when you download Indie Author Magazine. And speaking of BookFest award winners, congratulations to this season's BookFest award winners. Your accomplishments are a testament to the power of storytelling. Please check out the website for the full list of winners of this season's BookFest award winners. You can see past winners there too. And then join us tomorrow for the Salute to the BookFest award winners video montage that will feature many of the BookFest award winners. And also, if you entered the BookFest awards and you're wondering if you won, you should also be getting an email to your inbox. So check that as well. Please, everybody, make sure that you are signed up to be a BookFester. That way you get that virtual gift bag in your inbox, not only at the end of this BookFest, but at the end of every BookFest. And it is packed with exclusive digital goodies and discounts and offers from so many of our supporters. All right, you ready? Good. Let's kick things off. First up, it's our opening keynote speaker, Shel Honaker, with stories that reflect and reveal here on the BookFest, Spring 2025.
Hey BookFesters, welcome to the 2025 spring event. I'm Shel Honaker. I run a publishing company, but long before that, I was just a curious kid in a tiny town with a library card and a lot of questions. When I was about 9 years old, I picked up a biography of Queen Liliuokalani from my local school library. Now, this wasn't an assignment. Nobody said, hey kid, go read up on 19th century Hawaiian monarchy. No, I was just bored and curious and trying to avoid getting pelted with a rubber ball on the playground at recess. So I wandered into the library, saw the book, and thought, well, that's a fun name to say, and anything not involving dodgeball is an obvious win. Now, let me tell you, that book wrecked me. This woman was the last queen of Hawaii. She was a composer, she was a writer, and a leader who believed fiercely that her people had the right to govern themselves. When her country was overthrown, she didn't run. She stood her ground, and she used grace and diplomacy and unshakable dignity to try to protect her culture, her language, and her people from being erased. Meanwhile, I lived in a small logging town in Northern California where the big cultural highlight was the gas station. We had quarter candy bars, a sticky button defender game, and a clerk who would sell you cigarettes if you had a note from your mom. Slight contrast. But here's the thing. I felt her story. I realized my little mountain town was not the whole world. There were other lives, other histories, other truths beyond our busted logging town, mandatory square dancing, and field trips where our teacher made us dress in prairie garb and taught us how to churn butter like it was a survival skill. That book didn't just teach me about Hawaii. It cracked my brain open and poured in curiosity. Years later, I learned that a brilliant educator named Dr. Rudine Sims Bishop had a whole metaphor for that kind of experience. She said, books can be mirrors, windows, and sliding glass doors. A mirror shows us ourselves. A window lets us peek into someone else's life. And a sliding glass door? Well, that sucker slides right open and invites us to step in and through, to get uncomfortable and to grow a little. And I thought, Yeah, that. That's exactly what books do. They open worlds you didn't know you needed. So, today, let's talk about it. First, the mirror. We all need stories that make us feel seen, that say, hey, weirdo, you're not alone. When I was a kid, I didn't see myself in most books unless the character was described as too talkative, easily distracted, or has so much untapped potential. I was pretty much invisible, but every now and again, I'd meet a character who thought like I did, who didn't fit, but also didn't try to. And I'd think, oh, I'm not broken. I'm just the plot twist. Mirror stories say, you're not too much. You're not alone. You're in this story on purpose. And sometimes that's the moment you stop feeling invisible and start realizing you deserve to take up space. Next, the window. Books that let us press our noses up to a world we've never lived in, where everything is different, the language, the landscape, the rhythm, and yet something rings true. I've never survived a famine. I've never ridden a dragon. I've never fled a war, and I've never hiked Mount Kilimanjaro. But through books, I've stood in rooms I'll never enter, and I've held heartbreak I've never known. And once you've walked those pages in someone else's shoes, you never forget where they took you. Window stories build empathy without the moral lecture. They don't need to scold us. They need to show us. And that kind of quiet, sneaky shift, that's how minds change. Not through yelling, through storytelling. Now, the sliding glass door. This isn't some cozy little patio door with wind chimes and a welcome mat. This is a metaphorical threshold, and crossing it can shake loose something in your soul. These are the stories that mess with your internal wiring in the best way. The ones that make you close the book and sit there going, well, I guess I have to rethink my entire personality. Cool, 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 cool. You finish the book, you exhale, and then you stare at the wall like you just had a spiritual chiropractic moment. Sliding glass doors wreck you politely, but in a way that means you'll never quite be the same. Now, here's why all of this matters. We live in a world curated by algorithms. Everything we see online is handpicked to affirm what we already believe. It's like being stuck in a funhouse mirror maze that only reflects you. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to live in an echo chamber that only says, yep, you're right again. We need stories that interrupt the algorithm, that sneak past our defenses, that knock politely and then kick that damn door in. Stories that reflect who we are, stories that reflect who we aren't, and stories that invite us into who we could be. That book about Queen Liliuokalani, I barely remember the dates. I definitely couldn't pass a pop quiz, but I remember the feeling. That first jolt of realization, the world is big and complicated and beautiful, and not just built for me and my third grade existential crises. That book cracked me open. It cracked open something in me. It made me curious. It made me question. It made me want to see the world and to travel. And it made me seek out stories that weren't mine, but shaped me anyway. So yeah, stories matter. They reflect, they reveal, they open the kind of doors that don't just change how we read, but how we live. And friends, if that's not magic, I don't know what is. So thank you. And please enjoy the BookFest today.
I'm Denise Woods, and it is an honor to be in community with Dr. Ray Mitchell and Charlie Palmer. We are celebrating the enormity of Dr. Ray's accomplishments, and I want to speak to not only her written accomplishments, but her vocal accomplishments. I met this woman, phenom of a woman, phenom of a Black woman, years ago. But we really had the pleasure of getting to know each other recently. I became her voice coach. And when I heard her, I thought, I don't know why she needs a voice coach. And then when she started revealing who she was and her backstory and her history, and when I say history, I don't mean accolades and accomplishments. I mean her story, her story. It was so palpable and so rich that I felt her voice didn't match the depth of her story. And that's what we worked on. We worked on making her audio representation match her physical presence. When she comes into a room, she takes space in a very quiet way, but her presence is formidable. And I wanted her voice to match that. And so that was the first session. I allowed her to speak candidly, and I shared very candidly, because that's what you do when you're in Dr. Ray's presence. You cannot come short of your authentic self. And because when she gives, she encourages you to give. And I gave her my notes. And by the second session, this woman had transformed her voice unlike anyone I had ever seen or had ever taught or had ever been in the presence of. It was absolutely phenomenal. I honor you this Women's History Month, not just because you've accomplished so much, but because you stand on some pretty firm shoulders and you honor those shoulders. And I am just honored to be a part of the alchemy and the community that have made you who you are.
I'm just going to sort of hold my whole applause till the end, but I will.
That was beautiful. Let me step in here. I wanted to approach this from the standpoint of being as authentic and unscripted as possible. But my concern was to miss out on something that's very significant and who I know, and Ray Mitchell. And so I do have little bullet points that I want to remind myself of, but from the most part, it's just those bullet points. Because what I want to say about Ray Mitchell is, you may know her as the attorney or the teacher or the activist or the actress. You may know her as the writer or the producer or the entrepreneur, but I know her as the dreamer. And when I say dreamer, it's that she's not only a dreamer, but she's a dream maker. Like, she's the kind of person that you want at the table cheering for you and being there for you, because she's very proactive. She is brilliant. She has tenacity and determination. She is creative. She is passionate and committed to the Black community. And I would go as far as to say even more committed to Black girls' joy. And that's one of the things I know about her. But what is also important to me is she exemplifies the concept of the American dream. It's not a rags to riches. It is not making a way out of no way. She is very much about making space and clearing space for people of color to be present in those rooms to show their excellence. And so this is who I know. And so when I think about presenting this award, I am honored to have been asked, first of all, because I know all the wonderful people that she knows. But Ray, I don't want to use, but I'm going to use a pun and say that you are a ray of hope. You're a ray of power. You are a ray of sun, light in a space that is rather dark right now, you lift us. And so for me, it's very much an honor to be here and be present to present this award to you, my sister, and my dear friend.
So one thing I learned from Denise is breathe. The second thing I've learned from Charlie is to find that creative voice in a way that is not expected. So what I want to do now in accepting this award, as I fight back the tears and not mess up my makeup, okay, I'm just going to be honest, is that I have to first thank the BookFest, because when the BookFest was just a germ of an idea for the founders, Desiree and Dave, they entrusted me with just sharing the concept. And being who I am, my first instinct says, this is big. They didn't require me to say that. But what I love on this fabulous journey is the joy of seeing joy in other people capture their stories. And so the very first thing I said to Desiree and Dave, you've got to trademark this. You've got to own this, not as the lawyer, but as somebody who saw that big dream. I just felt it. And here we sit today, where I am delighted to be part of just a fraction of this huge dream. And so we're here celebrating life and joyfulness. We're here, whether it's Women's History Month, which to me, Women's History Month actually means every month. There's no designated month. So I am here because I stand, as Denise has acknowledged, on the shoulders of 3 brilliant women who gave everything for me to have a chance to be here. And by that story, I mean, I call them my 3 queens: my grandmother, my mother, and my aunt. They grew up in the most difficult of times. They had nothing. And what they did have was taken from them by force. And yet they always found a way to bring others into the community. When my grandmother's church, which she founded and turned into a school, was burnt down by people who hate, she rebuilt that church. She rebuilt that school. And when they came back a second time and burnt it down, she did not give up. She just went to a different space. And so this energy that I have, this gusto, this nerve to want to dream big, is because they gave everything to me. Not something, everything. And so my grandma would be 135 years old this month. My mother, my grandmother, and my aunt have all passed on. But what they left me with was a gift of a lifetime. And it's that gift that they left me, yes, the talent, yes, the gusto, but what they left me is what we're celebrating right here with the BookFest, is which for everybody that has a story to tell, and we all have a story to tell, we have to become the storytellers that not only tell our own stories, but we help everybody tell their story. But Denise really helped me with transforming my voice from just being functional to one that commanded my attention, and therefore the attention of my audience as a speaker, as an actor, as a presenter. Charlie represents my very first book effort. It was a little effort, but it was a big deal because he trusted me with his storyline. And now 20-something years later, I'm going to embark upon trying to revisit that storyline, revisit how he touched me. because we're here today, as I wrap this up, to accept this beautiful honor of being recognized by the BookFest, which is to expand our community of storytellers. As an artist, as a voice artist, and as me, who likes to dabble in all the things that helps me tell my story, we're here collectively to say thank you to the BookFest. And so I want to say thank you to the BookFest. I want to say thank you to the BookFest audience. And I want to say thank you to Grandmama, Mommy, and my beautiful Aunt Willa Mae. And so with that said, before the tears really flow, I just want to throw it open to my two wonderful friends. And I want to sort of flip the script. And I want to ask just a simple question. Share with me your biggest dream on the next part of your journey. You don't have to say anything that's confidential, but I want to celebrate you because you are as important as this award. You didn't have to show up for me. You didn't have to share those kind words, but it enlivens me. So thank you. Anybody? Nobody?
Please go
Somebody?
first.
Charlie, shall I?
Yeah, please.
Okay. I have been so blessed. As we all sit here, all three of us can say that. And I too stand on the shoulders of people that came from the Jim Crow South with not just trauma, but with amazing stories of triumph. And my big dream is to be able to house an institute, which I've started, but an institute where people can come, tell stories, and have those stories produced so that people all over the world can see them. Produced in the form of film is what I'm talking about. Plays, stories that reach the masses, stories that would never, ever, ever get told in Hollywood because the Hollywood machine doesn't see the bottom line, or they don't see the financial benefit in a particular story. And I want to honor those stories, those marginalized stories, those stories that when you hear them, when you see them, you go, that's my story. No matter where you are on the planet, it is the story that is the common language and the common themes that we all share, that will ultimately unite us as opposed to divide us.
Thank you. And Charlie, I don't want to cut your time, but I know that you have something amazing to share, or will. And I'm going to give that to you so that we can, as they say on the set, wrap it up.
You know what? I can be very brief in that I've been blessed to have the life that I've had and continue to have. But I think that my legacy as a artist, as a writer, is to give that message to young Black children that you are worthy, that you are important, that you are relevant, and that you look at us grown folk and assume that we're different than you are. And that's where the storytelling also becomes very significant or important, is that I am you. And I've come from the same environment. I've learned, I've focused, I've committed. And so if my legacy is the children books that I've been involved with, whether it be the most recent one, the How Sweet the Sound by Kwame Alexander, illustrated by myself, or the one I just finished with Billy Porter called Songbird, Finding Your Voice. It's like letting them know that they are loved. And if I've left anything in this world, it is to encourage them that they are relevant and important.
That's so wonderful. And the part that makes me joyful now is my closing remarks are very simple. Thank you, BookFest. Thank you, Denise. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you to this wonderful audience of the BookFest, because one of my favorite movies is We Will Be Back. We have so much to celebrate in this literary community. We're hoping that we will be invited back to share more of these dreams, because dreams do come to life. Each one of us can prove that, and we will continue to deliver on the promise. Thank you, Mr. BookFest team.
Hello and welcome, everybody. We are about to dive into a really fun conversation with Peter James here at the BookFest Spring 2025. I'm Amy Ravichandran, and of course, I'm joined by the amazing and talented Peter James. So, Peter, thank you so much for hanging out and talking with me.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so excited. So when I found out that you were going to be here and I got to talk to you, I kid you not, I took a deep breath, because I went and I looked at your portfolio, and you are just, the UK #1 bestseller. Her Majesty the Queen, she's your biggest fan of your detective series. You have sold over 23 million copies. You have stage and movies and all these kinds of things for your books. And so I want to try to cover all of those without fangirling over you. So hopefully I can accomplish all of that. But the one thing that I like to kind of start with in these kind of conversations is, how did the idea kind of come about where you wanted to kind of sit down and write a book? And where did it kind of lead you into, the success that you've had so far? So how did that idea and everything kind of come about for you?
I guess it began when I was 7 years old, and I loved reading, and I was an avid. I was a kind of semi-only child. My sister was 7 years younger than me, and I just spent my life in books. And I used to write to authors all the time. I remember writing to Enid Blyton, and I said, "Dear Miss Blyton, I've just read your book, Five Go to Treasure Island, and they spent 7 days on this island, and not one of them's been to the bathroom in all this time, and I'm really worried." And she wrote a really nice letter back saying, "Well, they did go, but we didn't think little boys and girls were interested, so we just I didn't write those bits in." And I spent the next couple of years reading everything else she ever wrote, in the hope that one day, somewhere in one of her books, somebody would be taking a dump. But I really wanted to write myself, and I used to keep a notebook by my bed, and I'd write I remember the first thing I ever wrote into it was, "Life's a bowl of custard. It's all right until you fall in." I've never
Nice.
published that line yet, but I desperately wanted to write, and I can remember sitting in class when I was about 12 years old, and I just spent an entire weekend writing an essay, like, what did I do on my holiday? And it took me about 5 days to write 2.5 pages. I really struggled. And we were reading Huckleberry Finn in class. And I picked this book up and I looked at it, and there's like, I don't know, 400 pages. I thought, how? How can anybody write 400 pages? And how could you write that many pages? And I was really kind of disheartened at that point. And then sorry.
No, I was going to say, I could see the struggle in that. A lot of people, that know me, writing papers was hard. So it would probably, what took you 5 days would have taken me 2 weeks to write, so I can relate to the struggle there for sure.
And then I thought poetry would be easier. I started writing poetry in my early teens, and I amazingly, I won my school poetry prize when I was like 15. And I had one teacher, English teacher, and he just said to me, "I think you have talent. You need to pursue this." And I think if it hadn't been for him at that point, I would have given up and not written anymore. But he kind of encouraged me to keep going. And then my dad, when I was 17, gave me the best birthday present of my life, in retrospect, which was a little portable electric typewriter, and this battle axe of a lady to come every day for 2 weeks to our home to teach me to touch type. And she'd cover the keypads up in sticky pads. And she had a ruler in her hand. And if I looked down, she'd hit my knuckle and say, "Don't look."
Oh my goodness.
And I learned to type really fast just out of sheer terror. And it has stood me in great stead ever since.
Well, I mean, I could imagine the fear of being hit with a ruler on your knuckles. Like that would make anybody want to just get it done so you don't, live your life in fear there and typing. So, I mean, I can imagine. I love that story that you had like that one pivotal person in your life that told you to pursue it and to keep going. I mean, look at how right he was. I mean, look at the mass success that you've had over in the UK. I mean, you're the Queen's, she's your number one fan that she has said. And so I want to jump into that really quick before we kind of continue on this writing journey of yours. Cause that to me that is like the overall biggest compliment ever to have that. So when you found that out, what like set that whole thing up for me? What was that setting like when you found out? What is that whole process for you when she said that to you?
What happened was that it was about 10 years ago, and I got an email from a friend one morning. He just said, "Whatever you're doing, stop doing it. Go out and buy a copy of the Daily Mail newspaper." So I went and bought a copy at lunchtime of the Daily Mail newspaper, which is our biggest selling newspaper. And on page 3, there was a photograph of Camilla. She was then Duchess of Cornwall, sitting in her office, and there were 10 of my Roy Grace novels right behind her head on her bookshelf. And she said that I was her kind of favorite author. And I wrote to her, and I just said, "Thank you so much. That means an awful lot." And she wrote me back like a 2-page handwritten letter.
Wow.
And she would then write to me after every book. I would make sure I sent her a signed copy of each new book, and she'd write me back. I remember one book, she wrote back a letter, and she said, "I've just read it on the plane to Australia with my husband, and I don't know what I'm going to do now. I've finished the book. I don't know what I'm going to read on the way back." And we've had this lovely kind of relationship. I've met her many times now, and she's fun. She's a really, and what I admire about her more than anything, not just in the fact that she loves my books, is that most people in the kind of position she are in are all over famous actors, movie stars, rock stars, footballers, but she has made reading her thing ever since kind of really getting together with Charles and even more so becoming Queen of England. She's started what's called the Queen's Reading Room. And it's a book club, and it's on Instagram, and she features authors every 2 weeks and really promotes reading. And what's really nice is she's not in any way a literary snob. She'll read Pulitzer Prize novels, Booker Prize novels, and she'll read a humble crime thriller like mine with the same enthusiasm.
That has to be the biggest compliment and like the ultimate goal. I would feel like to have a fan, from the like royal family, and then to be like your number one fan. And now you have this amazing relationship with her, and you send her your books, and so you have that relationship with your number one fan, which I think has to be what every author's ultimate dream is to have that. So it's a beautiful thing that you have, and I love the story behind it. I think that's incredible. Look at you! You went out and bought it, and then you were shocked when you found out. And I love that wow shocked factor because you didn't know what to expect. And so I think it's a beautiful friendship and relationship you guys have.
It is. If I have one regret, my mother was a huge royalist. My mother was a Jewish refugee from Vienna. And in 1946, she started making gloves, and she became the late Queen's glove maker. And
wow.
she had a royal warrant as glove maker to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth. And she was passionate about the royal family. And sadly, she died in 1999. And if I have one regret in my life, I just wish so much my mom was been alive to see the current queen being my number one fan, there would have been, she would have been just made up.
Yeah. So you could say that you made your mom proud with your stories that you've written because, Her Majesty the Queen is your number one fan. So in a sense, you can say that, which is
Yeah.
beautiful. That's such a beautiful thing. So I want to dive into these books that, Her Majesty the Queen loves, right? Your detective series of Roy Grace. And so I want to dive into what made you fall in love with writing detective crime thrillers? How did that passion kind of come about? And how did book one in this story kind of evolve into the mass success that it's been?
Well, as I said, I always wanted to be a writer. And when I was like 18, on my newfound typing skills, I thought, well, I can write a novel. And I wrote what I thought was a great British novel. Turned out nobody else did. It got me an agent actually in New York, but they never got it published. And in retrospect, I'm very lucky because it was terrible. And I then segued and I went into television and movies. And in 1920, when I was about 27, my then wife said to me, when are you going to write this novel you've talked about ever since I've known you? And I read an article, there was a shortage of spy thrillers. And I thought, yeah, I could write a spy thriller. So I did. And I pretty much made it all up. And to my absolute amazement, I sent it to my agent in New York and I discovered he'd been dead for 4 years.
Oh.
But I got a new agent, and to my amazement, he got me a 2-book deal for 2 spy thrillers. Probably the best day of my life was the day he rang me to say, I've got you this publishing deal. Probably the worst day of my life was the day the first book was published, because I ran around all the bookshops in my kind of home area, and it wasn't in any of the shops.
Oh, no.
And I discovered my publishers had printed about 1,800 copies in hardcover, of which about 1,500 were in libraries. So they had 300 copies for the whole of the UK. And I was really despondent. And the book didn't sell well. It didn't sell well in paperback. And the second book sold equally badly. And I was at a publishing party and I bumped into an old friend of my then sister-in-law who worked for Penguin. And I said, obviously, I don't have what it takes to be a successful author. And she said, darling, why are you writing spy thrillers? I said, well, I read an article. There was a shortage. Ian Fleming had died. And I thought, I could make a living doing that. And she looked at me and she said, people who read are intelligent. They don't just want a story. They want to learn something from what they're reading. What can you tell the world about spies? You're up against people like John le Carre, who've been in the security services, Ian Fleming. You've got to find something that A, you're passionate to write, and B, you can research. And I went home feeling really despondent. And a week later, we got burgled. And a young detective came to take fingerprints. And he saw my first 2 books. And he said, oh, you're a writer. He said, if you ever want research help with the police, give me a call. And he was married to a detective. And my then wife and I became friendly with them. And they invited us one day that summer to a barbecue at their house. And they had a dozen of their friends there, and they were all police officers. There was a homicide detective, response, childhood protection team. There was a SOCO, a crime CSI, a police diver. And just talking to these people, I thought, wow, nobody sees more of human life in a 30-year career than you guys do. And when they realized I was genuinely interested, not just out to get a story I could flog to the local newspaper, they started to trust me. They started to invite me to come and spend a day with us out in the car. And over the next sort of 5 years, I switched to writing psychological thrillers. And I started putting police characters more and more into my books. And they liked the way I portrayed them. And they started to really trust me. And it got to a point where they'd phone me up and they said, we're doing a raid tomorrow morning. Do you want to come with us?
Nice.
And they started smuggling me into crime scenes. And in 1997, I met a young homicide detective called David Gaylor. And we just clicked. And I was writing a psychological thriller called Denial at the time. And he said, what are you writing? And I told him. He said, hang on a sec. Why have you got that character? Why has she not got an outside inquiry team? And I don't think that lady would have done that. I think she'd have done this. And why is that guy? I thought, wow, this guy he's not just a smart detective. He's got a creative side. And he helped me on the next couple of books. And in 2002, he got promoted to basically head of homicide for the whole county of Sussex. And my publisher said to me, have you ever thought of creating a detective as a central character? So I went to Dave Gaylor and I said, how would you like to be a fictional cop? And he loved the idea. And he is my real life Roy Grace. He's probably my best friend today. We've worked closely on every book together that I've written. We work. We have a ritual. We have a particular table in a pub where we sit down with a brand new moleskin notebook at the start of each book, and we plan the story out. And I start writing, and then he reads, along with my wife also, every 150 pages, and then we sit down and assess. And he tells me if I'm getting the police stuff right in terms of what, because for me, I think people who read are really intelligent, and you can tell immediately if an author knows what they're writing about or not. And for me, getting the research right is so important. And Dave helps me on every kind of aspect of police research. And he's introduced me to police officers around the world. I got to know very well 2 New York detectives, and I spent a lot of time with them over the years, out with them, out and about.
I love that. So the research and everything that went into it, but I really like the part of how it all just kind of came together. You had your friend that told you readers really intelligent. They want to learn something, so you need to research. And then, then you got, burglarized, and then you met these detectives, and everything just fell into place for you. And now you have this great relationship, and you guys kind of work collectively on, these books. And so I think your friend was right in saying that readers are very intelligent. We always learn something when we read. It doesn't really matter what genre it is. We generally learn something, whether it increases our imagination or we learn about psychological thrillers and detective whereabouts, right? And if, first 48 over here, this is one of those things. So
yeah,
I love to hear that.
Absolutely. I'm sure it's one of the reasons that Michael Connelly has been so successful, and that he's a writer that gets it right, and I really admire that about him.
See, I think for me, when it comes to, talking to an author like you've had this big success. You've had all of, these things and the story behind it and how it all kind of fell into place and came about, right? And to me, I think is the most beautiful thing because it shows that your passion and your love for the genre that you write in, right? And I think that's beautiful because psychological thriller, crime, detectives, I feel like some of those can be pretty dark. So, on your books that tend to be dark, how do you kind of combat that where it doesn't just drain everything that you have in writing it?
It's a really good question. I think that I've been going out with the police on a kind of regular basis for over 40 years. And one of the biggest ways they combat the darkness themselves, because they're going constantly to seeing horrific things, horrendous crime scenes, horrific murders, and humor is their way of combating it. We in England, we call it gallows humor or black humor. And I do put a lot of humor in my books as well. I think that I don't want to gross people out. I want my readers to understand what police officers go through when they attend a crime scene and when they're dealing with a murder. But at the same time, I don't want my readers to feel revolted or rush to the bathroom. I want them to be entertained and have a good time. So I lace my books with humor. My central character, Roy Grace, has a sidekick who's also his best buddy called Glenn Branson. And they have a lot of humor between them. Glenn's a movie buff, and almost everything they go to, he relates. He finds some connection with some movie that either he's seen or they both know. And so I think the reading should be fun. We want to be gripped But I don't think we want to be grossed out. I think we want to be gripped. We want to be scared at times. But when we close the pages at the end of that book, we want to feel, yeah, the detective Roy Grace, he's put the world back into order, and it's a slightly less dark and safer place than when we opened the first page.
See, that word gripped is like the best word to describe what it feels like when you're a reader. And it's like eluded me for so long. So I'm so glad that you said that, because from a reader, I thoroughly enjoy psychological thrillers and crime, detective thrillers. Those, for some reason, for me, they are, I'm not going to use the word soothing, but they are gripping, where they're page turners and you don't want to put them down because you want to know what's going to happen. And then you have some kind of, happiness at the end. We're like, oh, well, that's one less bad person on the street or something like that. But the word grip that you use is just, that's such a perfect word to describe that entire genre that you write in. It's very gripping, mind gripping, emotionally gripping. And that's a beautiful thing. And I think when it comes to psychological thrillers and stuff, I think you're 100% right. I mean, clearly you're right, but we don't want to be grossed out, but we want to almost feel like we're there to an extent, like we're the detective there. And I think that's the wording. You are the writer here, and I can tell because your words are just beautiful. And I'm like, yes, you have described this wonderfully, 100%. So I did see on your website when I was going through it, and I was researching you and doing all this stuff, you do have some standalones also from that, the detective series that you have. So can you tell us a little bit about those and kind of what made you want to write those outside of your detective series?
Yeah, there's certain books that I want to write that with themes that I want to explore that wouldn't work within the context of a detective thriller. One book I'm very proud about I wrote called Perfect People, which is about designer babies. It's about a couple that they had a child who died at the age of 4 from a rare disease, and they discover they both carry the genes, and they want to have another kid, but they want to make sure he doesn't have the genes, and they find a secret clinic on a converted cruise ship in international waters where you can choose the genes of your child. And that book started, I was at a party in Los Angeles in about 1999, and I met a genetic scientist who was at Caltech at Pasadena. And he said, we have just identified the genes responsible for empathy. Parents of the future are going to be able to choose the level of empathy of their kid.
Oh, wow.
I said, are you serious? He said, if you're interested, come and spend a day with us at Caltech. So I went a few weeks later, and I was just blown away. They were all these groups of genetic scientists working in silos. And one said, we've just identified the group of genes that will give you different levels of skill at hand-eye coordination. So you could choose your baby to be a good tennis player or golf player or whatever ball game you want. And they had all these different choices. And I thought, wow, I have to write about this. And I wrote a novel called Perfect People, and as a standalone. And another standalone I wrote was I had this weird phone call out of the blue back in 1989 from an elderly guy who said, is that Peter James, the author? I said, yes. This is before I was really well known at all. And he said, thank God I found you. It's taken me 2 weeks. So I found every Peter James in the phone book.
Wow.
He said, I'm not a lunatic. I was a bomber pilot in the Second World War. I have been given absolute proof that God exists, and I've been told you're the one person on earth to help me get taken seriously. And I go,
Wow.
okay. And that
What a
ended
phone
up,
call.
it was some phone call. And I ended up writing a thriller called Absolute Proof, which would be what would happen if somebody credible claimed they had absolute proof God existed. And I had it was fascinating. It took me 29 years to write the book. It came out about 6 years ago.
Wow. So what took you so long to write that? Was it just like a difficult concept, or what took you 29 years to write that book?
The concept was really hard. I first thing I did was I met the guy, and he was a really nice, lily guy and not at all in any way a kind of nutcase. And he said, I first thing I did, I went to a friend of mine who was a bishop, and I said, if somebody credible claimed they had absolute proof that God existed, what do you think would happen? And he looked me in the eye and said, they'd be murdered. I said, seriously? He said, yeah. Whose God would it be? You'd have all the monotheistic religions claiming ownership. You'd have a country like China not wanting a higher power usurping their authority. And I thought, yeah. But what took me the time was I felt that to write that book, I needed to understand how all the world's different religions worked and what they believed. So I went on a journey with my wife of talking to faith leaders of pretty well every major significant religion.
Wow.
And the book's called Absolute Proof.
That's great. That's dedication there, because you really, to write it the way you wanted to write it, you really did have to go and dive into all of those other aspects of it and understand them. And so you did that, which just, again, see, it just proves to the fact that, you love what you do, and writing truly is your passion, and you want to write it to the best of your writing capabilities, right? So I can understand that. And then the perfect people, I was going to ask you, how did you come up with that concept? Because I was like, holy cow, like that's very detailed, like, genetic manipulation, all of those things. So how did you come up? And then you kind of said that. And so it kind of brings me into the question is, like, for all of the standalone books that you do have, was it just odd and weird coincidences like that the ideas popped into your head and you wanted to write about them? Or do you have some that just come to you in dreams? Or like, what's your process and idea, I guess, mapping for a book?
It's interesting you say that. I think one of the questions that every writer gets asked all the time is like, where do you get your ideas from? But I can honestly say that a lot of the time my ideas find me. It's like I don't always, in fact, I rarely go looking. I find that, like with Perfect People, it's just this guy talking to me at this party in Los Angeles. With Absolute Proof, it was this phone call out the blue. And with the Roy Grace novels, my most recent one that's just out in America, which is called One of Us is Dead. That I was at a funeral about 2.5 years ago, and the son of an old friend of mine came up to me and he said, I've got an idea for a book you're going to want to write. And I said, I'm sure you have, John. He said, no, you're going to want to write this. I said, John, I get told an idea about once a week from somebody. He said, believe me, I'm going to tell you this idea. You're going to want to write it. So I went and had a coffee with him. And I said, tell me. And he said, okay. He said, a guy I know, he's a little bit dodgy. And he was at a funeral 3 months ago. And he arrived late. It was a country church. It was raining hard. The church was full, absolutely rammed. And he had to stand at the back. And he's standing at the back, and halfway through the service, he sees a guy sitting 6 pews in front of him, whose funeral he went to 2 years before and gave the eulogy at.
No way.
And I said, what happened? He said, well, at the end of the service, he tried to get to the guy, but everybody stood up, blocking, and he couldn't get past them. And by the time he got to the front of the church, the guy had vanished. And I thought, I have to write this.
That's crazy.
And I thought, what would be the circumstances for that to happen? And that led me to creating the story for One of Us is Dead. And it begins with the guy arriving late at a funeral and standing at the back of a church.
So your ideas truly do just find you, and you were definitely meant to write in this genre space for sure. Like this was your destiny for sure. Because I don't know a single person that I could say that might happen to. Like that's just like 1 in a million. That's a crazy story, and I love the backstory to that book. It makes me way more like intrigued by that book by knowing the back story of it, and like how the idea really did come about. So wow, they really do just find you. And I haven't heard that from an author. So that's refreshing. And it's interesting to kind of hear how all that kind of comes about. in your writing journey, for sure. But I want to kind of transition the conversation, if I can, into, you've had a lot of your books have been made into films or have made it up on stage. And so I'd love to kind of pick your brain about, one, what that moment was the first time that you got an offer, or, when that kind of envisionment came about, and then how it's kind of continued to do that. A lot of authors have that goal of their book being made into a film or on stage, somewhat about that. So what was that, process like for you? And what, was that moment when you kind of realized it was really going to happen?
I guess I've had a few iterations of that. The first book I ever had film was a novel I wrote called Prophecy, about a bunch of kids playing the Ouija board, and stuff starts coming true. And the first I knew of it, I'm getting back to the mid 1990s. I got a phone call from out the blue from this young woman, and she said, "Oh, is that Peter James?" And I said, "Yes." She said, "Oh, you've got a firm of architects in your novel Prophecy called Garbett Macmillan. Are they a real firm?" I said, "Excuse me, who are you?" She said, "Oh, I'm Yorkshire Television. We're filming it in 3 days' time, and we need to know if we can make the sign or not, or if we have to have a fictitious firm of architects." I said, "You're filming my book, dude." I knew nothing about it. I said, "Who's in it?" "Oh, Nigel Havers and Sophie Ward." And that was my first ever experience. And I thought, this is nuts.
Yeah.
Anyhow, I then had several more made. I had 2 made into kind of big miniseries. And then with my Roy Grace novels, the whole process started in 2016 when IQV wanted to make the series. And it's been in total contrast to that first ever book, it's been a really collaborative experience in the terms of, I was given choice of casting. I was offered John Sim. They said, "What would you think of John Sim to play Roy Grace?" I said, "Well, if I had actually done an EFIT when I first created Roy Grace back in 2002, 2003, it would have come up with John Sim." So I could not have been happier. And I've worked very closely with the script writers on all. We're just filming season 6 this year, which will take us up to the 20th book.
Wow.
Each series is one of the books, and it's honestly been the happiest experience I've ever had in television. And it's been a huge success over here, and I think it's doing well in America on BritBox also.
My mom
then,
watches that. My mom watches BritBox, and to be completely honest, my mom has probably watched that show. My mom loves, the detective series and those
good.
kinds of shirts. So I'm sure I'm going to get off of this, and I'm going to tell her, guess who I just finished talking to, and she's going to be like, I love those. So you got a fan in my mom already, for sure.
I like your mom. She's great.
Oh man! So
And then the stage plays. We've just got my 7th stage play is currently on tour right now, and it's based on one of my novels called Picture You Dead, which is about the world of art forgery. And that's on national tour. And I love the live theatre because things go wrong. If you pick up, you could pick up 20 copies of One of Us Is Dead, and they're always going to be the same. You watch every episode of Grace on television 10 times, and it's always going to be the same. But if you go to 2 different performances of a stage play, they're going to be different. And things go wrong. I remember my first Roy Grace novel was called Dead Simple, and it's about a bachelor party prank that goes wrong, and they bury the groom alive for a joke in a coffin for 2 hours, and they're going to come. They're paying him back for all the bad stuff he's done to his friends.
right.
And they're going to come back in 2 hours and dig him up. And they drive off, and they hit a cement truck head on, and they're all killed. And he's left stuck in this grave in remote woodlands. And when they staged it on stage, they had this phenomenal stage set where they had this this van facing the auditorium. It was a 2-tier set, and below the van was a glass front of the grave, and the guys, they've all been drinking, and they get their friend Michael out, and he's drunk, and they put him in this coffin, and they lure him in. They give him a walkie-talkie and a bottle of whiskey, and they shut the lid of the coffin, and they get in the van, and they're going to drive off, and the lights glare at the auditorium, and as they drive off, we hear this mighty bang. All the lights in the theater go off, even the emergency lights.
Oh, wow.
And the audience have leapt out of their seats, and there's complete silence. And then you hear Michael's voice on the walkie-talkie. He goes, "Where am I?" And in one performance, somebody very helpfully shouted out from the audience, "You're in Woking, mate."
I love it. So you get crowd interaction that way. That sounds like a show I want to go to. I love that. So in terms of processes, right? How does stage, and plays differ in process from films and film agents or creating that? How is that process different? Because to be honest with you, I've never talked or met an author whose books have been turned into stage productions. So I'm curious for myself what the difference in terms of process is.
It's a really big difference because, when I write a novel, I have no restrictions. I could have a train crash, I could have planes flying, I can have 1,000 locations, I can have hundreds of thousands of people if I want. And when they adapt that for television or movies, it's the same. You can have, but on the stage, you're limited to really on a stage, the most number of sets you can have is probably 3, and you can only have a limited cast. So all the characters and scenarios that are in the book have to be condensed to just probably 3 locations and maybe 9, 10, a dozen characters at the most. So it's a very different interpretation of it. And I love it because you're really kind of pulling the essential juice out of the story. You get the stage play loses all the kind of all the frills, and you get to the real heart of the story.
Yeah. And with movies, they extend parts or take parts out and it can be embellished and it's kind of like, it's fluff added, So I mean, I can picture that. I think I more enjoy like stage productions for none of the reasons. I would be like that person in the crowd that yelled where he was, to bring humor, but to have fun with it, I think at the same time. So I love, all the success that you've had with your books and just the passion that you talk about it from and the ideas that just flow from you is just both refreshing and just really, to me, show your love for what you write. And it clearly shows. I mean, look at all the success that you've had. You're, number one in the UK. You've sold all these millions of copies. Her Majesty the Queen is your biggest fan. You guys are like besties, and I love that about all of it. But I think one of my like final questions, I think, in terms of writing is where all do you see this? Like, how long do you see this series going that you're going to continue to enjoy writing it?
It's a good question. I think one of the hardest things to do is to create. I mean, we read books to find out what happens to characters that we engage with. You don't have to always love them. I mean, like Hannibal Lecter or Dracula, they can be monsters, but you've got to creating a character that readers want to know about is the magic alchemy of writing. And it's the hardest thing to do. I think often, you try hard to create an engaging character, but you don't really know. I mean, when I created Roy Grace, I had no idea people were going to actually like him. And it's amazing. I mean, I'm writing the 22nd book at the moment, and I get emails regularly from readers. And this was before it ever came on television saying, Roy Grace is the only detective I ever wanted to sleep with. And I take that as a phenomenal compliment. They feel him that real. And I remember with one of my heroes was Arthur Conan Doyle, and he got fed up with Sherlock Holmes and killed him off with the Reichenbach Falls, and then discovered he couldn't create anything anyone as compelling. So you had to bring him back. And I don't ever want to do that. I still love writing them. The books give me the chance to explore all kinds of themes that I want to explore. And people say to me, "Are you ever going to retire?" And I say, "Well, if I retired, I'd write a book." So there's probably not much point.
Right? Because you're already writing all these books. So, I mean, I
Yeah.
can see it. It's just, it clearly shows, that it's just a love for you and you thoroughly just enjoy it. And that's a wonderful thing. I mean, I think it's just a deep passion for you. And so, thank you for writing these books and all of the success and stuff that you have. And, I kind of want to end on a non-author related question. We've talked so much about your books and all your accomplishments and your bestie and everything like that. But I am curious as to, outside of writing, what else do you enjoy doing?
Okay, I have my wife and I have a huge menagerie of animals. We have about 200 animals.
Wow.
Dogs, cats. We have pygmy goats. Uh, we, we rescue a lot of animals as well. So they're a big passion of mine, and I'm a runner as well. I run pretty much every day. I'm doing a charity half marathon in a month's time. That's one of my big passions. And my crazy one is I do some motor racing. I race classic cars. I race a 1962 American Corvette.
Nice. I love it. So what would be your favorite classic car?
I think I love the Corvette. I've always loved American cars. I spent some of my early years in North America, and I've always been a sucker for American cars of the 50s and 60s. They're my thing.
Yeah, I know. Those were beautiful cars. I mean, it's true. They don't, it's such like an American saying, but they just don't make them like they used to. They were just sexy and sleek and just, you could just sit there and stare at them the whole time.
Totally. I love those big old gas guzzlers, the old Cadillac Eldorado and the Chevy Impalas. They were kind of, I guess, the cars when I was growing up. And we in England, we looked to America on television all the time. Because American television was so much better than English television. And the cop shows in America, like Highway Patrol, all those shows were before your time, but they were catnip for me.
Yeah. See, I mean, I can imagine. I mean, it's ironic that you say that because there is like a classic car meet that meets up once a month up the street from my house. And, you have all these really nice classic cars and they've redone them and they're in pristine condition. And you're just like, I wouldn't be driving that because what if you scratched it? Like I live in fear of that. I'm like, I don't want that to happen. So, but no, I love that. So you have over 200 animals, which I think is awesome. I would have that. So I think that's awesome. So what would be like, I'm going to not do your favorite, but what would be your top 3 of the animals that you have that would be your favorite?
Okay, we have 3 dogs, two golden doodles and a labradoodle. And I love the connection that humans have with dogs. We got 2 Burmese cats. Cats are smart. I can't remember who it was who said, sometimes when I'm playing with my cat, I think actually it's my cat that's playing with me.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And somebody said, dogs have masters, cats have servants, and that's very true. And
Yes.
then we have and we have a number of rescue rabbits that we've taken in who I adore. But I think also my other favorites, we have these 4 pygmy goats, and 2 of them are named after serial killers. One's called Norman, named after Norman Bates, and one's called Ted, named after Ted Bundy.
Oh, nice. You sound like me. Mine are all named after, like Marvel characters and God.
I love it. I love it.
I got Thor and Hercules, and then I was gonna go down Harry Potter and do like Dumbledore or Lord of the Rings and Gandalf. I don't know. Those things just call me. So
I think that's great.
love that.
And you were saying earlier about crime writing and writing dark things. I find it wonderful. I go out in the morning, first thing in the morning with Laura, my wife, and hand feeding the goats popcorn and cheese crackers. And they just munch this stuff and they look at you like going, thanks. They don't know all the crap that's going on in the world. They don't know all the dark stuff. I find animals incredibly grounding. Just being
Yeah.
amongst them. We have a huge aviary with budgerigars and cockatiels and all kinds of different birds, and walking into that, and they're just singing and they're flying around, and they have a huge space. They fly happily, and just seeing a rabbit munching on some cavolo nero or a carrot, and that sitting in a ray of sunshine, and we forget the simplest things in life, how important they are.
Yeah. So to keep you from the darkness, besides humors, you have those, huge amount of animals to keep you grounded. And I love that. I'm a huge fan of animals. Dogs are my favorite, but there's just something about an animal that's peaceful and calming. It's
Yeah.
it's interesting to kind of know. But Peter, I feel like I could talk to you and pick your brain forever. Like we're gonna have to have another conversation at some point. But I know that
I'd
we
love
are.
to.
Yeah, I know that we are out of time, but I do really want to thank you so much for hanging out and talking with me today. This has been just so much fun, and I am honored to get to speak to you today.
Thank you, Amy. It's been really, really nice to talk to you.
Oh, good. I want to thank BookFest too, Spring 2025, for having me back, letting me talk with Peter. And you guys make sure that you stay tuned because there is more fun and adventure coming up next.
Imagine you're in a horror movie. The shadows lengthen, the music swells, and something unseen lurks just beyond your vision. Your heart pounds and you brace for the worst. And then, against all odds, you survive. This is the essence of horror. It forces us to confront fear. It forces us to stare into the abyss, and we emerge stronger. So what if I told you that horror isn't about despair, as commonly thought, but it's about hope? What if I told you that horror stories, movies, and books are actually tools that build resilience, foster empathy, and teach us how to survive dark times? Something I think that's resonating with many of us right now. Hi, my name is Angela Eureka Smith, and I am the president of the Horror Writers Association. And today I'm going to show you why horror and those who create in that space act as society's greatest architects of hope. And little plug, this is based on my 2021 Bram Stoker award-winning essay called Horror Writers, Architects of Hope. Now, I found horror when I was in the second grade and I read Theodore Sturgeon's short story, Shadow, Shadow on the Wall. That short story changed the trajectory of my life and gave me hope because it told me I could survive what I was going through. And I have believed in horror as a path to hope ever since, and it has never failed me. Don't take my word for it, alone. I mean, I'm just president of the Horror Writers Association. What do I know? To understand this, let's start with science. The science of horror and resilience is based on research. And that research has confirmed what horror fans, or Halloween people as we like to be called, have known all along. And that is that horror prepares us for real world stress. So a study from the National Center for Biotechnology Information, NCBI, they found that horror fans, especially with those that had what they call a morbid curiosity, exhibited a higher resilience during the COVID-19 pandemic. And why? Why is that, you think? I have the answer. It's because horror helps us role play fear. It helps us analyze threats and mentally rehearse survival strategies. Think about it for just a minute. When you watch a horror movie, your heart races. Your body is flooding with adrenaline. Your brain is screaming at you, run, fight, hide. You're panicking, but you know you're safe. You're sitting on your couch. Your brain knows this. You might be in a darkened theater or curling up with a book. While this is happening, your brain is learning. It's adapting. It's training. Horror conditions us to process fear without being overwhelmed by it. Very important. So in a way, horror fans have been practicing chaos for their whole lives. I've been practicing since I was in second grade. So what if instead of fearing fear, you could learn to control it? I want you to take a minute. Imagine yourself, bear with me, I'm not going to do anything scary. Imagine yourself in your worst nightmare, but this time you know exactly how to handle it. That's what horror does. It rewires your brain to face the darkness, but with strategy, not panic. And that ability, that's called hope in action. So that's why horror is a training ground for hope. Horror isn't about wallowing in fear, as many people think. It's about overcoming fear. It's about facing fear on our terms. Horror lets us simulate danger in a safe environment, and it makes the real life fears easier to handle. Think of a time when you felt completely out of control. Maybe it was a personal crisis. It could have been a terrifying diagnosis. Could have been global events, real world events. Could have been yesterday. Fear can paralyze us, but horror gives us a blueprint. So there's something that therapists use all the time, and it's called exposure therapy. It's a psychological treatment that helps people confront and reduce fear or anxiety by gradually exposing them to the source of their distress, but in a controlled way. It's based on the principle of desensitization. The more we fear, the less power it has over us. And just like exposure therapy, horror helps people overcome phobias. Horror conditions us to respond, not freeze, in the face of fear. This is also why horror is great for building empathy and connection. Horror writers and readers of horror tend to be deeply empathetic people. And why? It's because we have the ability to live inside of the minds of both the hero and the monster. We can see both sides of that story. Think about Frankenstein for just a minute. Who is the real monster in that story? Take Babadook. Is it about a horror villain, or is that a metaphor for grief? Jordan Peele's Get Out. Is that a supernatural terror? Yes. But is it also about something more real and more insidious? Horror challenges us to see the world through multiple lenses. And I want to try something else with you for just a minute. I want you to close your eyes and step into the shoes of both the hero and the monster and try to see a story from both sides. And what do you see? Maybe the monster isn't evil. Maybe the monster is misunderstood. And maybe the fear is a mask for deeper truth. That's empathy, and that's horror. But what happens when the monster is real? And that's when we need horror as a guide to survival and strength. So let me tell you a little something about horror people. We are proactive survivors. We don't just watch bad things happen. We prepare, we analyze, and we act. We have a problem-solving mindset. Horror teaches us to analyze threats, find the weak spots, and to develop solutions, real solutions. Every good horror fan knows that panicking gets you picked off first. We all know that. Do not run off into the woods by yourself screaming. Basically a beacon for getting. Survival goes to those who adapt. I mean, just think about the final girl trope, or final boy, or final dog. It's the one that outsmarts the killer. It's the one that refuses to give up that wins to make it to the end of the story. They're resourceful, they're clever, and they're strong. They don't survive because they're the strongest. They survive because they're the most adaptable. And that brings us to that beautiful part of horror, which is the open-mindedness and the resilience that is kind of just part of the fabric of the genre. Horror communities embrace outsiders and misfits and the marginalized, and that's because we understand what it means to be different. That was probably us. We're not the popular kids usually in school. We know what it's like to be labeled as the freak, the weirdo, the odd one out. And because of that, because of experiencing that, we tend to create space for that. We see the world through multiple perspectives. This makes us mentally flexible and adaptable. And that is real world resilience. And that's what we need right now. So I could be a little bit biased. I'm going to admit that I'm probably biased. But I'm going to say horror writers, those who create horror in wherever we're creating it, fictional horror, of course, we're magicians. We're turning dread, literal dread and terror, into boldness. Horror takes trauma and transforms it into power. Horror writers are alchemists. We turn fear into wisdom. We turn darkness into storytelling. And we take despair and we distill it into hope. I want to take this one step farther. I promise not to do anything scary. I just want you to picture yourself 5 years from now. You have faced and conquered in 5 years. You have faced and conquered your deepest fears. I want you to let that sink in. Know that that is possible. And then think, what message would that person 5 years from now, the 5 years from now you, what message would that person tell you today? So I hope that you understand what I'm trying to dish out here. And that is the misguided concept or perception of non-horror fans that horror is just about scaring people. Oh no. Yes, but also, oh no, it's about much more than that. It's about teaching us to endure. It's about teaching us to overcome, and most importantly, to emerge stronger than we came into this story. Horror prepares us for the real world, which sometimes doesn't go according to plan and how we wanted it to. Horror builds resilience, empathy, and courage, all things we need every day. Sometimes that's just to go Christmas shopping. And horror, more than anything, teaches us that even on the darkest night, the dawn will come and the stars will shine. And it's actually because of that dark night that we can even see the stars. It's horror that brings us out. It's horror that brings us out of us. And so I want to leave you with a final thought from all of this. And that is that fear is inevitable, but hope is a choice. And horror teaches us to make that choice over and over again, and forever and forever and forever. And I hope this helps. Thank you.
Hey everybody, welcome to Shelf Shuffle, a mix of must-reads here at the BookFest. I am joined today by Craig, Kelly, Mick, and Bill, and we're going to talk about some of their books and what they're into, what they're up to, and just, have a little bit of fun. First off, Craig, tell us about your book. Give us that little elevator pitch and let everybody know what you're writing about and what they should be reading.
Sure. My name's Craig. I write horror for Hachette Book Publishing Group, and before that, I wrote for Simon and Schuster. I also do a lot of self-publishing stuff in the small genres like the World War II genre, military genres. The novel that I'm talking about today is Episode 13. It was published by Hachette last year, and it's about a ghost hunting reality TV crew that goes into a notoriously haunted house, only to discover the house wants something in return.
So supernatural ghost facers are showing up here. I like it. I like it. Kelly, I understand that the book you wanted to talk about today is book 2 of a series. Tell us what that's all about.
Yeah, so the name of my series is Arcanum, and book 2, Whispers in the Forest, will be released in May. Book 1, In the Temple Shadows, came out last summer, and it's basically a love story, but it's the story of 5 souls that travel through all time and space throughout history, through past lives, in order to unite the soulmates. But what's unique to this story is I'm a tarot card reader by my career, and I channeled this entire story using my cards. So it was based on my own past lives, what I was told, whether it's true or not, I probably will never know until I pass away from this lifetime. But so it's just a 6-book series to see if the lovers can finally find their happily ever after at the end of the series.
Oh, I love this concept. That is
cool.
awesome. Yeah, that is really cool. Super awesome. Bill, what do you got for us today?
I am very excited about my first book, 6 to Carry the Casket and 1 to Save an Ass. It's going to be published. It's a series of essays about identity and life and moving forward. So the first part of the book is essays about my formative experiences, family, friends, coming to understand myself, know the world around me. Second part is sort of what I did with the identity that was given to me and how I've started to shape it myself. The third part, I really focus on my queer identity. And so I return to books and movies and TV shows and people, celebrities who helped me or gave me language to shape my own queer identity and navigate the world.
This is definitely a relevant book for right now. And I think a lot of people will probably, find some solace in it, to be honest. So
I hope so.
Awesome that it's also your first book. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Mick, what do you have for us today?
Well, this is also my first book, and it's called Mellow Your Money, How to Surf the Market and Build Wealth without stressing yourself out. And, there's so much noise out there. And of course, we could talk about current events, but it goes back and goes forward. And there's always something out there to excite people and get people nervous about their money.
Oh, yeah.
And I look back at my career and I said, it never stopped. And yet, if you take a step back and focus on the long term, you really can reduce the stress that money has in our lives. And so I took a look at my own stories and how I learned to hopefully de-stress and hopefully do it in a fun and funny way in my book. I didn't want a textbook. There's plenty of textbooks on how to invest. And so I kind of made mine, hopefully a more readable and more fun way of looking at the stock market.
I love it. This is awesome. So a couple of fiction writers, a couple of nonfiction. All righty then. So who wants to start by telling our listeners and viewers, how you guys got started in the genres that you did?
I'll start.
I warned you I wasn't going to ask easy questions. Go ahead, Kelly.
So I came to tarot as a career through, the circuitous events in life. And, we tend not to look for solutions unless there's a problem. So needless to say, tarot was a solution that I found to a time in my life that was challenging. And I built this global business where I work with clients all over the world now. It's kind of more like life coaching, but when we were all in our homes in 2020, I decided to, just in order to kill time, to look at past lives. Just the concept of it, what the energy is around it, things like that. And so what was birthed in this experience, and it's all videotaped, the entire experience, is this just rich story of all of these timelines and these same, like I said, these same 5 souls that are traveling through time and space. And I realized this had to be like birthed into some sort of creative project. I've never written a book before. And so I just kind of with a lot of pouting and a lot of soul searching, sat down at my computer and wrote book 1 in the Temple Shadows. And then like I said, I just completed book 2. So it's well underway.
Now, do you have a favorite tarot deck to read from? Just curious.
It's kind of like asking me if I have a favorite child, which I know sounds odd because it's an inanimate object. But yes, to answer Beth, if I had to choose one, I know which one I would choose.
Awesome. Perfect. Bill, tell us a little bit more about, what really prompted you to start writing these short essays and really, start researching your own identity. Was there some, catalyst, or was it just more of a, I need to do this kind of thing?
Yeah, I think there were several catalysts, actually. Over the course of about a year and a half during 2015, 2016, I experienced major grief. Both of my parents and one of my siblings died within a very short span. And that, that was a lot to carry for the whole family. And since then, I was also working as a middle school principal, which was the hardest job that I'd ever had. And so all this grief and all the challenges of the work, and I burned out. And so I took some time off starting in 2019 to reset and find a way forward and figure out what I was going to do next. And then 2020 happened. And, between the pandemic and the social strife that we were going through, everything that 2020 unleashed, it gave me a different lens to really look back at how I landed in burnout. How did I get here, and how will I move forward? So I used what I was experiencing in 2020 to start writing brief reflections, just prompted by something I saw in the news, a memory that would come up. I wanted to revisit something. And so that was really how that originated. So between grief and searching for some meaning during this time of terrible crisis, it prompted me to go in and understand both how I was constructed, but also to find a lot of joy to bring forward. What were the memories that I wanted to survive this period? What did I want to bring forward, shape myself with, and shape the world with? So that's how it started.
2019 and 2020 seem to be the 2 years where a lot of creative things kind of shifted for everyone. It's kind of like, it was almost like, the world telling us, hey, you need to refocus yourselves a little bit. Because I know I did some serious refocusing in 2019 and 2020 as well. So, totally get that. Craig, so tell us a little bit more about this book and how you got started on it.
So how did I get into horror, which was the original question, or specifically?
Yeah, how did you get into horror? Tell
okay.
us about that, because there's got to be a good story with that one.
Well, yeah, I mean, it wasn't a first love of mine for fiction. And it's funny to tell people that, I write horror, because you get all sorts of different kind of reactions. It's like the proverbial serial killer. Like, he was such a nice, mild-mannered guy. I never thought he wrote horror. But horror is an emotion. It's not really a genre, and it's a very big tent. And one of the things we've seen with diversity in the field is we've seen this transition between old school horror, which was a lot more dependent on splatterpunk, and now it's much more the bigger tent, bigger ideas, more diversity of perspectives, and that's all been really positive for it. And I give probably Jordan Peele and Mike Flanagan the most credit for popularizing horror again, and saying, the New York Times was doing mental acrobatics, trying to figure out a way to call horror, say they like horror without calling it horror. They were like, it's elevated horror. This is not actually horror. We hate that still. But so Jordan Peele, I think, did the most there in kind of popularizing it. But how I fell into it is I grew up in the 80s on a farm, and I read a lot of Robert E. Howard and wish fulfillment stuff for teen boys, and wanted to be a writer. And then through the 90s was doing a lot of sci-fi stuff. But when you're writing it back then in the publishing industry, it was like living in a Kafka novel where you got this gilded invitation to attend a party you weren't allowed in. you know,
Yes.
and that's exactly what it was like for about 10 years for me, plugging away. And I almost gave up. And then I had read this novel called Eagle in the Snow about the last Roman legion on the Rhine. And I thought, what if they were soldiers and instead of the German tribes, it was zombies? And so I wrote this crazy zombie novel, army versus zombie novel, on a lark, got picked up by small press, and it exploded. And, you know, success in publishing is always work as hard as you can, learn stuff, work as hard as you can, get stuff out there. And then the biggest factor is X, which is luck. And I had the right book at the right place at the right time. Walking Dead was coming out at the time. And so I ended up, that exploded. I wrote some more zombie books. And then from there, I was able to leverage that up into an agent. And then the agent got me into Simon & Schuster with a horror novel, which was a natural extension of writing zombies. And so that's how I ended up getting into it. And, you know, once you're in something, you know, it's very easy to get typecast, and the publishers like to see you there. They don't, I'm like, I can write sci-fi too. And they're like, yeah, horror is good though. And so that's kind of how the business works. But I don't mind, because it's a small community. It's a really, it's a wonderful community. The reading community is fantastic. And it allows me to write about ordinary people in extraordinary situations and see what they're made of, which is what I really like to do, regardless of where it exactly fits on the genre scale.
Now, what is your favorite horror trope?
Favorite horror trope? Well, the horror trope that inspired, never ask me what my favorite is, or I'll hog the panel for the rest of the hour. But I can tell you the trope that inspired episode 13 was, well, there were two. One was the idea of a house within a house, like the movie His House, the novel House of Leaves, Angel of Darkness. There are a lot of media that have covered this type of concept, and I've always been fascinated with it. And then the other trope is found footage horror. This is an epistolary novel. It's told in mixed media by the left behind by the investigators. And I pitched that to the editor because I knew he was into found footage. And then he said, yes, I love that idea, write it. And then I was like, oh my God, what have I done? Because I don't even like epistolary. And now I'm writing it, but I found
you're writing it. Yep.
Yeah. But I found a way to do it, to balance that fly on the wall with intimacy of the characters, which you usually don't get in found footage. So I found a way to balance that. And it's really neat. Like the novel just rolls. Every time you're done with a chapter, there's some other different type of media and perspective and events and reveals that kind of keep you turning pages and exploring the mystery.
That sounds interesting. I'm definitely gonna have to check that one out. So awesome. So Mick, talk to me about this. Talk to me about this this book. How did you decide on which particular financial subjects you wanted to add to it?
Well, what I found, and ironically, I some people would say writing about the stock market is kind of a horror book too, but I tried to avoid that. But what I found, I've been in the business for 40 years, and what I found in talking to people over time is, first of all, what they identify with is stories, with experiences. Most people don't want to hear these, and I don't either, by the way. You hear these economists on TV trying to espouse this and that, and I wish, Kelly, they used your tarot cards, because they don't know what they're talking about. You know, it's very hard to predict the future without an imagination. And what I found through the years is that's what it takes. It's not a numbers game. It's an emotional game. You know, when I was in college, my worst subject was statistics. And in fact, I was encouraged to go to the drop office after my midterm in statistics. But what I really loved was Russian literature. I loved the emotion of those novels. And what I found through the years is it's really emotion. It's really learning about yourself and understanding yourself that is really the key to being able to invest over the long term. You know, we all, you can read how to invest, but as soon as something bad happens, some horror or whatever it would be,
Mm-hmm.
you tend to lose focus. And so what I try to do is give my own misadventures through the years and how I learned to be calm in stressful situations, and hopefully do it in a fun way so that people could identify with my own stories, my own learning process, and how I learned to kind of maneuver through the markets in a easier way, and hopefully show people they don't need to know numbers, they don't need to focus, they don't need to watch TV every day to look at whatever economic thing is being talked about. And anyway, that was my goal, and it was a lot of fun to kind of look back at my life and see what taught me the most lessons. And sometimes they were life lessons that taught me about the market, and sometimes it was actually market lessons that taught me about my life. So
Interesting. So did you have any problems writing it, or did you, what kind of process did you go through to take this subject, which a lot of people don't know a lot about? I mean, I'll be the first one to tell you, I hear them talking about finance stuff on TV and I zone out.
Me too, by the way.
Probably 95% of us. He said, Bill's holding up his hand like, hey, get me in. What kind of process did you use to make this book so much more interesting than the boring financial textbooks and the statistics books that,
Right. I kind of tried to start at the beginning. At what was my first lesson? What were the first things I learned? And I had a eccentric woman that was assigned to me as the first client. I had to buy her a car, but over time, we became connected, and she was very eccentric. And in the end, she actually outperformed everybody because she didn't care about what her earnings were. She just wanted to give money away. She cared about her income. And so we didn't do anything with her stocks. And we called it the fun strategy of benign neglect. Let the stocks go and don't trade like we were doing for all the other clients. And ironically, Eloise was doing the best at the end of the year. By doing nothing, she outperformed. So it was really looking back at stories like that early in my career, and then throughout, mistakes I made with trading and such that taught me lessons. So it became kind of a memoir of stories that happened through my life. And it was very therapeutic and very helpful to me to kind of learn, what were the key stories in my life that were teaching me lessons. It was, trying to get past some situations with my own dad, all the competition that was going on between us at an early life. And that led to me being competing. And believe me, if you try to compete with the market, you will lose. And so working through that situation with my dad and working through that through therapy and such really helped me become a better investor. So it was all these type of stories starting almost at the beginning to lead me through the stories. It was a really fun process.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed the process through it, because we all know writing a book is not the easiest thing on the face of the earth. Which leads me to Bill. I have a question for you. Did you start your writing journey maybe writing journals, or did you? How did you decide you wanted to tell the story, seeing as how it is such a personal one?
No, I've never been a journaler. Isn't that funny? I wrote a memoir of personal essays about my experiences, but journaling has never really been a meaningful practice for me. Instead, when I was facing all this grief, I was facing life transitions. I wanted to make sense of the world around me. I went back to different modes of reflection, different methods of reflection that I'd picked up or been exposed to over time. And I started to use those to kind of critically look at my experiences. Methods like storytelling, as Mick was talking about. Storytelling is a really wonderful way, easy way to make meaning, because the way that we tell the story, the details we add, the things that we remember, the things that we forget, the things that we choose to forget, they all influence the kind of meaning that we can make from an experience. And I really looked back to my mom's example as a storyteller. She was a great storyteller, but I think for her, storytelling wasn't nostalgia or just fun facts. It was preserving and shaping, family culture and our history, and taking that seriously, but also having a lot of fun with it. I also returned to methods of reflection that I picked up in school along the way. In grad school, one of my professors wasn't convinced that even her graduate students could reflect without opining or getting really academic about it. And so she offered a method of reflection connecting our experiences, personal experiences, to abstract ideas or to philosophical or theological insights. So I returned to modes like this to investigate, kind of excavate the meaning that was buried in experiences that I'd forgotten about, or things that had been burdening me for a long time, or also things that were great joys. Going back to really powerful moments or really lovely moments with different people in my life, and looking at those experiences with this critical eye. That was really the origin. So instead of journaling, instead of anything like that, it was for me an exercise in ongoing reflection and ongoing seeking dialogue with people. And I don't think that's different from anything I've done in my career as an educator. And now I'm designing rituals, and I officiate a lot of weddings. And I think of this writing and this book as itself an extension of the same kind of dialogue, same kind of meaning making that I've been seeking to do in a lot of different corners of my life.
Nice. I like that. I like that a lot. Now, Craig, you said you used to write sci-fi. What was the influence behind your sci-fi writing? How far does your love of sci-fi go back?
Well, yeah, to high school during the first years, I wanted to be a writer. Robert E. Howard was hugely influential on me during my formative years, and it's like Colson Whitehead says, you read and read to find out what kind of writer you want to be, and then you write and write to find out what kind of writer you are. And so my first novels were me trying to be Robert E. Howard, were trying to be me trying to be Stephen King or Chuck Palahniuk, and then eventually you find your own voice through practice and to keep at it. But back then, horror was very small. It wasn't even on my radar in the bookstore. It was a very small part of the bookstore. So fantasy and sci-fi was going through a heyday at the time, back in the 80s and early 90s, and so that's kind of what attracted me. I like story, but I like that fantastic element that forms a dramatic foil for the story itself. And which is the essence of what makes, I think, Stephen King so popular to this day, is he builds such a grounded world with grounded real people, and then he throws in this werewolf or something, and now you see what happens, and that you get to see what everybody's made of. And so I was always really fascinated by that aspect of it, because there was always some imaginative, fantastic element. And then I was also always drawn to the idea of crisis, people in crisis, because I grew up in the 70s. So, Towering Inferno, Mega Man, the S hitting the fan type of movies.
Oh, yes.
And all that stuff was just a delight for a kid like me. And kind of carried it forward into my early writing career. So, I would say those were the things that were a big influence on my love of sci-fi and fantasy. They made me think. They really pushed my imagination, and I thought they were just more dramatic.
Are you a fan of some of the bigger writers like Tolkien and Herbert, or do you like some of the more esoteric writers that are out there?
Well, they were popular back when I was reading pulp, so I wanted swords and lots of blood, and it was just, I was like 15. So no, I wasn't into real heavy text. And then by the time I got into the 90s, where I was starting to mature as a reader, and then start to the process of maturing as a writer, becoming a writer, really, back in the 80s, those books would have been pretty heavy lifting for me. And so I liked them, but then, I started to read Tolkien, and I was about 50 pages in and still reading about like elderberry bushes. And I just, I was like, I want some action. You know, I'm a Robert E. Howard reader. Give me some action. And then the same thing with Dune. I felt like by the time I was really exposed to it, I was already overexposed to the story through like so many adaptations. And so I've actually never picked up Dune. And every time I'm in the bookstore, I kick myself.
Really?
So yeah, one of these days I'll have to just dive into it and just enjoy the prose. I just feel like I've just been completely overexposed to that one. I'm now on my third adaptation of it watching.
Oh yeah, same here. And I still go back to that particular book because it is just one of the best sci-fi books out there, in my opinion. So
Undisputed. I would agree with that even without reading it. I just think it's so the story itself is so imaginative and powerful.
Yeah. So Kelly, have you read anything lately that you just couldn't put down? One of those books that you found that you had to read from start to finish?
Oh my God, I just reread The Alchemist, which I read in one day yesterday. So
nice.
There's that.
Okay.
But that's always a classic, easy, worthwhile read. But as for something new that I've read that I couldn't put down, let me think. To be honest, I haven't had a chance to read that much of late. But I would have to say the last book that I picked up that I really just had a binge read with was Rebecca Yaros's second book in her Fourth Wing series. I think I can't remember what the title was of the second book. But again, just kind of that fantastical adventure, saga type read that is a good influence for me to read as a writer of that kind of genre, but still very different because it's a bit more of a different demographic. But I enjoyed that.
Do you find yourself when you do pick up a book with bestsellers like Rebecca Yaros's notwithstanding, do you find that you read more within the genre that you write or less within the genre that you write?
Oh God, that's such an interesting question. Probably less, because I'm not a big romance reader, and my books have an element of romance to them, even though it's kind of more of a paranormal romance element. I'm more of, spy intrigue, the old Robert Ludlums, Tom Clancy's, just a lot of, to me, real world, like that type of genre. Those authors were always the ones that I would pick up.
Okay.
Yeah. So no, I'm not a traditional romance reader.
Mick, what about you? What do you prefer to read when you're reading for pleasure?
Yeah, I'm kind of in that spy and some lawyer books, but actually the last book that I really enjoyed was, I believe it was Frederick Bachman who wrote A Man Called Ova, and he just wrote a book called Anxious People. And it's just a fascinating book of this. You can't even describe what it's about. It's kind of about a bank robbery that's not a bank robbery, and all these disjointed people come together, and it's just the emotions that they face, and kind of gets back to what I really enjoy in my reading, whatever the genre is. It's the emotions that people go through, and how they learn from their lessons. And that's kind of how I learned, is through my experiences. And that was a great book of experiences coming together. And but I will throw this out: one of the greatest investment books I've ever read, maybe the only one, was written about 100 years ago from a guy named Jesse Livermore, who talked about his trading experiences. And amazingly, 100 years ago, human emotions never change. And so, yes, the market's different, and we could say there's 100 differences in how people trade, but emotions don't change, and that's what he's talking about back then. And the lessons he's learned back then are appropriate even today. And he does it in a very memoir kind of way. And I think it's great lessons for people about the market. And if there's somebody I tried to model after, though, I think his is the classic.
Yeah, I was going to ask.
It's
Yeah.
maybe 100 years from now, somebody will say, "Oh yeah, that Mellow Your Money was okay," but I don't know. The human emotions part of things has always driven me to read, whether it's it's that or just whether it be horror or anything else or Kelly, your book sounds fantastic too.
I know it does. It does. And so all of your books sound great. Seriously, I'm going to be looking everybody up. Bill, what about you? What is your favorite genre of book to read?
Oh, I don't know if I have a single favorite. I do love, I do love short form essays. Maybe my own book is inspired by someone like David Sedaris. I go back to his writing frequently. So his collections about his family, his experiences, and the way he weaves humor into it. I love it. I love it. I get a lot of joy from that. I also love to read really rich fiction. Now, I will say the technical act of reading is really hard for me. So audiobooks have opened a whole new door. So I
There
just
you go.
finished listening to Niall Williams' The Time of the Child. And it was read by this Irish actor, and it's about this fictional town in Ireland, maybe mid 20th century, and it's just a beautiful, beautiful story. And with the actors reading through it, it's also wonderful. I also really love reading nonfiction. I love both continuing to study culture and ritual and things like that. I'm getting really into queer history, trying to find as much as I can. And I just started a book by Elisa Max Goodman called Glitter and Concrete. It's a history of drag in New York City. And I think
nice.
it's already just 50 pages in, and it's a really fascinating retrieval of history that has maybe been lost or pushed aside or absorbed into other forms of performance or other pieces of culture. So it's a really great intro to that history.
Awesome. Right now, speaking of reading like historical accounts and everything, I'm currently reading Book of Five Rings by Miyamoto Musashi, because I'm getting set to write a book that takes place in feudal Japan. So I understand that love of the research and everything else. So, all right. So let's go with a couple of just quick things here. Real fast, we'll just go right around from Craig back to Bill. If your book was adapted into a TV or movie, who would you want to play your main character?
Geez, I don't know. You had to make me go first on that one. Actually, in the tradition of found footage, I would say it should be, relative unknowns, just to convey the authenticity. One of the things with epistolaries, you always want to create that little Blair Witch sense of wonder that maybe this is real, even though it isn't. Maybe it is, and you want that sense of wonder that adds a nice layer on top of the reading experience for epistolary. And so, I would go with relative unknown actors. That would be my way out of that question.
Kelly?
Rebecca Ferguson.
All right.
That's easy for me because I envisioned this as a show, as a series way before I envisioned it as novels. So
perfect. Mick, I'll leave you for last for a minute. Bill, what about you?
Well, it's about me. So who do I want to play me in the movie? I've always thought James Marsden would be a great me on film. Kind of a mix of, he's got a serious look, but he's also a great singer. And I'm always singing all the time. It's actually amazing we've made it this far, and I haven't broken into song yet. But a lot of the book is also about a lot of the book is also about my mother, and she was a pretty unique person. If you know Siobhan McSweeney, she played Sister Michael on Dairy Girls, the school principal on Dairy Girls.
Yes.
There's something about her dry wit and her timing. It was my mom to a T, except for the whole, she's a nun and a Catholic school principal. But other than that, I think she'd be a great one to play my mom.
All right. Now, Mick, if you can't think of how you would want this to be a movie, who would you want to read the audiobook?
Oh, that's interesting. Well, I was going with the movie first. I was going with Adam Sandler. And
Oh my gosh, yes.
and I thought that might be a little surprise, but the comedic way he has about himself,
Mm-hmm.
and the stories that I have in the book, I think he would kind of bumble through, and I think people would have fun with it. And yet, in many of his movies, there's a lesson that kind of you glean through the end. And I think that would be how I'd like to pass these investment lessons on, is through comedy and through funny, and oh, by the way, now we know how to invest a little better, and maybe he, hopefully like me, would learn his life lessons by the end of the book too. So
Oh, that would be awesome. I could see that. All right. Well, we're getting close to time, guys. So let's let our viewers and readers know what you have coming down the pipe after the wonderful books we just talked about. Craig?
Well, another novel has come out since episode 13. It's called How to Make a Horror Movie and Survive, and it's basically a love letter to filmmaking and the horror genre in the heyday of the slasher era in the 80s. So it's about a horror movie director who's at the top of his game, but he's disappointed because his movies are fun and they should be truly horrifying. So he discovers a haunted camera that allows him to kill. It kills anyone he cares about. That is the catch. And so it's basically about him making the perfect horror movie. And it's about the scream queen he loves who wants to survive the night. And then this July is my next release from Hachette, which is called My Ex, the Antichrist. And it's another epistolary novel. It's the oral history of a rock band, which has a lead singer whose ex-boyfriend is the literal biblical Antichrist. And so they have to fight him, and can rock and roll save the world is basically the dramatic question of the book.
I like that. All right. Kelly, what about you? What have you got coming out next?
Well, as I said, book 2, Whispers in the Forest in the Arcanum series, will be released in May of 2025. And then I've just recently started book 3, which, while it doesn't have a set title yet, does take place in the Vatican in the late 1400s, early 1500s. And that will be released in 2026.
Nice. Now, just real quick, have you ever thought about writing any sort of tarot guide?
To be honest, I really have, Beth, but there's so many good ones out there. I mean, there are probably, 250,000 books on tarot, and and I'd say that's over 60% of them are really good. So I would rather refer people to a book that I admire and would find worthwhile, depending upon why they're seeking tarot knowledge, versus actually writing that book.
There you go. Bill, what about you? What's coming up next after this book?
It's not quite a book, but I like to make space for other folks to be able to make meaning. And I offer guided meditation on Tuesday afternoons via Zoom. So that's an open invitation to anybody who needs a little peace and quiet and wants to make a little space for themselves. I'm also working on a book about weddings, sort of a different approach to designing a ceremony, designing a wedding celebration, and rethinking, reframing what marriage is and what a ritual can do to communicate that. Those are the big projects right now.
I feel like you and Kelly would make a great collaboration book on, with your two expertise. I really, that would be something I would be interested in reading, like maybe, something meditative tarot guide, because I haven't found one I like yet. And Mick, what do you have coming up after this wonderful romp into the financial markets?
Well, I haven't really started the book, but I've been thinking of this whole mellow theme as something. And so I thought maybe mellow your parenting, or God forbid, mellow your politics. And so anyway, I thought maybe this mellow theme is something the world needs a little bit, but I haven't started anything yet.
Well, we will keep an eye out for the follow-up, the mellowing follow-up that's going to happen, because I feel like it's going to happen well. Well, guys, I appreciate you coming on here and sitting with me and getting your books out there to our readers and listeners. I appreciate you all, and congratulations on the first books. I look forward to seeing what all you gentlemen come up with more. Kelly and Craig, I will be checking out both of your novels because they sound fantastic and right up my alley as well. For the Book Fest, I am Beth A. Freely, your moderator, and thanks for joining us, and you all have a great day.
Thank you.
Thanks.
The Lewis chessmen in fact and fiction, these Viking relics have inspired so many stories. They're intricately carved, they're wide-eyed, they've been crafted from walrus tusk, and in many ways were lost to time. But they've inspired so many different myths in literature and even pop culture. You've seen them in Harry Potter, in different historical fictions. And we're going to find out today why their story endures from the best selling author, Sarah Winokur, whose novel, Ivory Bones, has the Lewis chessmen in them. Sarah, thank you for joining us. This is going to be fun.
Well, it's wonderful to be here. Thank you.
Okay, tell us. I mean, why do these little guys, and if people can kind of see, I do have the book cover, and I know you've got a few that you can hold up as we're chatting here. Why do
Sure.
you think it is that they intrigue us so much? What is it about these little guys that spark our imagination?
Right. Well, first of all, they were carved in the 12th century, so very long time ago, either in Iceland or Norway. No one's really sure. But then they disappeared for the next 600 years. No one knew where they were. And they were then found off of Scotland on the Isle of Lewis. So that's why they're called the Lewis chessmen. And shall I go ahead and just show you a couple of the pieces? They're not your typical chess pieces, but they are extremely expressive. They have like very human expressive features. This is the queen, and you can see she's sort of holding her head in shock or aghast at the battlefield. And this is what is called a berserker. This is in lieu of the rooks or the castles that we have now. And this is the word berserk actually comes from the Icelandic for berserk. And these were ancient Viking warriors that went into battle and half crazed because they would drink alcohol and ingest hallucinogens. And you can see he's biting his shield. And so they're very unique chess pieces, to say the least.
Yeah, that berserker guy, he is just so hilarious. I think he almost epitomizes the Lewis Chessman when you see that face. So can you talk about those expressions? I mean, I think maybe that's one of the reasons they almost don't seem ancient. And I
Right.
believe when they were first found, people were like, These can't be that old," because that expressiveness isn't something that we think about when we think about medieval pieces.
Absolutely. I mean, and the fact that they were carved when 800 years ago, um, it's really astounding just how intricately carved they are. This is another one. This is a knight riding what looks like an Icelandic horse, and so it was hard for people to believe that they were carved so long ago and so beautifully.
And there are several that are still out there missing. They're probably worth millions. I think there was a woman, it was in her
Yeah.
dresser drawer. There was an actual one that was found. And you want to talk about that?
Sure. So each of most of the pieces are in the British Museum, but there are still 4 or 5 missing. And in 2019, one of these little berserkers was found in the bureau drawer of some old woman who had passed away. And her son thought, oh, that looks interesting. And so he took it to the museum just to find out what it was. And it turned out to be one of the missing Lewis berserkers. And he put it up for auction and it sold for $1 million. So that's just how valuable each piece is.
I kind of feel sorry for that woman. It would have been wonderful if she would have known that in her
Yeah,
lifetime.
yes, absolutely. She probably just thought, oh, this looks like
Yeah.
cute little thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are a wonderful MacGuffin as far as storytelling. They're driving the plot of your story. They tie into the theme. Can you tell them how you use them exactly in Ivory Bones?
Sure. So I have them being, it's a historical fiction. So much of the book actually is based in historical fact, as these, Lewis Chessmen truly are. And in 1627, there was a Barbary pirate raid on Iceland. The Barbary pirates came from North Africa. So they raided Iceland and took 400 villagers back to Algeria to sell them as slaves. So in my book, I have one of these captives having possession in her family of the Lewis Chessmen, and she takes them along with her. But then there's a shipwreck, and they end up on the Isle of Lewis. But she hangs on to one of the berserkers. She had left 3 pieces behind because in the chaos of the raid, she didn't have time to collect them all. And so the mystery sort of surrounds, it's a murder mystery, finding these lost, extremely valuable Lewis Chessmen. So not
Yeah.
everyone that's looking for them has the maybe highest degree of morality.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, your books, you also wrote Double Blind. Ivory Bones is your second book. You do such
Oh,
a magnificent job of weaving in historical fact and real research. And your books are mystery, but then they also lean a little bit toward that historical fiction. And you've got that Nordic flair to them, and they're always just so imaginative. And you mentioned the Barbary pirates. And I think there was a little bit of authentic research that came from them as well. Is there a connection that you have to those guys?
yes.
Yeah.
So I had known, both of my books are set primarily in Iceland. And I had known about this Barbary pirate raid on Iceland because it was obviously a major event there in Iceland's history. I had known about it, but my sister one day called me and she said, "Did you know that we're actually related? We're actually descended from the mastermind of this pirate raid on Iceland," and I had no idea. But turns out he is my ancestor, which I'm not necessarily proud of, but I think I mean, that was 400 years ago, so I can't be too responsible for it. But I think it just added a little bit more uh, like enthusiasm for me writing that story.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people will put a little bit too much credence to one's ancestry. We're all such a glorious mixing pot from different
Yes,
cultures, different people, different areas of the world at different times in history. I think that's one of the things that makes us as humans so wonderful.
exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, yeah. Let's talk a little bit about the main character of your book and this diary, and tell us a little bit more about what she's experiencing, because this diary as well is a big part of the Ivory Bones story.
That's right. So the diary was written by one of the captives of this pirate raid. And in that diary, which I have interspersed throughout the book in first person point of view, so the reader can experience it as it's unfolding. Um, there are clues within this diary as to where the chess pieces are hidden in Iceland. So it is a dual timeline historical mystery, and the present day mystery takes place in finding, which features really the main protagonist, who is a forensic geneticist. And there's a parallel story here because the captive obviously had to overcome, trauma and torment and had to deal with her uh, unfortunate and really horrific situation as a slave in Algeria. So she had to endure these things that were placed on her externally. But the protagonist in my story also is dealing with a lot of trauma from her past, but some of it is due to her own like false beliefs. So throughout the book, she comes to realize that she has power over her own situation as well. So there's a parallel story between these two women.
There's a parallel story to you as well, Sarah. You are a thriver. I also think that your journey as an author is really enticing. We're talking to you on day one where we're focused on the readers. And I always say that readers, I mean, you always start with a reader before you become a writer. And your background
Mhm.
is as a genetic researcher. I'm curious how you used your career, your background, your analytical mind to then segue into becoming an author.
Right. So I was a genetic researcher for 25 years at the University of California. I then came down with ovarian cancer, which, I ultimately was able to, I think at this point I can say cure because it was more than 10 years ago. So I decided to sort of reinvent myself. I had the choice of going back to doing research in genetics or just switching it up altogether and changing careers. And so that was at the point where I decided, well, I'm just going to write a couple of books. But I did want to include a little bit of genetics in the mystery in a very light way. So it's not, it's not like heavy duty, textbook style genetics. It's just like little fun things that I incorporate into the mystery. And one of the reasons it's set in Iceland, aside from the fact that I love Nordic noir, is because Iceland does have this DNA database of most of its citizens, and it's not a criminal database. They're using that to identify genes that cause a lot of common disorders. So I went to Iceland just to tour that company and just became enamored really with the culture and the food and the people. And I've been back 6 or 7 times since.
You're a testament to an author when they do find their passion, and being able to go to a place where you can explore and you can write about it and you just pull all of that together. I think that's truly magical. um, and Sarah, you've been with us. You were one of the OGs when it comes to the book fest. You were one of the very first authors back when Double Blind came out. You're back with us for Ivory Bones. There it is behind me. And I just want to let folks know too that in addition, everybody is going to see the links in the chat. You have your speaker page, you have your book page, and you are also the cover author on the Indie Author Magazine Reader's Edition. And of course, Ivory Bones is featured in there. Congratulations on all your amazing successes. And Sarah, thanks so much for joining us for the Book Fest.
Well, thank you, Desiree. It's been a real pleasure. I always love talking with you.
Yeah. We'll do it again. We'll do it again.
Okay.
And coming
Sounds
up
good.
next, everyone hold on tight because we're going to head into those live author chats here on the BookFest adventure. What happens when our access to books is limited, whether by one's disability, by restricted availability, or by censorship, book bans, challenges? And let's face it, there are factions that are in opposition to free speech and inclusion in many different forms. Our guest here today for the BookFest, somebody very special, is Lisa Engel. Lisa is an author as well as an avid reader. Plus, Lisa, your talents include filmmaking. You founded 90 Degrees Media, and you've been involved in board positions with organizations like the Writers and Publishers Network. And you are also someone who is legally blind. So I'm very honored that you're going to be speaking to us today because you have many different perspectives on this topic. And I think it's something that we can definitely unpack. So Lisa, thank you for being here.
Well, thank you for inviting me. I love the Book Fest, and I think it gives a great service for readers and writers alike.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, when we 6 months ago, I don't know if we could have predicted that we were in a place where we were talking about this topic in this particular way. And I think we just need to start talking about some of the limitations that might be impacting readers. Can you talk a little bit about what you might be foreseeing or predicting on the horizon?
Well, just today I was seeing in the news that we're looking at budget cuts for the PBS and NPR, and I I've listened to them. So I've gone to listening to individual podcasts actually, but still. I grew up on Sesame Street and watching those things. There was actually a show called Zoom on PBS. So I mean, and I have made a lot of use out of the Library of Congress has this a reading service for the blind, and I haven't even taken full advantage of it, but over the last 50 years, I have definitely made quite a use out of the talking book service that they have. Because for myself, I can read regular print, but it's very, very slow going. And there are people that even if they have perfect vision, maybe they're dyslexic, and it makes it very hard to read. And I just thought about with all the cuts to the different government programs, what if they cut out this talking book program? I wouldn't. There are, there are libraries. There's the Libby app, but then again, who knows?
Yeah, I think that's really important because a lot of times folks don't quite realize how something like, oh, there's going to be budget cuts. Well, great, we're cutting the budget. That's going to save everybody money. And then you don't realize the ramifications and how it impacts people down the road. And, you're very astute in pointing out, well, if there's cuts and if they're cutting this program, are they going to cut this program? It almost feels like we're inadvertently just going down the slippery slope. And different people with various abilities, you're right. Some people who are dyslexic might not necessarily, they might be able to see the words, but it might be easier for them to listen to a book, talk to them, or listen to an audiobook. And that's a whole nother discussion. But I'm curious too, because there's a lot of different factions to this. So, okay, we're talking a little bit about, if there's funding that's shut down and how that can impact people. Another important aspect of this is, I know, for example, you love listening to YA, young adult novels. And I know you mentioned too how you enjoy how different underrepresented communities, non-binary folks, autistic characters are represented. Can you talk a little bit about how it's important for us, for everybody to be able to see themselves in characters in books?
Well, it's very important. I mean, and people talk about that too, as far as even uh, movies and TV shows. The only TV show sometimes I tell people I live under a rock, so maybe I'm missing them. But the only one I can think of is the WB put out that TV series In the Dark that had a main character that was totally blind. And you don't see that very much. And you don't see, I remember back in the 90s, I think it was, they had a TV series, Life Goes On, with a developmentally disabled main character. And just being able to see yourself, I mean, and we've done a lot of work in the last, at least in the last 50 years, a lot of work getting different racial representations out there. And that's great. But these days, there's even more different kinds of racial representations that, you can't just look at somebody and know who they are. And this one book, like you said, I like YA, and this year it seems like I don't know why, but just I've been drawn to more lighter reads, and so I've been listening to a lot of romance and YA, and one author that stands out is, I don't know what the author's pronouns are, but the name is Ray Stovey, Stoeve, and the one book was about a trans boy and just his experience of transitioning, and it's something that maybe some parents might be afraid of, but it actually was very kind of vanilla in just the ways of introducing. He had to introduce his friends to the fact that he wanted a different pronoun, and just that whole experience, and having another kid to be able to read that and see that, and go, well, gee, maybe I'm not alone, and that kind of thing. And another book was just amazing. The main character was actually the most normal character in the book. I think it's called The Summer Love Strategy, and it even dealt with the different things. One of the characters was demisexual. They needed to have before they could feel a romantic feeling, they had to feel a closer connection on a different level. So there's all different people out there, and you even need to know about these people, because even if you're not on the spectrum or have a different dating strategy, then if you read about these people, you have a better understanding of them, and you won't be quite as afraid if maybe your best friend comes out to you as asexual. It takes away a little bit of that fear, this reading and ingesting this entertainment.
I think you're absolutely right, Lisa. Empathy is something that we all need nowadays, maybe even more so than ever. One of the things that we are going to talk about, and I'll discuss that towards the end, is National Library Weeks, Drawn to the Library. It's Right to Read Day, which is happening on Monday, April 7th. And, the whole idea there is there are folks who are after librarians and libraries and trying to implement book bans and book challenges. And the crazy thing is that a lot of those types of books that are being challenged and banned tend to be about the LGBTQ plus community and folks that have feminist points of view, or folks that are by people of various colors, various religions. So it seems like there is a concerted effort against books that advocate for diversity and inclusion. I'm curious, Lisa, because you mentioned fear. You brought up fear. several times, actually. Can we talk a little bit about fear? It seems to me one of the things that's happening right now is people are afraid to even speak up because of what could happen to them. What are your thoughts about fear and speaking up or not speaking up?
Well, I get it. I do. I get it. And um, I definitely understand how, you know, this is the main reason why I think people are uh, wanting to ban books is because they are afraid. And um, I'm afraid. Everybody's afraid. It's it's a natural uh, reaction. It's a natural emotion. If we didn't have fear, then um, who knows, we might jump off the cliff if we aren't afraid of it. But still, we need to figure out how we can get around that fear. And one of the ways to get around that fear is to try something, to actually take a look at something and not just dismiss it. To some people might say, I've heard this, that if you open your mind too much, your brain will fall out. And I think that's the mentality that some people have. Whereas, if you open the door, you might have a bunch of evil come in. Well, it's where you have to just make sure that you are well educated.
Yeah.
And I think education is probably the crutch for fear.
Yeah. And what holds up education in general a lot of times is books. So I always wonder about the hidden agenda and the motivation for some folks to want to tell other people's what they can and cannot read, and try to tell folks, you're right, you should be afraid of thinking of other ideas because these ideas might do something bad to you. I don't think anybody who has even half a brain is that fragile in their thinking that opening up their mind to other ideas, to other folks, to other people, to other religions, to all the other beautiful things that we are as humanity. I don't think anybody has to be afraid of that, in my opinion. So great advice there. I'm curious, can we talk a little bit about you being a writer as well? Because as much as you love to read, I know that you love to write and you're very talented at it. Can you talk about your latest book, Whiskey and Old Stogies?
Yeah, that is I'm working on the second book now. You know how writers tend to take a long time between books. So, but yeah, I try to include characters of different types of characters, and I've tried. One thing I wish I'd had a little bit more access to is more beta readers of diverse beta readers. I have an African American character, and so I wanted African American beta readers, and unfortunately, they just the people I sent it to just were too busy. Their jobs were too demanding. But I think that that's an important thing as a writer. I don't believe. See, now I'm female, and I wrote that story from a male point of view, and so that's where I believe that one of the important things for a writer to have is good alpha and beta readers. The first readers, and then the people who read it before it goes to publication, so that you can get input from different people of different persuasions. And I made sure that I asked male beta readers, does this come off appropriate. This is getting off topics. I'm sorry. But I wish I had actually put, and in the second book that I'm working on, I am planning on including more diverse characters with more like disabilities and even and different perspectives. One of the characters in this book I'm working on is actually gay and Christian at the same time. So I think that that's a underrepresented community. But I think getting input from other people is important when you're doing that.
Absolutely. Beta reader is such an important topic. Actually, tomorrow during the BookFest, Brandy June is going to be talking about getting better beta readers. So that's something that people can check out. And I think having that person, whether it's you because you wrote in the voice of a man, or somebody who is writing characters of, to your point, all the different persuasions, having somebody who can maybe read through the eyes of being a sensitivity reader, for example, and basically making sure that you're getting certain aspects of it right. Sure, there are plenty of gay Christian people in the community. You might not hear of it quite so often because they don't necessarily have the voice, but there are indeed all sorts of different types of folks out there, and having that representation is so important. I'm curious, Lisa, being a legally blind writer, and one of the things I notice, even in your book title, you're relying on the senses. How is it when you're writing, do you rely on the senses? Because when I think of whiskey and old stogies, I can smell the cigar, right? And I can, well, I don't really taste a lot of whiskey, but I can kind of taste it, you know? So I can tell you're kind of pulling in on the senses. Can you talk about that a little bit, please?
Well, I don't think that I really don't think of that as being something that I do because of limited vision. Because I think that that's important for all writers, is to pull from all the senses, and it's important so that you don't want to just tell people what the characters are looking at. You want to actually make them feel like they're there. And that's what I strive for, is to make people feel like they are there with the character. And I actually try to appeal more to the emotions and, but I like to include smells and tastes. Tastes are very important. I know a lot of people write about food. Food is a very big part of literature, it seems like.
Yeah, absolutely. And congratulations, I must say, on the book Whiskey and Old Stogies becoming longlisted for the 2021 Mark Twain Book Awards for Humor and Satire. That's quite an accomplishment, Lisa.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Especially indie published.
Yeah. And that's another aspect too. I mean, it's really great nowadays that we have the ability to write and publish on our own, or maybe through a small press or a small publisher. So congratulations on that. Can you tell us a little bit? We got a little bit of time left. Can you tell us a bit about your company as well, your 90 Degrees Media that you founded?
Well, I tell people I named it 90 Degrees Media because I'm the right angle to help you write and sell your story. And so sometimes people are very anxious to get their work out there. And I've talked to people who have actually put their stuff up there on Amazon, and then they contact me and say, can you help me promote my book? And then I go and I look at the book and I say, well, maybe you need to unpublish it and get it edited more. So I like to help people promote their books, but I also like to have them be the best book that they can before they're published. And with a lot of the indie publishing these days, it is, and it's hard too, because I got to say, I've made so much use out of these talking books that the Library of Congress has developed, but I had my own. I hired a reader and had my own book put onto an audiobook, and I submitted it to them. They haven't picked it up yet, but because they do take from publishers, and I don't even know if they. I think they do indie published books too, but trying to get, as an indie author, trying to get your book, even if you have produced it as an audiobook, trying to get it into libraries is, we're talking about access, and it's just, but as long as you have an ebook, I got to tell you this one antidote is that when I launched my book, I did a launch party. It was 2021, so I did it through Zoom, and one of the people who showed up was a totally blind friend, and I told him, I'm sorry, I won't be able to do an audiobook for a while, and he said, oh, no problem. I didn't even realize he probably uses the ebooks. As long as it's published as an ebook, he can have the ebook reader read it to him. So at least we do have that as indie published authors. We do have that kind of technology that's good for us. But my mission is to help people get their book as well written as possible, and then be able to get it as widely read as possible.
It's amazing the technology that we do have nowadays. I know that I listen to a lot of books that aren't audiobooks because you're right. I can do it right from Word nowadays, and you can do it from a PDF as well. Now, it might still kind of be a robot sounding voice, but if I'm doing dishes or something, I can still listen and get the gist of it. Kind of curious thoughts, because there's a lot of controversy right now about AI being able to voice books. On the one hand, for folks like you, that's got to be great to think, oh, I could get some really, juicy books that I might not necessarily be able to listen to otherwise, because there is no audiobook version, and I don't necessarily want to listen to robot voice in Word. But I'm just kind of curious your thoughts on that, because on the other end of that spectrum, it's a little bit scary to think that AI voiced books might be replacing real humans to do the voiceover. Thoughts on that?
Well, I'm not in favor of it being a replacement. I definitely think that humans can do the performance for an audiobook a lot better than an AI. I mean, I have just out of boredom, once I know I surfed YouTube for some of these, I think it was celebrity documentaries, and the AI voices, you could just tell that they were narrated by AI. And that's fine if that's all there is. And if that's, the access that you can get. But I do think that I prefer a human to perform the book.
Yeah. Lisa, this has been such a great conversation. I promised earlier that we would talk to folks a little bit about the National Library Week, and they're calling it Drawn to the Library, which is so important. And I think, to your point, being able to support and uplift our friends at the libraries on the Right to Read Day, which is coming up. It's Monday, April 7th. You can join us and so many others as we celebrate the right to read and spotlight the other freedoms that we are potentially losing when libraries and library workers are actually attacked and feel that they might be threatened. The Drawn to Freedom, that includes the freedom to read, the freedom to access information, the freedom to find community, the freedom to see ourselves in books represented. All of these opportunities are what libraries provide. So if folks want to get some more information, you can find out in the virtual gift bag that we're giving away at the end of the BookFest. You can also visit the our friends at Unite Against Book Bans. They do have a link. We'll put the link in the chat as always. There's a link on the BookFest website, or you can go directly to their website as well and join us in helping to celebrate and uplift everybody in the Drawn to Freedom Right to Read Day. Lisa, as we leave here, I'm just wondering, do you have any closing thoughts or advice to readers, to writers, to anybody out there who might have fear holding them back from writing or from doing the thing that they're impassioned about? Any final thoughts for us, Lisa?
I am just very thankful that that I've can listen and I can read and I can get all sorts of. I'm very thankful for libraries and for books. I really am.
Thank you, Lisa. Lisa Engel, an author, filmmaker, a reader herself, founder of 90 Degrees Media, and an advocate for accessibility in literature. Thank you so much for joining us on the BookFest. Appreciate you. And everybody stand by. More adventures await. It's the BookFest Spring 2025.
Well, hi everyone. Welcome to the BookFest Spring 2025 David Lynch Authors Panel Living the Art Life. I'm Em Marinelli, and I'll be hosting this panel of incredible authors who have written amazing books and crafted essays and created magazines all about David Lynch's art. I'm so excited to talk to you and hear your stories. And for those of you who may not know or need a refresher, who are listening in, David Lynch, who passed in 2025, was one of the most influential filmmakers of our time and famous for his experimental and surrealist style. Best known for his groundbreaking TV show Twin Peaks. Many of us in this panel are huge fans. And prequel film Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me, Mulholland Drive, The Elephant Man, and Blue Velvet, to name a few. And Lynch was a visionary artist who really elevated and transformed Hollywood. I found him when I was in college. My college housemate came home with the VHS of season 1. Yeah, the VHS. And we watched them, and then we didn't have season 2 because you couldn't find it in the video stores. So she befriended somebody who she actually didn't really like that much. You feel free to judge me, but he had season 2 on VHS, and so we like sort of pretended to be his friend so we could invite him over to watch it because, as you know, once you enter that world, you enter that world, and you don't want to leave that world. And since then, I've written pieces on Nadine Hurley and Harold Smith. Nadine is my favorite character in Twin Peaks, and Harold Smith. And I started a podcast talking to people about their Twin Peaks tattoos because I have a lot of Twin Peaks tattoos, and I thought other people did too. And then it turns out they do. And then I get to hear their stories and what their ink means to them. So I've been a fan for all of these years, and I'm just leaning fully into the obsession, and I'm totally happy with that. And I'd love to hear from each of you. How did you become a fan of David Lynch? And also, what have you written about his work? And Courtney, why don't you start us off?
I became a fan of David Lynch before I even saw anything that he wrote or filmed. I was a young child in the 1980s, and my parents, who never went to see movies, went to this film with their friends, and they came back and they were horrified. And they said, "We saw the worst film we've ever seen. It was terrible. It left a mark on us." And I was a kid, and so I was really curious, and I asked what was in it, and they were trying to explain the plot. And they said, they told me about this image that seared into my brain. They said there's a man who finds a severed ear in a field. And that just was seared into my brain, and it could never leave me. And it was a long time before I saw Blue Velvet, because I was very young when my parents saw this movie, but it always stuck with me, and I never forgot it. I still don't forget it. But that was the beginning of my love for David Lynch. And of course, eventually watched Twin Peaks when I got a little bit older and some of his other films. But that's my first encounter with David Lynch.
Fantastic. And tell us a little bit about what you've written about his work.
So I wrote a book called Laura's Ghost, Women Speak About Twin Peaks, which is a book I really wanted to write. They say, write the book you want to read. So it centers Laura Palmer and the story of Twin Peaks, and in the film Fire Walk with Me. And so I interviewed actors and people who were kind of around that character. I also interviewed women from the fan community who also had much to say about Laura Palmer and what had happened to her with her trauma. Mm-hmm. And I have a few guest essays in there as well. Willow Caitlin McClay, who's with us now, wrote an incredible essay, very, very powerful. That's included in there. But really it was about centering women's voices and centering the character of Laura Palmer in the book.
It's such a fantastic book. I have some questions to ask you all about that, but I'll save them. Thank you, Courtney, for that. Brent, let me turn it over to you. How did you become a fan, and what writings do you have?
Sure. So Twin Peaks was, the gateway drug for me, but I have a funny story, which feels very Lynchian in some respects, and it relates to Courtney's story too, which is, it was only years later that I remembered being in 4th or 5th grade. I was in elementary school where we had sort of like guest speakers come and talk to, us in the school library about things that they did. And there was a gentleman, I grew up in North Carolina, I should say. So not near Wilmington where Blue Velvet was filmed, but there was a guy who came in and he was talking about, oh yeah, like I worked on this movie called Blue Velvet. Have any of you heard about it? And of course, these little 4 and 5-year-olds were like, no. And then he proceeds to tell us a story about, well, I helped craft this broken leg, and he worked on the effects of the blood and this and that. And of course, as a kid, you're sort of morbidly fascinated by this.
He really knew his audience, right?
Right. And the thing is, I don't think he was anyone's parent, which is additionally weird. It's not like I knew, oh, that's Jim's dad who worked on the film. No clue his relationship to, 9 and 10-year-olds at the time. But that's something that I reflected back upon, when Twin Peaks came out, and I was like, oh yeah, like this guy talked about Blue Velvet. What the heck? So I'm sure we'll get into Twin Peaks and other stuff. But yeah, that was just a bombshell that went off for me when I saw it, first run, unlike anything that had been on television, certainly before and even really since. And then to the other part of your question, just things that I've written. I'm an entertainment journalist and film critic and author, and I had the chance to interview Mr. Lynch 9 times, spanning kind of 20 years. So, and it was for different outlets, both domestic and international. Some were sort of pegged to one specific film. Other times it was like really a deep dive where I got to go up and spend a lot of time with him. So I cherish those memories. And I think the sort of variety of outlets that I covered both him and his work for, certainly informed my other writing about him too.
Fantastic. Thank you, Brent. Wow, 9 times. The hours and hours of questions that I could ask you about that. It's not appropriate for BookFest, but maybe sometime we can talk more. But this is great. Thank you. Welcome. Will, I'll turn it over to you. How did you become a fan, and tell us about your writings?
Yeah, I think my interest in David Lynch sprung forth concurrently with my own cinephilia. I come from, I think, a slightly younger generation than all of my panelists. So by the time I started watching movies, it's the mid 2000s really. And David Lynch is already this classic filmmaker. He's already beloved. So I'm watching all of the movies that you're supposed to watch when you start getting into movies. I'm getting into Martin Scorsese and Francis Ford Coppola. So the new Hollywood effect on the canonization of the movies that came out in the 70s and 80s. And David Lynch is one of those directors. And so I came to Blue Velvet, and I thought, this is unlike anything that I've ever seen before. And at the time, I didn't really know what to do with it because I was probably 13 or 14 years old. And it was so unlike all of the other movies that I was gravitating to at the time, which were so like kind of rock and roll and freewheeling and narratively driven. Some like Martin Scorsese was one of my first favorite directors. So I grew with Lynch, and I grew to love his other movies over a period of time. But it probably wasn't until I started watching Twin Peaks that it really came forward for me for him to be this prominent fixture in my life, and for his art to have really affected how I go about my day-to-day life, how I approach writing and everything, because I love everything about Twin Peaks. And in the time since, I've grown to love all of his other films too. And regarding my own writings about David Lynch, Courtney has already mentioned that I have an essay in Laura's Ghost. Lynch is mentioned very briefly in my book, Corpses, Fools, and Monsters, The History and Future of Transcendent Cinema. And I have, I've been writing about Lynch since 2019 on my Patreon, covering every single episode of Twin Peaks. And I just got to the 8th episode of season 3. We've got about 9 episodes left before I'm done with that essay series.
Wow.
And it was this really weird timing. He passed away right as I was drafting that essay for the 8th episode of season 3. It felt very strange how that came together. And it ended up not really being about that episode so much as it is about the way that David Lynch's art communicates to me personally, and how my emotional reaction to it is more in line with how I feel listening to music than I do watching movies. It's more emotional, direct, straightforward, and it's a beautiful, beautiful episode. And it's one of my favorite essays I've written for that series too.
Gorgeous. I love that convergence, the synchronistic convergence of that episode and his passing. Thanks so much, Willow. Welcome. Scott, how about for you?
Well, I used to have season 2 on VHS, and I was showing it to 2 girls in college who I thought were my friends, and I recently just found out they didn't really like me. So that's real nice. Thanks for that.
So sorry.
Yeah. I actually saw The Elephant Man first as a little kid. I had no idea who David Lynch is, and I totally misread the film as much as you could misread it. I was 11 years old. I thought it was a horror film. I thought I couldn't go to sleep on my back or I would die that night. I was petrified to go to bed, and it just creeped me out totally. But what really got me into it, like everyone else, was Twin Peaks on here. I mean, it just changed everything for me. And then as far as writing goes, I am the managing editor of the Blue Rose magazine for like another week or two. And then I've written books about Fire Walk with Me, Lost Highway, and the music of Twin Peaks.
Great. Thank you all. Welcome. I just love hearing about your work, and it's so exciting to be able to talk to you. Scott, since you mentioned the Blue Rose, maybe you and Courtney can speak a little bit about the magazine and also the upcoming last issue. Maybe by the time this airs, it will be out, but just to say, yeah, tell us a little bit about the magazine and the conception of it and where it is now. Courtney, do you want to start? Scott, go ahead. Yeah, start.
I was just going to say we started it in 2017 because Twin Peaks was coming back for a 3rd season, and we've done 18 issues over 8 years covering so much of his work. The magazine covers more than Twin Peaks, but that's what brought it back to us. And as for the final issue, we have David Lynch on the cover, and it's very much a tribute to him and his life. We have some really special interviews, including one with his daughter, Jen Lynch, that is extremely moving. She shares so much. It's been great. And I could never have done the magazine without Courtney because she knows where to put commas.
Yes, we've been doing the magazine a long time, and we decided to stop now that David Lynch has passed away. It felt like the right time. So we hope this is a loving tribute to David Lynch. And like Scott said, we have some really special interviews and really special contributions and essays. And we are really happy with how it's shaping up.
I'm really excited for it. Congratulations on all those years and all of those issues, and just like all of the writing and incredible contributions that people have made and that you two have created. So, and John as well. But so thank you for that. A lot of you have alluded to the kind of the severed ear and the kind of underbelly, the shadow side, and the grotesqueness and grittiness of a lot of Lynch's work. And that's appealing to me watching it, because it was somehow refreshing to see that curtain lifted back on, the sort of what's behind the white picket fences, a severed ear and sexual violence, kind of like speaking truths to what a lot was of what is happening, truly happening behind closed doors. And I'm curious to hear from each of you how his work resonates for you, and also, because a lot of it's kind of weird, why you think more broadly it other people in like wider audiences connect to it as well. And maybe Brent, would you like to start with that?
Oh, no pressure, right? I'll say, I'm sure the adjective I probably already mentioned it, and it will get bandied about here, Lynchian, right? Is kind of a fascinating litmus test. I don't know that there is an incorrect answer, but I've probably over the years read 200 different descriptions of what Lynchian means, right? And that things that delve into the darkness that you sort of alluded to, and being an appealing part of his work. And I guess I'm trying to sort of unpack some of this in the book that I'm currently working on. But for me, it was always not just weird, or really not weird at all. I think Lynchian and his work, it taps into something that is deeply, inherently truthful. And we sense that. We may not be able to articulate it. In fact, I think a lot of times we can't, but there are elemental foundational truths that are then sort of at odds with those thoughts, or they're framed in a way that's slightly unsettling and confusing. And it's that cognitive dissonance that we feel about feeling something that is super true, that we know just inside of ourselves with all of the other trappings. And that was always a big appeal of his work to me. Certainly when I was younger, it was, and it's, in retrospect, I look back and absolutely 100% it set me off on the career path that I chose to follow, because I was interested in beyond the teenage vernacular of that was awesome or that sucked. I wanted to unpack the depth of my own feelings about how I felt. You know, how could I be so unnerved or confused by something and just drawn like a moth to a flame, you know? And so I think his work inherently, it explores things that we know to be true, and it's the manner in which they are presented to us and the form and frame that is so different. I'm not sure if I answered your question now, but
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the truth. It's the truth and how it's presented in this incredible aesthetic that's unlike any other I've ever seen. But that truth that speaks to us and draws us in. Yeah, gorgeously said. Gorgeously said. Courtney, let me just turn over to you this question about the same question.
Sure. I think Brent touches on something that's really correct in that the truth of it, the world is weird and dark. And so the art's going to reflect that. And I think that's why people respond to it. Not everybody responds to it. Not everybody wants to take a look at that. But it reminds me of, in Lynch's book, Catching the Big Fish. And he's talking about how he gets ideas and art. And he says that, the world is as you are. So you're bringing everything, your experience, everything that you have with you when you're seeing a film. And he leaves spaces for us to enter that with all of our stuff. Sometimes filmmakers, tell us what to think or, over kind of explain things, but he leaves that room where we can kind of bring our own stuff and tap into what we want to tap into. For example, years ago, when I first saw Eraserhead, it was a horror film for me. It was, what Henry does to Spike was so horrific. And I loved it, but I also had a visceral reaction. Well, I saw Eraserhead again about a week ago, and it was screened on the big screen. And, I've been a mom for 2 years. And so my life has changed a lot. And so when the little baby Spike Eraserhead is Eraserhead is screaming constantly, and Charlotte Stewart's character goes over to him and she says, "Shut up, shut up, shut up." I laughed so hard. I thought it was amazing because I've been in that place. I've been in that dark place I love my child, but I've been in that dark place. And I think that's why it resonates is, no matter what you're bringing to the work of your own experience, you're going to find something new and different every time you see Lynch's work. And because you're going to be different and you're bringing everything you have with you. And that's why I love hearing other people's interpretation of it, because it is also indicative of their own, experience and who they are.
Beautiful. It reflects it back. And I love that you talked about leaving the spaciousness for us to make our own associations. And for me, every time I watch Twin Peaks, which has now been hundreds of times, I don't even know how many times, I find something new every single time because of who I am in the moment. Like you're saying, as a mom now, you see it differently. So I love that. Willow, how about for you?
I kind of have a similar feeling as Courtney with Lynch's work. I'll tell a story. A friend of mine visited me a couple years ago, and she was new to watching David Lynch's movies. So one evening, I asked her if she had seen Eraserhead, and she said no, and we decided to watch it. And it was super late in the evening, probably close to that midnight movie kind of vibe. And by the end of it, she was crying, and she asked me, "I don't understand why I'm crying." And I think that the reasoning for that is like, maybe we don't understand why we're so drawn into what David Lynch is showing us. Maybe it's something more elemental. And I think that if you open yourself up to his art and fully approach it as fully and as clearly as you can and give yourself over to it, you will have some sort of emotional or spiritual response. And I'm not saying that David Lynch is necessarily for everyone, but if you approach him at his own, if you approach him on a level ground with what he's showing you, you will experience something. And I think that that's important. And I think that another reason why he struck such a chord for so many viewers is he's a melodramatic filmmaker. He believes in sincerity. So you have this deep feeling of contrast in his work. He'll show you something dark, but he'll show you something beautiful. And they're intertwined around one another, and they're communicating with one another, and both of them matter. And that's never more clear than through, in my opinion, the character of Laura Palmer, where I think that she's the sun of his work. Everything has moved around her ever since he started making Twin Peaks. His movies became different. His art became different. His way of looking at movies became different. He was suddenly interested in the things that these women who are in trouble are feeling. And he really respects the depth of that feeling. He will take you to like the bottom of your soul with these women who are struggling, and he has an empathetic response to it. I don't think that he is showing violence or the threat of violence to merely make some broader point about the world in which these characters live in, but something that he's trying to get us to interact with, where we can really feel for another person in the way that they've experienced the world. And I've always been drawn to that element of Lynch's work. As a trans woman, I rarely ever feel loved by movies. I wrote about this in my book, but I always feel with Lynch, I do have space to kind of feel appreciated, because while a character like Laura Palmer isn't a trans woman, she's kind of become this symbolic trans woman for a lot of people like me. Even the phrase "fix your hearts or die" has become, I mean, you've seen it on protests, like on protest signs in the last, ever since the inauguration. So Lynch is obviously important for people like me.
Willow, yes, yes, yes. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. I love everything that you said. Thank you. Scott, how about for you?
Well, I was thinking when I was talking with Jen Lynch when we were doing the interview, I was telling her that I was writing an article that day for the Blue Rose that's about his endings, where I'm looking at all of his endings because we're kind of dealing with an ending. And her advice to me was, she goes, well, remember, you don't watch one of my dad's movies, you feel it. And I thought, oh, what a great way to explain it. It's true. You don't sit down like you're going to watch Die Hard. That's not what you're doing when you're doing a David Lynch movie. And if you think like, oh, what would it be like to live with a spouse that was so jealous that he was going to kill you any day? Well, it wouldn't. It would be as dark and scary as Lost Highway is. And what if you came to Hollywood and you thought you were going to be a star and your heart got broken and you had nothing? It would look like Mulholland Drive. So I would say, I don't know. I think that's the answer to it.
Yeah, fantastic, Scott. Thank you. Willow, going back to you, kind of bringing in Laura Palmer. I mean, I want to talk to you and Courtney a little bit about Laura's Ghost and writing about Laura Palmer. When it came out, when your book came out, it was such a breath of fresh air for me, just in this sort of, at the time, a very male-dominated space in terms of writing about Lynch. And then this book comes out elevating women's voices, particularly talking about Laura's experiences. And I wanted to ask each of you what it was like to write about Laura from this place of having agency and being empowered in her choices and decisions versus a narrative of her just being a victim, right? And so I'd like to hear how that was for each of you. And maybe Courtney, do you want to start?
Sure. It was powerfully cathartic for me because it was a very personal book. I wanted to write a book that I would want to read. And so I did have to, it wasn't all about me, but I did have to inject myself a few times in the beginning and in the end because of my own past history of childhood abuse. And I, for so long there, like you said, there were so many conversations that were happening among women about Laura Palmer, but they just weren't making it to the major voices, the major outlets, the major, podcasts that were going on. And so that's what the impetus for me to write the book. And so I had this idea, and I wanted to center around Laura Palmer, and I wanted to center it around, how women experienced her, because not every woman I talked to either talked about being abused or were abused. It wasn't always about trauma, but it was about finding themselves, kind of like what Willow was talking about too, finding themselves in that character, bringing your own experience to that character. And so that's what really did it for me. And I thought it was really important to center women's voices and have women only those voices in there. And so I thought it was really powerful to talk about Laura and her agency and her strength. But while I was writing it, I also wanted to talk about victimization. For a long time, we especially when I was writing this book, we talked about survivors of abuse. But one of the things I realized was not everybody wants to be considered a survivor. Like I went through this period where I said, I'm actually a victim. I survived it. Yeah. And it was based on something that Roxane Gay wrote about, not everybody is a survivor necessarily. It's okay to use the word victim. And so I wanted to use the language that was appropriate, that came from each woman, how she wanted to frame that. But I had this realization among myself too, that yes, I have agency in saying that I'm not a survivor, that I am a victim or was a victim, but it is also completely okay to say you're a survivor as well. And so that's what was important to me, is having women characterize their own experience, like Willow did amazingly in her essay. And that also plays into Laura Palmer's agency for herself and her, and choosing how she would live or she would perish.
Yeah, the power of language, being able to create and choose our own language to describe our experiences instead of having that ascribed to us. Fabulous, Courtney. How about for you, Willow? What is it like to write about Laura?
I think it's necessary to point out that Courtney got in touch with me after the essay that was published in that book was published on my website first. Courtney read it after I published it, and I think I published it a few months after the third season of Twin Peaks had ended. And I was just so profoundly affected by the ending of The Return, and I wanted to speak about my own history with abuse and my own interpretation of that ending, which I think is still rather unique among Twin Peaks fans. I think that the entire third season is about the failure of Dale Cooper. And it's when writing about Laura Palmer, I'm always kind of also writing about myself. But with this character, I always wanted to approach her with the same level of grace that I felt David Lynch did. And with that essay, Northern Star, I wanted to really underline the importance of this character and the importance of Fire Walk with Me. It's important to remember that Fire Walk with Me wasn't liked when it came out. It got trashed by critics, and it took many, many years for it to be a movie that broader cinephile cultures adapted to. It's a relatively recent phenomenon that people like that movie. I know that when I became obsessed with David Lynch, I was posting on movie forums, and I would say like, "Oh, Fire Walk with Me is my favorite movie," and that's in Lynch's filmography. And people used to give me grief for it because they're like, "Oh, that one's no good. It doesn't make any sense." These very silly criticisms to levy at a David Lynch film of all things. And I needed to say my piece with that film and with that character. And I've written about Fire Walk with Me many, many times since then. I recently had an essay published in Little White Lies to honor Lynch after his passing about one particular scene in the film where I feel like that the log lady actually sees her. And it's the only time that anyone ever sees her in all of Twin Peaks. Everyone else puts their own ideas of who she should be on top of her. Everyone has this perspective of who she should be, and the log lady is the only person who sees her for who she is. And it's such an affecting scene, and I've come back to that one a lot over the years, but especially since Lynch has passed. And I just think that he saw her and he was empathetic towards her in a way that I think is really appealing towards women viewers in particular. I think that we I don't want to speak for all of us, but so many of us who do love Twin Peaks love it because Lynch cared for what she was feeling. And that's why I love the character and love that film.
Beautiful. And that reminds me of just what was being spoken on earlier around empathy and compassion. Even if you don't have that experience, to be able to write from that experience and direct from the truth of that experience for her, and to honor her agency, which Fire Walk with Me certainly does. I agree with that, Willow, too. It's such a great film. And you're right. It's just coming around. People are finally understanding what we've known for so long, that it's amazing. It only took people so many years. Thank you for that. I wanted to ask you, Brent, a little bit about, well, first of all, if there's anything that you want to share from having interviewed David Lynch 9 times, that's the first question. So maybe let's start there.
I will avoid the easy trap of, falling into a Lynch impression. Except to say that, maybe it's this, right? That you get the finger waving. And what I loved about him, because I came to interview him at a very young age. I was editor-in-chief of a free weekly paper, and I shot my shot where I was like, this is at the time when he had all this creative work he was doing with his eponymous website, and I said, hey, I want to unpack that, and then also sneakily talk to you about the Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me deleted scenes that are held up in limbo. And so I went up to his house in the Hollywood Hills, and it was everything that you wanted. They say don't meet your heroes or idols or whatever, but I had the benefit of being young but not dumb, in the sense that I wasn't looking for or needing him to explain his work or validate my theories about it. I'd read probably a number of bad interviews where people tried to do that and failed. And so, it was a conversation about creativity and ideas, and that's what he sparks to. And so he will sit there and he's perfectly comfortable, or was perfectly comfortable, closing his eyes for 45 seconds and just, as he's talking, sort of waving his hands, he's communicating some truth to him. And so that was beautiful. There was a beautiful lack of self-consciousness in those conversations, and they hold a special place in my heart. All the in-person ones, especially, because when you weren't trying, to again sort of get him to maybe co-sign a theory about his work, he was not weird or unusual. He was someone who was so in tune with himself, as I think Kyle MacLachlan and others have spoken really movingly about, like, just his authentic, true, genuine, creative self. He was plugged into that, and if you were talking to him about those things that interested him, it was so beautiful.
Thank you, Brent. Thank you for sharing that, and your experience of actually being with him, and what it felt like, and what it was, and that truth again that comes out with being with him in his presence, but also in his work. You're writing a book about, not about him being a director or filmmaker, but him as an actor, which I think is amazing and exciting. Tell us about the choice to focus on his acting.
I'm really honored to be here with my fellow panelists, and who've written, some incredible books and essays about Lynch's work. I felt like I had fruitful interviews with him over the years, and it was such a joy to be able to unpack his work and his career more broadly for different audiences. But whenever I had the idea of tackling something longer form, it was super intimidating, because so much has been already written about Lynch, I think very deservedly so. And I felt like, oh, well, what can I add, or what is different? What's the hook? And Zelly and Me was a film that I had seen probably, along with Scott and Courtney, who came to Twin Peaks in the first run. Willow, your experience may have been differently, but at that time it was, oh, I'm super interested now in everything that Kyle MacLachlan is doing and Mark Frost is doing and all the other writers and directors and actors. And I've just vacuumed up all that. And so Tina Rathborn, who was an episodic director on Twin Peaks, she had made this film with Isabella Rossellini. And David Lynch, who was dating Isabella Rossellini at the time, just before Twin Peaks, he appeared as an actor. He appeared playing the sort of boyfriend of her nanny character. And I'd seen it. It is a very unique film in many ways. I won't enumerate them all, but it does center female voices at a time when that was super rare in studio fare. And to jump back to sort of the main point, thinking about how to write about David Lynch differently, I began to reflect on sort of a change in his work, in his mindset, that I think did flow from Twin Peaks. And I think Willow spoke, quite intelligently and beautifully about that. I think he did become enamored with, fixated on, fascinated by the character of Laura Palmer. I also think that world was something that he wanted to step into. And we saw that with the character of Gordon Cole. And so I was interested in this period, this kind of transitory period that, found him sort of, quote unquote, just doing a favor for someone like Tina Rathborn and stepping in and playing this very small supporting role to Gordon. The role of Gordon Cole was initially conceived as just a voice cameo. And then he literally, appears and steps into the series. And then there's other films and appearances as well. And that there seemed to be a through line. And I became really just fascinated on a personal level with unpacking what Twin Peaks meant to him, how the character of Gordon Cole represented the complexity of those feelings, the depth of those feelings. And then it was also a really fun way to explore, all these other things. Like, is David Lynch voicing a bartender on the Cleveland Show? Yes, he is. There was that. There was the Fablemans. There's a lot of sort of quirks and curios out there that were really fun to explore as well. So it's that was the nature of the work, and the book, is going to be The Dreamer's Path, Twin Peaks, and David Lynch as an actor, because hopefully it addresses both of them kind of substantively and in a informed way, but also a fun way for some people to really have a chance to recollect on, the making of those works.
I'm so excited for it, Brent. I'm ready for this. I think the community is also ready for it because it hasn't been focused on in the way that you're talking about and from the perspective that you're talking about. So yay. Yay, yay, yay. Bring it. Let's have it. Thank you so much. Scott, you have written a lot of books, and you've written books on Lost Highway and Fire Walk with Me, and then your new book, Always Music in the Air, is about the music of Twin Peaks. And in all of your books, there's you in the books and your stories, but there's also and kind of analysis of things, but there's also a lot of incredible interviews from production folks, cast, crew, just you name it, for all of these projects. And really what you've done is created these like beautiful and important oral histories that are now forever like preserved in this way, which I think I'm so grateful for. And I imagine a lot of people, maybe people who are listening and watching, are also grateful for. Tell us why your decision to create that format, and also any kind of like fun or like spicy things that you've learned from interviews that you've done, just like some hits of spice.
Well, first of all, I know Brent's like showing off about how he went up to the house. Well, I want you to know that I had a Twin Peaks friend of mine drive me past David Lynch's house. I jumped out of the car. They zoomed up. I did a selfie in front of the house. They came back down the hill. I dove in the car and got out of there. So I think that's the same as being invited in. And, you probably had coffee with David Lynch too. It was fine. I did a selfie, and I do have a picture in front of the Lost Highway house.
It's pretty much the same thing. You're right. Yeah.
It's the same.
It's equivalent of what Brent did. Yeah.
It's like 9 times and diving in my friend's car as we go past. Same. The reason that I think the thing is all of us have these theories about David Lynch, like Courtney was saying, like, oh, now when she sees Eraserhead, she can't remove her own child from this experience. And that's how all of us feel about every single David Lynch movie. So when I sit down to write a book about one of his movies, I don't want to say what I think, and I never do. I don't really, in any of my books, I'm not there to what I call Lynch-splain you, because it's not a good look. And also, like, supposedly there's an essay on YouTube that says, I will explain everything about Twin Peaks to you in this 4-hour thing. No, you won't. You can't. No one can explain a David Lynch movie, not even David Lynch. All that can happen is it can roll over you. So therefore, how are you going to cover it when you write a book? And to me, it's talking to the people that helped him create his art. So talking to the DPs, Peter Deming for Lost Highway or Ron Garcia for Fire Walk with Me. Their stories are incredible. And, you learn, like, if we go to Fire Walk with Me, there's a very famous shot of Laura Palmer and Moira Kelly laying on these couches, having a discussion after school, and the camera is way high. And this was, before you could put any camera anywhere. They had huge cameras. So talking with Ron Garcia of why was the camera placed in the ceiling, and then why does the scene end so tight on Laura's face that there's nothing that can escape her? It's a beautiful scene. And I don't want to say, oh, it's because Bob is getting her or something like that. I really want to know about the art of it. So that's what my books are about. And then with Peter Deming in Lost Highway, they film, it's very dark. And there's a dark hallway that Bill Pullman walks down and he just disappears. And I mean, you're not supposed to say like something's the greatest, but it's like the most impressive thing ever captured on film. It's slightly impossible because if you watch a movie that's in the dark, it always gets pixelated, but this doesn't get pixelated and he just disappears. And I wanted to know, so I interviewed the camera operator, the DP, the set design, the makeup artists who had to make sure that Bill Pullman's makeup wouldn't mess it up. All these people worked together because David Lynch wanted this character to slowly disappear down a hallway. And those little things, that's what my books are about, because I want to know how. I want to know how the sausage was made. Spicy enough for you? I brought it back to sausage. See, that was the spice.
Spicy sausage. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. That's great. Thank you, Scott. Yeah, and your books really do capture all of those things and answer a lot of questions and have like never before like information that you wouldn't get anywhere else. So it's really powerful what you've done.
And I want to throw it back to you. I'm going to take over, just like everyone knew I was going to eventually, and say that you are hosting a online class about the healing magic of Twin Peaks, and you're a therapist in real life. And I'm curious, why can Twin Peaks just think if there's people watching this that don't know who David Lynch is and the things we've talked about, but it is healing. Like, can you say a little bit about, from a therapist point of view, like why is this stuff healing to all of us?
Well, I think it just like it's about what everyone's already talked about around compassion and empathy, and to be able to see some of our own experiences in whatever way reflected back. And again, the veil lifted into these dark places. I think that many of us find Twin Peaks, especially because of some of our experiences, whatever they are, traumatic experiences, or just like wanting the weirdness of the world to be in front of us and to go, oh, right, the world is weird and hard and dark and strange. And there is magic in the world. There are synchronicities. There are magical things in the woods that happen. There are these transpersonal and spiritual elements that are there. And so, you and I were thinking about that and putting together this series of workshops, which if folks are interested, you can go to the bluerosemag.com and sign up. We've got a couple spots. We've got some spots left, but we're going to be focusing on, it's online, it's on Zoom. We're going to be focusing on dreams and doing dream analysis. I'm a therapist. I love dream analysis. I do it all day, every day. It's so much fun. I play in the world of dreams a lot. And then we're going to talk about seers, the kind of the more of the psychic elements, the folks in the show, like Sarah Palmer, for example, who really does have access to these transpersonal and spiritual dimensions. And then Laura, of course. Laura is the one centralizing a lot of what we've talked about already. And then the last one is the aesthetics of Twin Peaks. So looking at what are the production elements, what is the setting, how is the town of Twin Peaks its own character, and what are the archetypes represented there, right? The double R diner as home or hearth, things like that. So we're going to get together online with a bunch of Twin Peaks wonderful weirdo nerds and play and explore and talk to each other and do dream analysis. I'm ready for that. Sign me up for that. Oh, wait, I'm co-hosting it with you. Scott, I can't wait. It's going to be so much fun. Yeah. Thank you for bringing that back in. I love that. In a little bit of time we have left, I wanted to, bring in the sort of title of our panel, which is, about the art life, and offer that, Lynch really was interested in cultivating and living a philosophy of the art life, which is prioritizing art, centralizing art, having time for creative process, catching, I think Courtney mentioned the fish that come through, the ideas that float in, particularly in moments of meditation or stillness, and then seeing where they go, even if they don't go anywhere, but just playing and exploring. And for me, when I meditate or when I walk in the woods, I really try to tap into and make space for those fish to come in, and then write them down or voice memo them to myself. I make time to write every day, even if it's just for 5 minutes, because it matters to me to do that, to keep writing, and dancing and other things that are artistic things that bring me joy. And I just want to hear from each of you. What does living the art life mean to you, and how do you hold that in your creative processes? And maybe Courtney, you could start us off.
Sure. I think the number one thing is, like you said, making space and time for it, which is really difficult. A lot of us have jobs or families or just stuff that's going on in our lives. And even just getting in the mental headspace can be difficult to do that. So making time and making space, thinking about art, interacting with art, even if you're a writer or you're an artist, you're making it. But I also think you should be, I don't want to use the word consume because it has sort of had this capitalistic, but you should be interacting with art. You should be seeing it. You should be experiencing it. And you should be talking about it with other people. That's what inspires me. And also when I was thinking about the art life too, and this may not be sort of the positive, aspect of this, but I think it's important is, as writers and artists, you're going to get criticized, and not everybody's going to get what you like. They're not going to like it. They may say mean things about it. A lot of people watching might be writers themselves. And that should spur you on. One of the most negative comments I got that really kind of got to me about Laura's Ghost was someone wrote, "Laura deserved better." And I was thinking, she really did, but this is the book that I wanted to write because I wanted to read it. And I gave my heart and my soul. I had to go to therapy while I was writing it. So she absolutely deserved better, but I gave it my all. And that's all that matters. So not everybody's going to like what you do, but keep doing it. That's what matters. Do it no matter what. Get your voice out there, get your vision out there, even if people don't get it.
Absolutely. Keep doing it. Willow, how about for you?
For me, the art life is the pursuit of something beautiful. It's so easy to get bogged down in the structures of life, but I find that art can kind of liberate yourself from those structures. And I never try to structure my day to such a degree where like I'm doing this and this and this and this and this and only ever these things. I like to give myself the space to allow myself to be creative if creativity comes to me. And I think that the art life for me is something that I'm in pursuit of. It's not necessarily about art so much for me as it is about joy. And I find that in the case of Lynch, doing art, creating art every single day did bring him joy. And not all of this art he shared with us, not all of this art, I'm sure but I'm sure he cherished all of it. And I'm sure he cherished the time that he spent with it. And I think that as artists, I think that it allows us to tap into something really inner and inside of ourselves where we can fully understand what we want and what we need better. I know in the case of my own experiences with creating art that it allows me to have some level of control over the madness of like just being alive, like just being a person is chaotic, but art is this beautiful place where you can play around with that chaos and put your own identity into it and say what you need to say, and you don't even necessarily have to share it with other people. You can do it for yourself, and if you do it for yourself, I think that that's healthy. And that's always been my mantra with art. It's about joy and happiness and finding contentment in what I'm creating, because if I'm happy with what I've made, then everything else that comes with it is just a bonus.
Fantastic. Thank you, Willow. Yeah, absolutely. Brent, how about for you?
Such beautiful and evocative answers. I mean, I would echo them 100%. I think personally, it's the art life represents keeping as your North Star something that you have passion and interest in. I can't imagine a more empty life than getting up every day and doing something that you don't have a vested interest in, that isn't interesting to you, that you're just trying to scrape by and make a couple $100, to pay the rent or something like that. I will say, sort of leaping off and kind of what Courtney and Willow talked about, that to me, the beautiful thing about David Lynch's promulgation of the art life would be that it absolutely, I think it applies maybe to a lot of people listening to this panel with respect to their own creative lives. But it always struck me that the manner in which she talked about it, it didn't only mean people who were creative, either professionally and just avocationally as a hobby, that having an open heart and mind by definition means that you are going to be brokenhearted in life, and that you are going to be like riven by anxiety and uncertainty. But a large part, not all, but a portion of his work seemed to address that. And certainly the degree to which he interacted with and talked about his work, when he talked about it, he seemed to be saying, at least to me, that, those feelings are going to find you anyway in life. Life will grind you down, and you will be depressed and angry, and you will experience loss. But to have an open heart and mind is the way, it's the path to choose. And so you don't have to be, out there actively creating necessarily. I think I think when people have that outlet, it's fantastic and it's beneficial to them, as Willow said, in ways that have nothing to do with how it's received or how much you're paid for it or whatever else. But also, just retaining that sense of childlike openness, not childish, but childlike, because, life is so tough, but if you're not open to it, then when you do experience hurt and loss in life, it hurts so much more. It hurts so much more than when you have all the beauty that you've left your heart open to.
Beautiful. Thank you, Brent. Love it. Scott, how about for you?
I've been watching The Art Life, which is a documentary about David Lynch, which is where that, this sort of comes from. And one of the things that strikes me in that documentary is how much he's just sitting in a chair doing nothing, and they keep coming back to it. And that is the art life that I try to explain to people so much, that a lot of times I'm just sitting there. It's because I'm thinking. And you can't, like, yes, you paint or you type or you print, but you think. And that is the art life, is sitting there doing nothing. A lot of times I'm actually working. I'm not trying to get out of taking out the garbage. No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm thinking. And there's no way Laura could have deserved better than Laura's Ghost. So forget that person, Courtney. Your book is absolutely perfect. Laura could not have done better with that.
Thank you, Scott. And I agree with what you just said. I'd like to just take a very quick, like less than a minute each, to just say, all of your people will buy your books, add to cart all of these books, including Brent's pre-order, if we can, whenever we can, that you'll get all the information about that and how to find everybody. But just a really quick round of anything you're working on next, a next project, a next sketch that you're doing. It doesn't have to be something around writing, but just something in the world of the art life that you're working on. Scott, do you want to start us off?
I'm working on, like I said, the Always Music in the Air and the final Blue Rose. So that's where I'm at.
How about for you, Willow?
I have a few books that I'm in the progress of working on right now that I can't talk about, but they will be of interest to people who like David Lynch. In one of these books, there's a chapter on Inland Empire, so just stay tuned. And in the meantime, I'm writing about Twin Peaks every month on my Patreon, so I'm always thinking about and writing about David Lynch.
Fabulous. And I have to just say once again, Corpses, Fools, and Monsters, add to cart all these books. I can't stop. I'm obsessed with this book, and Willow offline we're going to talk more. Courtney, how about for you?
Yes, real quick. Definitely subscribe to Willow's Patreon, because I have been for a long time. And it's like the most consistent film criticism that I read, because it's so good. I love it. Even when she's not writing about David Lynch, which she does write about David Lynch a lot, which I love. I am working on the next issue of The Blue Rose with Scott. It's our final issue, and it's going to be a tribute to David Lynch. I also have a novel that's been percolating for a while too. So hopefully that's my next step, is getting that novel published. I won't say much more because I need the ideas to percolate before I say anything. I need that art life, that stopping and thinking. But that's coming up next for me.
That's so exciting. Courtney, have you written fiction before, or is this your first?
I have written fiction before. I've written short fiction, poetry, but I've never written a full novel. So this will be my first, hopefully.
Super exciting. I can't wait. Brent, how about for you?
So yeah, right now, I'm kind of all focused on The Dreamer's Path, Twin Peaks, and David Lynch as an actor, sort of trying to bring that into harbor. And it's a lot of fun, very involving, and interesting work. But I do have an idea for something else that I've, out of necessity, sort of turned that burner on to get a couple things going on as well. So those are the big projects now, in addition to, film criticism and other short form writing.
Yeah. You all do so much, and I am so inspired by all of what you do, and I have learned so much and continue to learn from all of you. And I just want to thank you so much for taking the time to come together, particularly after his passing, to honor him and his work and his art, but also the art that we make based on the art that he's made. And it's a perfect timing for Willow's cat to come in also as we're saying goodbye, and just wanting to appreciate all of you. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Em.
Thank you. Kermit says thanks too.
The BookFest Award Winner Spotlight, featuring 12 Steps for White America with William Watson. While launching his book, William faced unexpected challenges. He had a ruptured appendix that landed him in the hospital. But despite this, he's laughing. The good times, right? Despite this, 12 Steps for White America is indeed making an impact. It's sparking controversy across the country. It sparked controversy right here at BookFest headquarters when people were like, Desiree, what's going on with this book? And I don't think that's an accident. This book, by intention, is a bit provocative. So, William, you're a Aspen Institute presidential fellow, a former psychotherapist, and indeed you are a pioneer of equity innovations in higher education, focusing on social justice, democracy, and a little bit of recovery in there. Tell us,
Yeah.
why did you write this book?
Well, the book has been germinating in me for a long time, and I think that something happened toward the end of my 20-year career in higher education. I was assessing, I was looking back, I was looking forward, I was thinking, what is it that is uniquely mine to give? And in that context, the Cathedral Notre Dame in Paris was on fire. Literally, as I spoke to a colleague about the future, we were at a conference and we were saying, oh man, commiserating about things in higher education. And she, a Black woman president, was exhaling some of the conditions she goes through every day about what is it like to be a Black woman leader in higher education. And I was commiserating about the masochism of leadership in higher education as well. And she said, it's just some days it's a lot to handle. And I jokingly, trying to, lift the mood, as I'm a little bit of a jokester, and I said, hey, white people need to work their program. And I was ready to move right on. It was just a quick remark. And she said, whoa, wait a minute. What are you going to do about that right there? And 12 Steps for White America book and workbook and audiobook is the actual result of me letting her know that I was going to do something about what I had just said.
That's such a great story and so important. And we're kind of laughing a little bit, but it was true. So when your book was entered into the BookFest Awards, it got elevated to me because we basically have rules in place here that if anything looks like it could be offensive and on the surface, but that was done on purpose. Can you talk about the colors that you're using and the bold font and just kind of confronting straight on that white America needs to take these steps? Can you talk about that?
Well, when the 1619 Project came out, leaders were talking about how, things can be really provocative even in the titling of it. And I just thought, well, for me, it was even before then because, and I'll show you this, when Ta-Nehisi Coates' book came out, We Were 8 Years in Power, I, of course, immediately just jumped to, oh, that's about the Obama administration, because that's when it came out, right after the Obama administration. And then, of course, to realize what the book is really about, it's about those 8 years of Reconstruction after the Civil War. And so it was one of those great titles that actually made you do the work just to even get started with the book. And I just thought that was so brilliant, and I just aspired to that kind of engagement with my readers. I wanted readers to have an experience of it even from the very beginning that was a teaching, learning opportunity. And so 12 Steps for White America, obviously for somebody like me who's been in recovery for 38 years, I'm thinking, well, there's something about white America that needs a 12-step recovery plan. But a lot of people think or misthink about the book that, oh, maybe this is how white people can continue to get ahead or promote things that, we have had plenty of in this 400-year experiment of democracy, and we don't need any more. Actually, the book is a pathway toward truth, reconciliation, and renewal by people doing their individual work, which I call repentance, atonement, and redemption.
There are people right now who do not believe you, William. There are people who are going to rail against you and rail against this book. We are in such precarious times, and my not so subtle subtext right now, right here, is that there are these factions actively trying to divide us, trying to eliminate progress and programs in education and elsewhere in terms of diversity and equity. What do you want to say to those folks right now?
Not much. And by that, I mean this. So much of my book is transferring the problem-solving principles of what I have practiced for 38 years to be sober. It's not the actual steps for Alcoholics Anonymous per se that I'm transferring and teaching people, of course. It's the underlying problem-solving principles. So in AA, for example, the first step is we admitted we were powerless over alcohol and that our lives had become unmanageable. Well, the underlying very simple and what it has taken for us to evolve as a species problem-solving principle underlying that step is, hey, there's a problem. And that's all I'm doing. I'm just saying, what are the common sense, basic problem-solving principles that we need to apply here that we've applied to everything else across thousands of years to evolve as a species to become who we are today? That's all this is. Now, AA has brilliantly dealt with those problem-solving principles and applied it to alcoholism in the 20th century. But the problem-solving principles I'm presenting here are applied toward how do we deal with racialized marginalization in America? And how do we apply that toward becoming a democracy that we have envisioned throughout the civil rights movement, even before, since we've been working toward an American experiment with democracy where at some point the fullest realization of that would be race no longer predicts outcomes. Now, if people So the alcoholism model is very important. I transfer not only just the problem-solving principles, but I transfer the spirit of that program as well. And part of it is, if you're not ready to get sober, there's not very much Alcoholics Anonymous can do for you. There's not much your sponsor can do for you. There's not much rehab can do for you. You have to reach a bottom where you experience a turning point and you say, hey, this is, my life's not working anymore and I want something different, better. I want to survive. And look at the conditions we are in American society right now. The zeitgeist has people in disarray. We're anxious. We're worried. We're trying to center ourselves in the mid of an onslaught, which for many people comes as a first experience. But I literally heard someone recently saying, oh, this fire hose of dismantling democracy. Well, first of all, my book teaches that democracy hasn't failed as much as we have yet to try it. And about those fire hoses, there are some among us who have been experiencing fire hoses for generations, but now we all are experiencing fire hoses. And so it becomes something of an urgency that perhaps it wasn't when privilege allowed us to disassociate ourselves from the conditions of some people in society.
I love how you analogize this with the 12-step program. By the way, I know other authors who have done this in different ways too, where they've taken the 12 steps and used it as their model.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think it's interesting too that basically you have to admit that there's a problem and there's people who are just experiencing this fire hose, I guess, for the first time. You know, welcome to this time and place in history.
Right, right.
I'm curious about your firsthand experience working for an African American woman, the first Black woman, I might add, to graduate from Ole Miss Law School, because you saw it. You many years ago were standing there in front of that fire hose, and maybe that's it. Other people just, they don't experience it, so they want to diminish it or pretend it's not a problem. Can you share that story?
Yeah, absolutely. And it is the dedication section of my book. And for people who just cannot buy the book and will not read the book, then go to my website and download your free copy of the dedication section, because it's available for free. And this story comes from that dedication section. So it's dedicated to the Honorable Constance Slaughter Harvey, in memory of my parents, Hubert Watson and Helga Burnham Watson. I brought them to our session today. I put their pictures specifically here because I always am standing on their shoulders, and their nobility and incredible leadership during the 1960s civil rights movement was amazing. Now, I have to, I used to want to, people think I was a lot younger than I really am, and I like to be cute like everybody else. But at this point, with the book, I'm having to really shake people and say, no, when I tell you about these experiences from the civil rights movement, it's because I was alive and having an experience of it myself. So, for example, the famous things that happened to Goodman, Schwerner, and Cheney in Neshoba County. They were Freedom Summer workers who had come for voter registration drives in Mississippi. That's during my lifetime, and that is during an era where I was only 17 miles away when that happened. Now, that helped launch LBJ's Civil Rights Act, but it happened 17 miles from my house. And so my mother and father, Hubert and Helga Watson, and Constance Slaughter Harvey's parents, Mr. W.L. Slaughter and Mrs. Olivia Kelly Slaughter, they were very accomplished, highly educated people. She quoted Shakespeare. She had a small business. He was a UCLA educated alderman. In 1960s Mississippi, he had already been out to UCLA to get a master's degree. So they were really incredible. My parents barely graduated from high school. My father grew up in sharecropper poverty. So when I talk back about that era, they were from a different class than my parents, but race trumps class in my developmental period. During 1960s Mississippi, it didn't matter what class you were, race was going to trump. So they were civil rights workers together. I found out that because of their NAACP work together, mother had already been a member of the NAACP during the era of Medgar Evers. And I encourage people to look up Medgar Evers if they don't know him already. But he was a key leader of the NAACP in Mississippi, and his story is famous in Mississippi history and the entire civil rights movement. So out of that familial experience for me, I knew this incredible woman who actually is ranked alongside Leontine Price and Fannie Lou Hamer as one of the top 10 women of Mississippi history, 20th century history. And to me, she was Connie growing up. So when I went off to college, you know, trying to survive as the son of civil rights workers had been very painful. It was a very threatening condition for me to grow up in, and it was hard. And you know, alcoholism was one of the consequences of how I tried to survive. So my first drink was a solution for me. I needed a break and I needed some help. And so what started out as a solution for me became an entrapped spiritual and psychological and physical addiction that was terrifying. And in that moment, it landed me, instead of completing my first semester at university, it landed me in a mental hospital. What demoralization. And she hired me, Constance Slaughter Harvey, hired me to work for East Mississippi Legal Services, you know, paperwork, just something I could barely handle coming out of a mental hospital, being heavily medicated. And she put my life back on the track toward dignity, decency, respect, hope that, you know, what could I do with my life someday? And so the book is dedicated in her memory. Although she is a living legend. Living legend.
Well, I hope she sees that. And of course, she wrote that tribute. I'm curious, can you talk about what it was like when you were working for her? Did you see firsthand the way she, as a woman, accomplished, as you just described, how was she treated by others?
You know, she, to operate at that level and to be a juggernaut, dominoing across Mississippi history like she did, there's a certain amount of you can't come at me. And so what she presented to the world was a powerful, dignified, accomplished woman who was strong, suing the Mississippi Highway Patrol, for example, to ensure that the Mississippi Highway Patrol was integrated, becoming Assistant Secretary of State for Mississippi, and becoming legal counsel for Mississippi for 12 years. There is not a lot of reactivity in the moment that somebody like that is going to give away, because they're holding their cards close to their chest, and they are being strong, and they are being powerful. And so, she, of course, went through so many things. She got to Ole Miss Law School and graduated from Ole Miss Law School only because just recently, a few years before, James Meredith had become admitted to Ole Miss, the first black man to be admitted to Ole Miss, but that required the Supreme Court, the Kennedy administration, and a federalized National Guard to quell town-wide, citywide protest in Oxford, Mississippi, where William Faulkner is from. By the way, William Faulkner's nephew was a part of that federalized National Guard who fought to ensure that James Meredith was admitted to Ole Miss.
Amazing, amazing. And you're right, William, you are cute. So and it's amazing to think.
Oh, this interview's great. I love it. This is a fantastic, you're such a good interviewer.
But truly, I mean, the way you definitely defy your age. Let's just put it that way. And I just think, though, that sometimes folks, maybe the younger folks, we'll call them the youngins, the millennials and Gen Z, they don't quite realize that history, because the history and what they've lived, just that's so far in the past to them. But you're just making me think of the fact that, no, this wasn't quite so long ago that we experienced this.
Here it is.
Yeah.
I'm living it. I was born into segregation. And my parents didn't practice segregation. And here they send me off to school. And by the time it was segregated still until I was in the 4th grade. And then in the 4th grade, the schools became integrated in Mississippi. That wasn't until 1970. So Brown v. Board, people think, was, in the 50s, of course. But it wasn't until 1970, when I was in the 4th grade, that Mississippi public education was finally integrated. And so that's in my lifetime. If you ever saw the autobiography of Miss Jane Pittman, where she made that famous scene in movie history by walking up to a white fountain and drank from a white fountain, some of this stuff sounds crazy to people today. Well, why was that such an act of political defiance, to drink out of a fountain? Or if you say to my father, who started Head Start in Neshoba Leak and Lauderdale counties in Mississippi, you think, well, Head Start's a kindergarten program. But for then, at that time, it was a life-threatening risk to mobilize communities in the face of the federal government trying to do something to the Southern way of life, which is how it was perceived. So there were threats, to our lives. And my father did that with Juanita Banks, who was an African-American school teacher, and they both went into Neshoba County to mobilize for the launch of Head Start when it first started in Mississippi. So I come by some of my experiences about all of this, honestly, and I am so proud today to be able to say, yes, I am a dirt road Mississippi redneck poverty queer elite San Francisco doctorate West Coast liberal elite. One person wrote me on social media and said, you had me at redneck CRT. I think people are in for an experience with the book, but, just like my own recovery process has been something of a spiritual awakening of joy and abundance, what I think I'm presenting to people in this book is a pathway toward truth, reconciliation, and renewal, something that is glorious, something that is the fulfillment of the American experiment with democracy. I'm excited about what is being presented in this book. Now, I know initially, like somebody who is in such a terrible condition that they need to go to their first AA meeting, that's not great. I didn't know if I was going to survive. And it took many years before I had a sense of, wow, I might live a sober and wonderful life for the rest of my life. That possibility didn't come for a long time. So, for people engaging with 12 Steps for White America for the first time, oh, bad. These people and people aren't going to like it. And, you can't do anything with those drunks. You can't do anything with those racists, this is a story of the fulfillment of American hopes for American democracy, and the result will be finally realized USA, where race no longer predicts outcomes, and what our ancestors dreamed for us will become reality.
I'm curious. In your book, we've got 12 steps in there. Which one do you feel is the most poignant or powerful? The one that you might want to share with us really quick.
Well, all of them, because they are all it's just such a hero's journey for each of those steps. But I will say there are some that have implications. And I think part of what I'm contributing to the zeitgeist, forgive my immodesty, but perhaps for the first time, is again transferring the principles of recovery onto racialized marginalization in America. There's a point in recovery where to really clear out the wreckage of your past, you have to make things right with other people. And how you do that in recovery is incremental. I mean, by the time you get to the point where you're going to try to make things right with other people, you're at your 8th step. So you had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 step history before you even get to making a list of all persons we had harmed, right? So the implications for what I'm about to say are, don't worry about it because you got 7 steps to go to before we even get to this. But the implication for the 8th and 9th step in my book is that we come to realize that a repair has to be made. And a repair has to be made individually, and a repair has to be made collectively for us to, like AA would say, make a list of all persons we had harmed and became willing to make amends, and then made direct amends wherever possible, except when to do so would injure them or others. Now, that's the language of AA for the 8th and 9th step. In my book, I'm just talking about what repair needs to be made and how do we make that repair. I don't have an answer for that necessarily, but my contribution to repair conversations in America is that white America needs to make those repairs for our own personal repentance, atonement, and redemption. Black people do not need white anything. There is not one thing Black America needs from white America, but white America facing its own hopes for a sober life or a USA democracy free of racialized marginalization, where race no longer predicts outcomes. That is an America that we actually say we aspire to. That's the country we actually think we love. And I have been taught to love it at great risk. You fight for it. You take risk for achieving the American ideals. And so here in these 2 steps, we're saying that for the sake of our own opportunities for repentance, atonement, and redemption, we engage in repair with Black America. And so that conversation usually can't happen because people are so reactive around the word. And you will notice I'm saying it now, even though we've been talking about it for a minute. Reparations. Reparations will happen to Black America, who are descendants of the institution of slavery. But the reason that must happen for our own progress in America is so that white America can actualize its own personal repentance, atonement, and redemption, so that collectively we will achieve truth, reconciliation, and renewal. And so that is what this book is about. And that's why I specifically talk about the 8th and 9th step in this book in those terms.
Such a powerful message and such a brilliant book. You started laughing maybe a little nervously at the very beginning when I was talking about you were in the hospital and your book was launching. We've got a few minutes left. Can you just take us back to that moment when you were launching your book and what was going on at that moment?
Well, I laugh about it now, but it's kind of like people in recovery can laugh about their worst days at a meeting. They go to these meetings and they tell these horrible stories, and they can laugh about it because it is contextualized by the journey of opportunity and hopeful living that people come to know. But they don't forget, and they tell stories so they don't forget. And so I just have a history of laughing at some of the most horrific things because look at me now. I can't believe my own life. I wake up every day and it's a miracle. When this book first came out and I had all these big plans, I'd been learning about how to promote the book, how to do this, platform, social media, followers, all that stuff that becomes part of the book publishing, book marketing process, which I knew nothing about. I thought, hey, I wrote the book, I'm done. Please, readers, authors, wake up. It's a lot to it more than that. And that's why I'm so grateful quickly to the BookFest, because when you provided this book with a gold medal and 2 silver medals, you gave this book a stamp of validation that literally catalyzed its future opportunities. And I'm so grateful to the BookFest for, you read the book. You know exactly what's in the book. And then when it won in those particular categories, I was like, yes, it is political psychology. Yes, it is health and wellness. And yes, absolutely, it is society and social sciences, race, culture, class, and religion. Yes, you read the book. Man, I was so validated. But more than just the recognition and the validation for the content of the book, the catalytic impact of the BookFest has been enormous. It literally led to the opportunity for me to go back to my publisher and say, hey, let's do an audiobook. And that audiobook just came out just a few weeks ago. So we're so excited that what started out with me having a book on the market the same week I land in the hospital for a ruptured appendix, it felt like all was lost. It felt like crash and burn. I was fighting for my life. I have some sensitivities to antibiotics, so that was a real concern about how are we going to deal with this life-threatening condition when what we would normally do, we can't do. Even when I got out of I was hospital twice. I had to go back to the hospital, and then a home health situation where I was attended to on a daily basis. They said even, weeks after that, I only had a 50-50 chance to live, even after 2 hospitalizations. So it was hard to care about a book when I was fighting for my life. And the disappointment was incredible because I'm not just trying to sell a book. I'm trying to launch a movement of opportunity in the United States of America that fulfills our 400-year promise of liberty, justice, prosperity, and peace. And I know that we can get there, and people who are in recovery movements know exactly what I'm doing. I'm practicing these principles in all my affairs. So I'm practicing recovery principles in all my affairs, just like the 12th step says, so that our nation can fulfill our ancestors' dreams.
William, you are doing it, and thank you. And again, making your book a very small part of your, the BookFest part of your journey, that, my
Beautiful.
friend, is an honor. Well, thank you. Thank you for the kind words and sharing your book and sharing this with everybody. You say you're starting a movement. Is there a book 2 in the works, or are you going to be speaking?
There actually, and I've never said this out loud, but there is a book 2 in the works. And that book is going to be a collection of writings and some new thought about I don't want to give away too much, but I have landed on my title, and the title of that book is going to be The Lie Laid Bare. And I'm excited about it. It's going to be a really wonderful experience for me to put more voice out into the world and to contribute to healing. So I'm excited about that. And then there will be an opportunity, something along the lines of what I can say as book clubs in cities across America, kind of a thing that is in the works. And I'd love to be able to ask people to go to my social media and website presence and all of that to make sure they learn more about that in the future.
Oh yeah. That's your book is definitely book club material. And we'll have the links there in the chat. The team is posting the links. Plus you have your speaker page on the BookFest website. The book has a page on the BookFest website. So if somebody
I
said,
love
where do I
it.
go? They can go right there and find all that information.
I love it. I love it. And I'm looking forward to there's going to be an article in Indie Author magazine coming out that I'm so excited about. And thanks to you and people who are helping me get that published. So I'm excited about it.
Absolutely. You're in the special BookFest issue of Indie Author magazine. William, you're right. We could, before we started this, you're like, oh, I can go on for an entire weekend retreat talking. You're right. Maybe we'll have you come back and visit us in the fall, okay?
I would love it. Thank you so much. And just many, many thanks to the BookFest and all the work that you're doing to put authors' work out into the world. It's incredible.
You are welcome, William, my friend. Thank you for writing 12 Steps for White America, which is a powerful message. Probably needed now more than ever, perhaps.
Thank you.
Now, more BookFest on the way. It's time for the live author chats here in the BookFest Spring 2025. Welcome one and all. This is one of the most fun and unpredictable parts of the BookFest. Now, if this is your first time joining us, you're in for something special. The live author chats are a mix of conversation, there are readings, fun bookish activities, and bookish antics, and it's all done with a splash of springtime flair. Think of it like a literary variety show that meets a cozy roundtable discussion. Now, the live author chats is going to be hosted by the dynamic duo of Scott Ryan and Becca Moore. Scott Ryan is known for his work as an author, publisher, a TV historian, and he brings an irreverent energy that makes every segment feel like a late night talk show for book lovers. And Becca Moore, she's a writer, a book reviewer, and a host with a flair for making guests feel right at home. Plus, Jay Curtis is back. He's the event producer who's going to keep the momentum flowing and fun. Now, this is also your chance to get involved. If you're watching on YouTube or on the website, drop your questions into the chat. The host might be pulling it out and asking the author who's up on deck. That's right. You just might get a shout out from your favorite author. Also, stick around, my friends, because at the end of the live author chats, we're going to announce the winners of the BookFest 2 signature giveaways. It's the children's book giveaway featuring our friends from Hazel Village. We've got Gwendolyn and the Gifts of the Year book, plus so many children's books. I've got just a few of the titles that are going to be given away that I'm holding up. There's going to be 10 different winners, and it's not as if each winner gets just one book. Oh, no, no, no. We have enough so that every winner, 10 in all, is going to get their own bundle of children's books. Check these out. How adorable. Now, many of these, too, are entrants in the BookFest Awards. So there's a really good chance that if you win one of these bundles of children's books, well, you might also be getting a BookFest award-winning book or two in that pack. So make sure you enter. You still have time to enter right now for the children's book giveaway. And while you're there, you might as well enter to win the big bundle of books giveaway featuring books from many of the adult authors who are part of the BookFest. There are so many different books that we're giving away, and I can only, my friends, I can only hold up a few because I can't possibly have them all stacked here in front of me. But there are so many wonderful books in the adult version of the big bundle of books giveaway, as well as tons of other stuff too. Now, do you see this beautiful necklace here? This is from Elosa Designs. This is the gold book necklace. Now, don't worry. You'll be getting your own fresh one right here, still in the package. But I had to put this on because if you know anything about the BookFest or the books that make you show, you know I love my necklaces. And this one is absolutely stunning. It's a little gold book necklace. It's absolutely amazing. You're going to love it if you're the winner. Plus, our friends at the Bookish Goods. Ooh, they have provided lots of goodies. And our friends at Magic Mind are going to donate for the giveaway a whole case of Magic Mind. This is the productivity drink. So that's what an individual one looks like, but you could win a whole pack of them. Again, you just got to be in it to win it. Make sure you're entered to win any of these magnificent prizes. Again, the winners are going to be announced at the end of the BookFest. There is still time to enter. Go to the BookFest website, and where it says the giveaways, you can see it there at the top of the page. Just go to that page and enter to win. And the winners will be announced again at the end of the live author chats. Plus, we're going to email you as well. Of course, a huge thanks goes out to all of the incredible sponsors and supporters who have helped make the BookFest possible, not only by donating items for the giveaways, but items for the virtual gift bags. And those sponsors include our friends over at Book Influencers. They're the presenting sponsor, as well as Draft to Digital, Plotter, Books That Make You, The Muses Funhouse, Geek Girl Publishing, Book Award Pro, the Kauai Writers Conference, WriterCon in OKC, Bookshop Fundraising, Indie Author Magazine, as well as Relatable Voice Magazine. Make sure you're grabbing your free downloadable issues of Indie Author Magazine, and as well check out Relatable Voice Magazine, LostCon, as well as the Writers and Publishers Network. If you're enjoying the BookFest, let our sponsors know. They are the folks who help make this event free and accessible to everyone. All right, my friends, settle in, grab your cup of tea or whatever you might be enjoying this evening. Get your fur babies, snuggle up, and let's get ready to hang out with some amazing authors. It is time for the live author chats here on the BookFest Spring 2025.
I'm excited to get started. I'm sure you're excited to get started. So let's just go ahead and welcome them onto the show. How's it going, Scott and Becca?
It's going great.
Great. Thanks for having us. We're so excited to be here.
Yeah, I'm excited to have you as well. You're both great friends of the show. So I'm excited to get to watch you get to interact with some guests today. We've got almost all new guests this time. So going to be a lot of fun, fresh voices to work with. So yeah, if y'all are ready, I'll let you go ahead and take over.
All right. Thanks for your help. We really appreciate it. How are you doing today, Becca?
I'm doing great, Scott.
I mean, how do you feel that a year ago we were guests, just authors promoting Mouseland Against the World, and now we're hosting?
It's pretty incredible. I'm excited to hear these authors and everything.
I know. And one of the things they're doing this year, maybe people don't know, is they're asking the authors to tone down the self-promoting. They're going to put things in the chat because when an author gets overexcited about promoting their book,
Especially with their picture on it.
yeah, it just gets to be too much. Why can't people be subtle about promoting their stuff? You know what I'm saying?
Scott, we already won.
Oh, that's right. We did win that award, didn't we?
Yeah.
I totally forgot about that. Well, then I guess there's no reason to do any of this. Let's bring out the first guest.
Yeah, so I'm excited about this first guest, Kay McCoy, author of Dove's Cry, and it's all you.
I know. It's excited.
She loved it.
I think you're ready to give a masterclass on promotion. That was really good.
You think? I mean, yeah. I don't know. I want to tone it down is the idea.
It's something with the blazer too that just makes it feel even more profesh. I love it.
Once you wear a blazer, you have everything. Okay? And you've got scribble on your shirt.
Yes, this is a actual reading community that I'm a part of, which is why I'm happy to be here. I love engaging with readers like this, so I couldn't pass up the opportunity to join you guys today.
I'm so glad you're here. Please tell us about A Dove's Cry. And what if I wanted to have a drink while I had this book?
I am so glad you asked because that is exactly what I came here to do today, to talk to you only about A Dove's Cry, and I have a drink. So I have two, actually. Let's start. For those of you that may not need spirits when you drink, I personally like to have a glass after a long day. So I have here, first you need a glass, and this was back in quarantine era, so it says quarantine and chill, and inside, instead of ice cubes, I have strawberries because they're in season, and they're honestly one of my favorite berries. So,
are they frozen? Are they frozen strawberries?
Well, they were frozen, but now they're a little bit midway through, so once you finish the drink, you can actually enjoy the strawberries without hurting your teeth.
Okay.
Yeah. And then with that, you have sparkling water. So I decided to get the lime because, again, I love refreshing drinks. And I think lime is one of those drinks that you just go to. And this is what I have when I actually started writing A Dove's Cry, because at the time it was under quarantine and I couldn't go out and actually get any adult beverages. So I had a lot of this, and it's really cute. Like you see the little fuzzy bubbles, and give you a little AMSR. There you
Oh,
go. So once I was able to escape and go outside after quarantine, I was able to actually get my favorite drink, wine. So here I have another glass, and it's the wine because really self-care, that was what the time era was. And again, for those of you that want spirits, I have a little bit of wine, and you just add this to your drink. So you literally have 2 in 1. If you don't drink, the mocktail is okay, and if you do, just a little because I have to work in the morning. So, so yeah, we have just a little splash.
I love
just a splash.
Just a little splash. That might have been a little splash.
I did mention I had to work tomorrow, right? And tomorrow is a Sunday, so I need a little splash, just a little.
A little.
And that's my drink. Yeah.
And
so
how
2
does
in
that
1.
connect to A Dove's Cry?
In A Dove's Cry, I have 2 characters that
Let's
obviously
all-
fall.
We'll all have a drink.
Salute. Yeah.
Mhm.
So in A Dove's Cry, I have 2 characters, unlikely characters actually. One loves her wine, and the other one doesn't drink at all. So that is how they meet. They meet in a very unlikely place, and while they're there, they kind of cross paths, but not really. And then afterwards, there's a bit of an altercation where the main male character steps in, and she doesn't think anything of this guy until she sees him later at her new job. So there's a lot of hijinks, and they really get to know each other, and they celebrate Valentine's Day and then New Year's Eve together. And it's really sweet. And she teases him a little bit about not being a drinker in this movie, or this book, I should say.
And
one day, maybe a movie, one day.
Yeah, I like that thought. Does it have anything to do with Prince? Because when I hear A Dove's Cry, I think of Prince.
I love that. Unfortunately, no, there's no Prince references in this. And I didn't think about that when I wrote this because I was actually, again, in quarantine. So I didn't even make that connection until I think a year after the book was published. And a lot of my friends said, "Oh, that's such a cool Prince reference." And I said, "I'm sorry." I did not make the connection at all.
What was it like to I got to write my first book last year too, and it was pretty awesome. How did it feel you said that your debut novel, like what was that like you finished, you worked on it through quarantine, so what was that like for you?
Honestly, it was the most exciting and nerve-wracking thing I had done to date, and I mean to date, like it was my baby, and it was my first novel going out into the world. So it's like you're getting your kid ready for like the first day of school. It's like, okay, don't forget to smile and share and be nice. And I basically kind of put it out there. And it's like, okay, here you are, readers. I hope you like it. And people did. So yeah, it was a whirlwind. At first I thought I wasn't ready, and then I got closer to it and I started sharing it with my friends, and they're like, you should publish it, get it out there. I'm like, okay, and they just kind of went out and did it. So yeah, it was very nerve-wracking, but still to this day, one of the most exciting things I've ever done.
What's some feedback that you've gotten that has really meant something to you? Have you had feedback yet?
I have actually. The first thing was mainly kind of critique because at the time it was my first novel and I didn't know what genre it fell under, and I thought it was a romance. I still do think it's a romance, but I had some very, very avid readers tell me that in fact it is not a romance, it's a literary fiction. So that was my first feedback. But then I had a stranger comment on my book and say how it opened her to a world of possibilities with that unlikely person that she always kind of wanted to approach but never did. And she said that it was also a love story. So I feel validated when I saw that comment. Like, thank you. I knew it was a love story, but I was still new, so I didn't judge it and I didn't really push.
Maybe this is showing my ignorance, but what is literary fiction? Like what genre does that
mean? That's the thing. I had no idea. I just assumed, okay, literary fiction is just general fiction. It's not a real story, is what I gathered. Because when I said that it was a romance, a lot of the romance readers came back and said, "You didn't follow the formula. You can't call this a romance." And I said, "Okay, what can I call it?"
There's a format for romance?
Oh, yeah. There are tons of formulas, like depending on the romance read that you have. And you have to be very mindful of that because readers will let you know, like, we liked your story, but you did not label that correctly. Try again. And I tried again until I got it right.
No, I would not think that at all.
I wouldn't
Like,
think that either.
why would
Yeah.
you want to read a formula? Like, you want
Well,
something
it's
to teach you this
Well,
way.
it's the formula, but how do you get there? It's the journey, so to speak. That's the same reason why people like watching Hallmark movies or Lifetime movies. They know what they're watching, but they want to see it acted out. So, I try to give the readers what they want, and I don't question too much about anything else. Just, okay, we have an agreement. I tell the story, you read it, and then you tell me what you think, and I try again.
Oh my gosh, your spirit is coming through so bright.
Yes, we love
and
it.
you're just
Thank
like,
you. Thank you.
I don't know if they're labeling you as literary fiction or romance, but I'm
Yeah.
all for it.
Me too.
Give us something that readers would get from your book that you think really matters.
I think the main thing that I hope readers get from this story is that love comes in many different ways. And the first act of love is to be selfless and to be honest and true to yourself, because that's what happens at the end, which is why I still think it's a love story. But that's what I would hope that my readers get from reading this book.
That is so beautiful. I also
love it.
agree that love is selfish, right?
It really is.
Selfish, right?
Selfless.
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 Oh.
Less. That last part is very important.
Oh.
Because then you can end up in another romance genre with the selfish part. That leans towards something else.
Yeah,
So,
I think so too.
All right.
but nice try.
Thank you so much. Where can we find your book?
Oh, well, you can find all of my books now over at my website, which is www.authorkmccoy.com.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Sorry.
All right. That was so much fun. That's a good start.
Yeah, I love that.
But I think the drink should come through. I don't think it's fair.
Those are like 3D.
So yeah, next, who do we have next?
Taryn Collins. She's a wellness educator and the author of Mindful Adventures for the Family series. And she's going to demonstrate kind of like what she talks about. And I'm like really excited because I'm an educator. So I'm hoping this is something that I can take back to my teachers. So welcome.
Awesome. Always wonderful to connect with educators. And this will be me passing this on to you, into your room. So it'll be a little more 3D.
I love it. So tell us a little bit about Mindful Adventures for the Family.
Yeah, so it's a 3-part series. And the first book, Dinosaurs Have Big Feelings Too, is a wonderful, like, intergenerational learning opportunity to learn specifically the finger holds to manage emotions. So that's the wellness tool I wanted to impart because it's so wonderful for self-regulation for all ages. And it's just a joyful, funny way to bring in some deep feelings that we're all having right now.
Awesome. So are you going to demonstrate for us, I believe?
Yeah, I would love to. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Yes.
Okay, awesome. So the most important thing is to be comfortable wherever you are so you can make any little adjustments. You're welcome to close your eyes, but I will be showing you how to hold your fingers as well.
My eyes, I'm sorry. Okay.
So here's the 3-dimensional learning here. So the first part you're going to do is you're going to wrap each finger when I tell you, like your hand is giving it a little hug, but then you can relax your hands back down into your lap or wherever's comfortable for you. The key part here is if it's too light of a pressure, you won't feel any pulse. And if you're squeezing too hard, you don't want to hurt yourself. So finding a nice medium pressure, and we're going to start with the thumb and taking a moment. This is the thumb, which we can all relate to self-soothe ourselves. You've seen a lot of little kids sucking their thumbs. And when we're feeling moments of sadness or grief, this is a wonderful finger to just take a nice breath in with me and a nice long exhale out. And one more time, just a nice breath in and a nice long exhale out. And just bring to heart something that makes you smile. Being here with you is sure doing that for me today. So the next finger, holding the index finger here. And again, some of these fingers, you're going to start to feel like a stronger pulse. And kids can feel that pulse within 30 seconds. Adults might need 2 to 5 minutes to find that. So close the eyes if you'd like. This is this emotion of feeling a lack of control of things. And this is such a time right now in our life where we feel things are totally out of control. But this finger specifically is an important one because it moves all the way up into the amygdala, which is the fear center. So as we take a moment to ground ourselves, to feel safe in the environment that you're in now. And again, take a breath in with me when you're ready. And a nice long exhale out. And we are in control of some things like this next breath. Feeling grateful for that. And moving to the kids love it when we hold the middle finger. You can probably imagine what emotion we're talking about here. So again, a medium pressure here. And you know, it's really easy to feel resentful about things, impatient, frustrated. And what we're talking about here in this protocol is not to suppress the emotions, but to prevent it from going to rage, to violence, to where the nervous system really overreacts in a way that's unhealthy for ourselves and for others. So this finger, you might feel a strong pulse. Just pause for a moment. See if you feel that. Now let's take one more breath together. Nice long exhale out. And moving to the ring finger, again, an important emotion, anxiety and worry. I work with a lot of kids that this is the first time they're really learning the term anxiety, and we all feel worried or nervous about things. So oftentimes this is the finger I'll teach prior to like an assessment test or to teach kids for performance anxiety and even adults dealing with mental health issues. So let's just once again hold the ring finger with me for a moment more. Notice if you feel that pulse. As things change around us, unpredictability, let's give ourselves a smile, noticing just what it feels like to be in community, to be together in this moment, that we're not alone. And we're going to move to the pinky finger. Again, nice medium pressure. Last but not least, that emotion of lack of self-esteem, unworthiness, even helplessness. And just take a moment to feel all of the amazing attributes that you bring to this world. What makes you unique and special. And really smile and honor that and really truly how awesome you are. Taking one more breath in together. And a nice long exhale out. And maybe as you rest your hands, relax. Open the eyes if they've been closed. We start to move that practice as a great example of kind of just whatever you're feeling, moving out of that emotional brain back into our body, back into the present moment. And it's such a simple little pocket practice. It can be done when we're dysregulated ourselves. Anytime, like my favorite time is at the dentist. There's not much you can do. Visiting someone in hospital. I think you all could find ways that you could weave that in, whether you're in traffic, whether you're just so in your mind, like the writers here who are listening to you, when you're kind of in a writer's block and you're trying to kind of just get out of overthinking how to be more present. So there's a lot of ways that you could weave this into your life.
I thought that was amazing, and I really look forward to trying to use it with some of our kids and see how it works out. So thank
what
you.
age range would you say that would work for?
Yeah, so I've been teaching adults for 20 years. So this is something like that's so easy to incorporate in a very quick practice for all ages. Why I specifically did the book series for younger kids, which are more, I would say, 3 to 10 years old. That's the storyline because it's all rhyming and playful. They actually really inspired me because their response to these practices were phenomenal. Their toolkit is limited, right, of how to regulate, whether they're having trouble sleeping, whether they're having nightmares. Before you go to mom and dad, what are some things that you can do?
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
I didn't feel the pulse. Do we think I'm dead?
Yes, you might be in the 5-minute category, Scott.
He said, I thought mine within 30
you?
seconds. Yeah.
Well, you're a little kid. I really couldn't. I mean, I was squeezing it. I didn't feel anything.
Well, maybe you were doing it too hard. Try it again. What's great is this is all you really need. And maybe you'll find a time when you're feeling a little overwhelmed or stressed in the near future
a lot of
that
people
you could give it a try.
Maybe we just proved that I don't.
You just proved it. Well, thank you so much for being on with us today. And I appreciate you demonstrating for us. And I hope that our listeners out there enjoy that because that was a great demonstration.
Thank you, Becca. Thank you, Scott.
Have a good day. So next up, we have Diane Floyd Bain.
Yeah.
Okay. She's an author of children's books too, which I'm excited about. Boomer the Curious Bunny. She's going to invite us to embrace imagination through Boomer's eyes, discuss Boomer's origin story, and she's going to read to us, which I'm really excited.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy to be here, and I love this news story. So, yay!
Hey! Oh, he sings. So where did, you said, embrace the imagination. So where did Boomers come from? What's the origin?
So wonderful question. I used to live very close to a lot of trails, and I'd wake up early in the morning and go for walks. And I realized there was this bunny that was always there. So I tried to always be around at the same time. And then I just started watching him. And before I knew it, a story came.
Oh, so there's a, what do you call that?
Connectivity, I would say.
Connectivity. And I like to say to everyone to live in the moment, to unplug and listen to the birds and be like Boomer. And so the story, you see everything through Boomer's eyes. So everything's low. So, because they can't reach up like adults. And so that's kind of fun. And it's free. And I used to teach. And so with young kids, I get them to imagine what it's like to see things at a lower level. And so when he sees a kiddo's paws, shoes, he goes, "Oh, those are funny paws," and the kids all laugh.
That is true. That is true. What age group would you say that this book is geared towards?
I always like to say all my books are ageless, especially when our parents are reading it, because you can have so much fun with them. But it's written for preschool through second grade.
Mm-hmm.
Yay! They love it. Can you tell I love to sing? I'm very expressive.
You said you were a teacher. What did you teach?
I started off with a preschool, kinder, third and fourth grade classroom. And then I was that strange teacher that learned how to use a computer. I taught myself. And then I started training teachers around the world on how to implement technology in the classroom.
Wow.
That's amazing. Like,
Thanks.
my mom was like, I'm done. She's like, I'm not learning this. That's awesome.
Yeah. So are you going to read us something?
Yeah. So you ready?
We're ready.
Okay. So it's the first in the series of Boomer Sees the Town. And it's just excerpts. So it's not in order. Boomer discovered a full garden of flowers. His small pink nose wiggled with delight over the different smells. Leaning forward, he took a bite and he chewed happily. These are yummy for my tummy. While Boomer jumped along, he heard a strange noise. His ears perked up. What is that sound? The little Boomer wondered. The little bunny hopped along the garden path, and before he knew it, water was shooting up from the ground. It's raining. How can it be? Boomer quickly hopped out of the sprinklers to see what he could see. And children always laugh at that because they know it's a sprinkler, but Boomer doesn't, And Boomer, he saw a puppy who barked at him. He did not know that the puppy wanted to play, so he quickly hopped away to see what he could see. And that's how kids can interact, because I'll stop if I'm reading to them and I'll say, to see, and they'll go, to see what he could see. And so parents really enjoy that too. He hopped on a log and he saw some leaves floating in the water, and then he spotted a turtle. The little bunny crossed the bridge, and before long, he spotted humans. Boomer giggled. Boy, people have funny-looking paws. Boomer continued on, and Boomer saw another bunny, and he ran toward it until suddenly he hit something hard. He shook his head. What happened? And then the little bunny burst into laughter. Oh, that's just me. Still giggling, Boomer looked up and he spotted some birds. Watching them fly away, the little bunny missed home. How do I find my way back home? And so it continues on. And in the story, the kiddos, Boomer has to remember how to get back home. And so he has to do a recall. And as you know, as an educator, that's really awesome. And for the parents, helping the kids too, to retain that memory of what they saw. So there's a lot of educational things you can take out of the story, besides having fun.
Yeah. So I taught kindergarten before I became an administrator. And so I love how like you describe what he's seeing, and especially like, how it's interesting how you went paws instead of feet. Like when you first wrote it, did you catch yourself calling it feet, or did you call it paw? I mean, I just caught that kind of stuff in there that,
I automatically wrote paws because I put myself, I pretended I was Boomer.
That was good too. So what made you like want to write, educational books, like this that are descriptive, and then you can go back and ask questions to kids as you're reading them?
Well, I've always been a storyteller, and I decided I wanted to put some of my stories on paper. Actually, I'll tell you a secret. I decided that my kids were growing up and they were going to get married and have kids one day, and they weren't going to care what I had to say. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to write some stories with some lessons in it. And then when they're like, the kid goes, I want grandma's book. And I'm like, yes.
I'm going to make note of that.
And that's what's happening.
How did you handle the illustrations? Did you do them, or did you hire someone, or how does that work?
Yes, that's a great question too. I have a wonderful illustrator from the Philippines, which I used to live in the Philippines, by the way. And he, Suri Al-Sadin, is just a master at understanding different authors and their spirit. And he captured Boomer beautifully and just really brought him to life.
How did you get connected? Did you get connected because you lived in the Philippines, or how did you get connected with an illustrator from the Philippines? That's interesting.
Yeah, my publisher knew him, and it just was by coincidence that he was in the Philippines. I go, oh, he speaks Tagalog. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, do you have a whole series? How many books are in the series for Boomer?
3 books are about to come out. I have 5 written, and so hopefully Boomer will really take off and everybody will fall in love with this cute little bunny. I would show you a picture, but the background has green in it, so it wouldn't look too good.
Yeah.
But he's really cute.
Yeah.
And eventually Boomer is going to have a nemesis, Fox the Millennial. Is that how it works?
Well, actually, Boomer's going to go to school, so some cute little things are going to happen. So
I love a series like that. That's like super exciting to like see it happen. And how old are your grandkids?
I just have 1 right now.
One.
The others need to get busy, I guess.
You're ready.
You're
ready.
Yeah, when they're ready. Yeah, he's 4. Excuse me?
I said you need the sales, so you need.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, I have 5 brothers, so they're producing a bunch of grandkids for me.
That's great. If someone was going to start off being a kindergarten teacher this week, what advice would you give them?
Oh, excellent. I would say take a deep breath and be patient and listen and love every moment, because you're going to learn from those kiddos.
Oh, that's so beautiful.
I love that. That was amazing.
This makes me want to. I'm holding my finger.
You're holding your finger. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. That was really beautiful, and we can't wait to see the trouble that Boomer gets into next.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was incredible.
Yeah, I love that. Like,
Yeah.
that was like so. I love that she like wrote it for her grandkids to teach them a story. That's something like you would do.
Nah, I don't want to talk to my grandkids. So next we have Atusa Raisin, who's going to come on here.
Wait a minute. How did you do? How did you do?
Good. That's how I'm going.
To do it.
I did pretty
You did excellent.
Oh.
I mean, okay. Well, thanks for coming on. That's all the time.
That's it. Thank you. Can I do a self promotion before you kick me out?
It's only if it's on a shirt. We have rules here. So you did a book called Change Yourself, Change the World, which I absolutely love the title immediately, because I honestly believe that that's how we change the world, is being the person that we want to be. Tell me a little bit about your book.
Well, the book started out because of my work with my clients. And like you said, I was seeing all these people come to me, and as they're shifting, as they're changing, they're coming back and saying, their families are changing, their friends are changing. So that world, even at work. And I know that to be true in my own life. So I was wondering, what can I do to bring this work that I do with my clients out into the world more, so to bring more change? And that's exactly what I did. I took my own life experiences, the tools that I learned that I was using with my clients, and put it in a book with my own experience, with my own life story, mixed it all up, and here it is.
So when you say your clients, are you a life coach, or what clients do you have?
I do past trauma healing and spiritual mentorship. So most of my clients actually are for past trauma healing sessions.
And one of the things that you talked about is pushing fear away. And I think this is so interesting. First of all, I got to ask you, have you ever seen the movie Defending Your Life?
No, I have to put it down.
So you should watch Defending Your Life. It's an Albert Brooks movie. It's from 1991. And the whole thing is about what happens when you live your life by fear. That was the first thing I saw. But so ignore that question then. Tell me the dangers of fear and how it seeps into us.
So fear, we grew up, even as the young kids, like for me, I noticed that when I was older, at this age, I look back and it was like I had PTSD at age 4 with all the things that was happening to me, around me. I grew up in Iran. And I went through, at that point, my parents were divorced. And then a little after that, add on the revolution. A little bit later, add on the war. So can you imagine like being a kid in that environment? And back then, people didn't talk to little kids and explain what's going on. So it's just like I'm getting all this information. So it was like fear overdrive. And so I took that fear and other experiences that didn't help that fear, and I created all these sort of boundaries. And that's what happens with fear. We try to protect ourselves, and because we don't feel safe, we don't feel loved, we don't feel accepted. And all of that makes us not actually receive all those things that we want. People say, I want love. Well, to receive love, you got to open up. And if you're afraid and you're closed, how can you receive love? It has to like seep in, find cracks to get to you. So that's the biggest danger of fear, is that all those things that you want, fear works against it.
So what do you tell someone when they are open and they're giving that out, but they don't get something back? Because I think that's the interesting thing about, my big thing is kindness, and I preach kindness all the time. My thing is be kind whether kindness comes back to you, but I think it can be hard for some people. So when you have a client that's like, I'm trying and it's not happening.
I take them through series of work, because what's happened is that we live our life in these characters. Those characters are attached to outcomes. They want things. Either they want things or they want things not to happen. And those attachments make you live not here. You're either living in the past or you're living in the future. But if you live in the moment, and in that moment you're open, it's not about giving or receiving anymore, because it happens naturally. You're kind, and your kindness comes from your heart. It's your natural state of being. But what I talk about in this book and in my talks is that all that fear and those things that happen, just like me, you build these characters, you build these personas around that. You walk into, let's say, with your friends, you have a different personality because you might be more relaxed and open, and you can interact with them in a different way. You're different with your parents, you're different at work. So all those environments make those characters more fearful and not receiving. But if you're open and in the moment and not worried about what you're getting or not getting, in that moment, the flow happens.
I love that. Tell me about magic. You say that you want choosing magic, and I'm very interested in magic. I don't know if I believe it or not believe it, but I want to believe it. So give me something that makes me believe.
Yeah.
Makes you believe. Magic, to me, it's every day around you. You just have to be open to receive it. Some of my magical stories, actually, it's like the one that's popping up in my head is my first day of my retreat last year. I went in, and first day, my Achilles fully ruptured. And yeah, the first hour. And it was interesting because before that, I had asked somebody to come to do a photo shoot. And right before we were leaving, I told her, I said, I think you're going to help me. This message is coming that you're going to help me. And when this happened, because she's a healer as well, I said, okay, now I see. And everything flowed like that. Those are little magic. And like you go and you want something and it appears right there. A car comes by and has the tag on it that reminds you of someone that you were just thinking about. If you're open to seeing it, it's just all around you. It doesn't need to be big things. It can be little things.
Okay. So it's kind of like synchronicities, right? That's what
It
you're
is. It is. To me, magic is that. And magic is also just going out and being in nature. Those little things, like a butterfly comes and sits on you. Why not? That's magic. So magic is anything that makes you believe there is another way of communicating with the world.
I love that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So how did you turn this into a book?
I pretty much self-published it. Like I said, it's my poems in there, some of Rumi poems, and started writing my own story and weaved in all the experiences and then put the practical exercises in there as well.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Exercises. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot of practical exercises at the end of the book. And throughout the book, I mean, I talk about things, but then at the end, I wrap it up so people can have like a summary in the back.
So as we wrap up, could you give me like an example of a practical exercise?
Sure. Love and gratitude is one of the practices in there. And love and gratitude for your body. And you take 5 body parts that you can see with your eyes and 5 body parts that are inside. And the inside ones are easy to say love you, you love them because you don't judge it. But outside, usually people judge things. So pick the body parts that you're not judging. And you can say, for example, if you really love your eyes, I love my eyes. Thank you for letting me see this world. I love my fingernail. Thank you for letting me scratch myself. And, so all those things, it can be those things. And then like even on the inside, you can have more fun because we don't really have half a clue what the organs are doing. Like for me, it's like, I love you, my pancreas. I have no clue what you do, but I'm happy you're doing the work that you're supposed to be doing. Thank you, my gallbladder. I love you. I don't know what you do, but I'm sure you're doing a great job. So doing that makes you even feel more self-love for yourself and for others.
Well, I absolutely love that. So thank you for coming on and giving us, a glimpse into your book and into your world. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I am right now appreciating my lower intestine. So thank you for that.
Awesome. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. So I love that. Like
I know.
I love my heart.
We're learning we've got all kinds of things.
Yeah.
We are learning today.
Stress, love yourself. Yes. Boomer, I love this all. So next we have Newton Van Riel, award-winning author of The Soul Sisters. Hey, sister, soul sister. I love that.
Hey, Soul Sisters. Yeah, that's me. I'm Newton Van Riel.
I love it. And going to highlight the power of being unique and the value of acceptance in our changing world. And as an educator, I can tell you, everybody's changing.
You know what? I think there needs to be more love going on. And for me, the Soul Sisters Go to School is the second book of the Soul Sisters series. And it's really taken me places where I thought I wouldn't go because my wife is retired. I'm 60 years old. I'm an empty nester.
You look amazing. You're 60 years old.
I am 60 years old.
You're lying.
Yes. Well, I'm pulling out the gray hairs as we but the importance of the book for me was, I've always loved poetry. Always loved poetry. Ever since I was a kid, spoken word, all that. Mm-hmm. And then I got married, had kids, put everything down, and I became a corporate fundraiser for 30 years. I'm still doing that. During a certain time when, the pandemic, I was staying home. I decided to actually start writing again. And I had this vision of these 2 girls, one black, one white, adopted and viewing each other as twins. And so I spoke to a friend of mine, Monique Robrandt, who's the illustrator. And I said to her, I have this idea. And so we sat down and we developed the first book about 2 years ago, The Adventures of the Soul Sisters. And it's a journey of 2 girls, Dawn and Charm Spirit, in Toronto. That's where I live. And it's really about them viewing each other as twins while the world around them says, you can't be twins. You're black, you're white. And they create their own language. They create their own way of doing things, and they dress the same. So the world around them kind of laughs and says, you guys are kind of weird. And the reason why I use the word weird, because, growing up, I guess I was a bit of a geek. I love books. I love certain, I love that poetry thing. And it maybe wasn't that popular in my neighborhood. But I wanted the Soul Sisters to represent being unique, accepting who they are, and being good with it, even when the world has views where they say, oh, they're weird and everything. So for me, it's really about the importance of accepting the diversity and the beauty of it. And it's taken me to do many podcasts. I've done even a play just north of Toronto where I sat in an old church. I read the first book, and I had two actresses. One played Dawn and one played Charm. So the book itself, and it's of course won the Diversity Award Book Festival, which is really cool. But overall, it's really about accepting people. And the main reason I wrote it was that sometimes you have to find something that combats hate, and that's love. And the love of the soul sisters for each other, and the love of the community. In the second book, I include soul brothers. I include Raj. I include Big Jim. I include a community. Because at the end of the day, that's what you want. You want a community, right? You want people who can connect. And of course, because you're adopted, I discuss the issue of adoption. You know, this book is for ages 9 to 12, but it actually has everyone. Anytime I speak to somebody, they're young, they'll say, "Yeah, I can relate to this." When they're an adult, we've always felt like a fish out of water. I actually wrote in the beginning of the book to all the fish that swim upstream, this is for you.
Oh, I love
Yeah.
that. I love that.
Yeah, that's really good.
So, as a kid who is adopted, and my parents got me the book, Why Am I Adopted? You know, I grew up with that book. Why did you choose adoption? Because it's not prevalent, I guess I would say. So, what made you go with that kind of flow?
You know what made me go with that flow? And it goes back to a good friend of mine I grew up with. Maybe it wasn't the adoption theme. It was more about the fact that people can connect. I knew a friend that I still know now, a big Chinese guy. We grew up together. We hung out all the time. He was like a twin, but we didn't look like twins. So it was really about that. And also, I know some people who are adopted, and I know there are challenges that they face. So I actually spoke to Adoption Toronto to really get input before I even wrote the book, to make sure it was done in a sensitive, respectful way, and that certain terminologies were used, you know, that didn't belittle anybody that's gone through the adoption process. But for me, it was just, I think I wanted to make them unique, and even the twin aspect is unique because people look at them and go, "Well, how you can't be twins?" And then in the Soul Sisters Go to School, I bring in the school dynamic, the dynamic of maybe a bit of bullying, of the dynamic of people laughing at them, and the Soul Sisters just go, "Hey, you know, they did a play and people were saying, 'Oh, what are they doing?' And they go, no, and they said they had a great time." And then Don says, "Did you have a great time?" And Sharma said, "Yeah, we had a great time." So it's really about the connection of people in a time when maybe people should break bread more. You know, one of my favorite words is grace. And grace is important for me because even at work, when I'm writing my email, I end it with grace. And they think my name is Grace. And I say, no, I don't actually look like a Grace, but the reality is that what I'm saying is that it's good to treat people on an equal level. If it's at work, it's an equal level. If it's with family, because both of my wife and my kids are our kids are my son's a robotics engineer, my daughter's a biologist. She's engaged. But unlike the other author, I'm waiting to be a grandfather, and
Yeah,
I don't think it's gonna happen in the near future. But I'm crossing fingers. And we're proud of them, and I've been married for 34 years now. Where this is the perfect time for me to do this, and I have a few more books in my head and poetry, which is my first love. In the book, there's poetry mixed within the actual book itself. So,
And did
yeah,
the
I just
Soul
love.
Sisters write poetry, or there's poetry in the prose?
There's poetry in the prose. It flows. I have the storyline. I wanted it to be that way, and actually with support from my illustrator. My illustrator was also my confidant. In other words, when we did the illustrations, I do the words, and we go back and forth. And I always say to anybody, I would never go to another illustrator other than Monique Brent, and she's just amazing. And she also, in the community where I live, just east of Toronto, Canada. She's in a band. She does artwork. She actually did a painting of my wife for her 50th birthday. So there's a relationship. And in the world I work in public relations, relationships are everything. Building good relationships mean that you create a bond. And in the diverse world that we live in, I grew up, Toronto is the second most diverse city on earth. It's good to connect with people who may not look like you, who may have different views than you, and have good conversations. So that's the theme of the Soul Sisters as they move on in their life and as they grow older. So I have a couple more books probably on the docket in my head, maybe as a retirement plan when as I move towards that. But I've been doing, like I said, public relations and corporate fundraising for 30 years now. So I'm more comfortable in the promotions part, a bit of imposter syndrome with the author.
Well, Newton, I just loved hearing about this, and I love the adoption aspect of it, and the fact that we have 2 kids that we've taken in, and so people, my daughter's always like, "That's my brother," and they're like, "What?" So I love that you're writing books like this. I love the name Soul Sisters. I love the whole concept. So thank you for being kind. Yeah, thank you for being kind. And then I love that you went with talk to the adoption agencies, and I love that you did that research on that. So thank you so much, and thanks for coming on tonight. And I look forward to checking your book out.
Yeah, and I'll just say, Grace.
Yes. I'll say grace to you too. Have a great day. Thank you for inviting me. I truly appreciate this.
Thank you, Newton. I love that.
I know.
Like,
it did really seem like it was your life.
It was.
It
is. Yeah. It's very similar to my life.
It did seem very
Yeah,
similar.
I love that.
It's very cool.
I can't wait to check it out. So now we have.
So now we have John Palisano, who is a Bram Stoker award-winning author. Congratulations on that. That has done a space horror. So this is interesting to me all the way. I love sci-fi, and we're going to get to your book. I'll say the title. It's Requiem, because we got to get that out there. But what is your favorite Star Trek?
How do you know you like Star Trek?
Because he's writing about space.
Oh, okay.
As far as like what series or
yeah, which series?
I mean, I've got to go with the classic, but I mean, I also Deep Space Nine. I loved. I loved Next Generation. Of course I loved. So yeah, I love the new ones that they've been doing. Have been pretty awesome. So I'll tell you this much: as a Star Trek person, my parents used to take me to Trek convention when I was a little kid in the 70s. So I met a lot of them when I was a little boy. So, and they had me dressed up. There's somewhere pictures of mortified Mini John dressed in a little kid Star Trek outfit, meeting Sulu and everybody. So
yeah, but if you met Sulu, that's pretty awesome. I met Leonard Nimoy and then a bunch of the Next Generation cast, but I never met Sulu, so that's already better.
I don't even know.
Yeah.
Get out. And unfortunately, the correct answer is Next Generation is the best Star Trek series.
Well, I mean, can you get better as a captain? I mean, Patrick Stewart. I mean, you can't.
Make it so, my friend. So
absolutely.
You have space and horror, which I think is interesting. It also leads me directly to the movie Aliens. Is that an influence on your book?
It was a big influence on me in a big way, and definitely on the book because we have a final girl in the book named Ava, and it's very. She's her own thing. She's not like Ripley. But when I was a kid growing up, it was Star Trek and Star Wars and Grease, and we went to a drive-in, and I'll never forget it. We watched Demon Seed, which was boring until the end when the little robot kid came out, and then it was Alien, and I have never been the same since. It totally freaked me out and scared me, but I loved the artistry. I loved the creativity and the fear. I thought Ripley reminded me of my mom, which I thought was the coolest thing in the world.
Wow.
It's like my mom is like Ripley and she's going to kill the alien, and so it was really a huge movie for me.
Is your protagonist a female?
Yeah, she's a female named Ava. Yeah.
I mean, that's so cool. I mean, I do think that the importance of Ripley as a character coming out of 80s movies. I mean, Sigourney Weaver was just so badass.
Yeah.
And just everything about her. To have that happen in the 80s is incredible. Now, with Buffy and Veronica Mars and, it's happened a lot. But it mattered so much back in the day. So how did you develop your female protagonists?
Well, Ava just kind of, it's a story about grief. And it's actually a love story about loss. And I would consider this not really horror. I consider Requiem space gothic. So there's unrequited love. There's a haunted a mansion and a satellite that is actually a cemetery that's floating in space. And she goes up to this satellite because they were on another mission, and Roland went missing. I don't want to give away too much of the book, but he went missing. So she wants to go back up there and try to reconnect with him. And when you have 5 people on an abandoned cemetery in space, absolutely nothing can go wrong. It's very peaceful, very chill. It's playing the violin, and like Patrick Stewart, it's really cool. So no, nothing at all bad happens. But anyway, so yeah, she was developed out of that. Her and Roland were kind of developed as kind of co-protagonists in a way. So it's interesting. It really follows a gothic kind of storytelling tropes throughout when you read the book. So
do you want to read us a little excerpt?
Yeah, I have a very short excerpt that I have prepared.
Ooh,
and here is the book. This is an ARC. The actual one is going to be a hardcover, and it's got a wraparound and foil covering and all that. They tell me.
Wow, you got foil covering? That's pretty impressive. I don't know how to do that. So
me neither. So I will have hard copies next month if anyone's coming to the LA Times Festival of Books.
Oh, I'm glad you're going to that. It's a great event. Desiree and them put on a wonderful job. I'm glad you're going to that. You'll have so much fun.
Yeah. So we're going to start in chapter 5. Okay. And we're going to meet Ken Lee. So Ken is actually going into one of the chambers because he's heard a strange noise. So we're on the Eden satellite. 15 March, 2112. The Requiem drowns out Ken's scream. The clear casket suspension fluid splashes his hand and arm. He looks up toward the top of the chamber and spots the telltale crack in the lower right corner of the clear coffin. That's where it leaked from, he thought. Drops of the light blue fluid gather along the slight fault line, rolling toward the edge before falling. He dodges out of the way, but it's too late. He's already got enough of the stuff on him. Is this what happened before? Are the caskets failing? This was supposed to have been fixed. It's the same piece of music Eden airs for all it's interred, he recognizes. Still the old one. Tess is still working on her new version of this. And beyond the casket, he glances at Earth, hovering hundreds of thousands of miles away. The music plays louder, filling the chamber. It won't be long until the little particles inside do their job, slowly unmaking him. So that's the excerpt.
Are you doing an audio book? Because you really read that.
Yeah, I was like, I would listen to the audiobook.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I know they have plans to do one. I don't know if it'll be me reading it. I know Flame Tree's got their whole audio thing, but thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you did a really good job.
Yeah.
So when you're having a story like this, do you have it worked out from the get-go, or did something happen along the way that surprised you?
Oh, lots surprised me. I always work with an outline. I write an outline out pretty extensively, and invariably every time I work on something, it goes halfway through, things start changing. The characters do things I don't expect and go, oh yeah, I really did want to see what's behind that door, with the growling noise. Wait, what? That's not in the outline. But yeah, I always kind of start with that just so I have some kind of a map to get me in trouble with, and then just get you on the road with that.
Yeah,
So,
I did one of those like horror tests, like you can take, could you survive a horror movie? I always survive because I never go where it's creepy. I just go the other way. Do you hear it? You said he heard a noise, so he goes to follow it. Why? You're in space. Why would you go follow it?
right.
On the other
Well,
way.
that's their job because, on the Eden, they've had some issues with the coffins cracking and things not working. So they're up there to try to troubleshoot and instill confidence in the public who are supposed to be paying to have their loved ones interred up there. So they're like, what's going on? Why are these things breaking? Why is
blue? What's the blue goo?
Right.
Yeah, like that. I was like, that's what he said.
I understand.
I was like, that cannot be good.
No, it's not.
Yeah, the goo should never be blue. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, I was like,
Especially in outer space, because anything that's like a fluorescent color in outer space, it's like fly the other direction at light speed. Get in the Millennium Falcon and get Chewie and go, because that's not
right.
going to end up well. Speaking of space horror, another big influence with me in space horror is you'll remember this in Star Trek II, the earworm that they put into Chekhov when Khan. Oh my God, that's still like to this day. I'm so freaked out about ears because of that.
Yeah, when he puts the helmet on Paul Winfield, you know it's going in. It's horrible.
Right.
I was 12 years old when I saw that. It scared the bejeebus out of me.
I was like, this Khan guy, this is not Fantasy Island anymore. There was no
plane to plane. I totally agree with you. And to be sure that no sci-fi thing is left unturned, do you have a favorite Doctor?
Oh, come on. It's got to go. Oh, man. I'm going to go with DeForest Kelly. I'll go back because I just love the classic. I mean, you can't get better than Bones, that saucy, angry, guy with a heart of gold.
Okay. All
How
right.
about you?
It would be the Doctor from Voyager.
Oh, okay.
The Doctor. It used to be Crusher, but I just finished Voyager for the first time, and I absolutely loved it. And the Doctor was my favorite character.
Oh, wow. Well, good stuff all around. I don't think you can go wrong with any of it.
I know. Do you like us nerding out,
I
Becca?
have no idea what you're talking about.
She loves to make fun of me for this.
But I do love John. I can't wait to check out your book. I can't wait to see the foil and see when it's all done. And I hope you get an audio because I thought you sounded really good. So thanks for being on today.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Yeah, you should tell them you should read it. I always think it's better when the author reads the audiobook. So
okay, I'm going to send them this recording.
We said it, so we know what we're doing.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
All right.
All right, now that you've nerded out,
I know.
maybe we can get back to look at our next person. You love the 90s.
I know, it's the 90s. So what could we have? Candace McAfee. I'm gonna guess it's McAfee.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Candace McPhee. It's close. It's good.
All right, that was perfect. And an author after my heart. Got the website right up there.
Yeah.
Like, you see what I'm saying? And so yours is Back in a Year series, which I love. And these are messy backpacking adventures in the 90s, which I think was the best decade. I love everything about the 90s. So I'm totally into it.
Good.
So how many, it says it's a series. How many books do you have?
Well, there's 5 books in the series, and I'm just about to publish the 3rd one. So they all started, it was originally supposed to be one. Once I got into all the words and being able to describe, my goal was really, I wanted people to take the trip. I wanted people to be able to really sink into the 90s, sink into the sweaty days and no internet, having to walk everywhere, find a phone booth to organize yourself. I wanted everyone to experience that time period as well as the trip. So in order to do that, it took a few more words than I had originally anticipated. But each book can be read on its own, and it spins up its own adventure around an area of the world, and then you get another area of the world and another area of the world.
And are these true stories or this is fiction?
It's all true, and it's kind of embarrassing. And I did enjoy your previous guy, John, because I really related with the nerd conversation you guys were having, because I'm a bit of a nerd at heart as well. So I made a lot of mistakes and had a lot of interesting interactions from a cultural perspective. Even in England, when I started out, I started working in England. And I didn't know the difference at the time of pants and pants, like our pants versus their pants is very different. And I was at work and I said, I just dropped my black pants at the dry cleaner. And the woman I worked with was English and she went, "Oh, what do you mean?" And I said, "What are you freaking out about? It's weird." Like I said, they're my favorite. I always drop them. So I brought them the next day and I held them up and I said, "Here's my pants, Polly. You were really crazy about them." And she goes, "Oh my God, I thought you meant underpants." Like pants. That's what they call pants. So many times. I know.
What do they call what we call pants?
Trousers.
Oh, that's right. I've heard that.
So think back to how your grandmother talked when she said, "Oh, can I pass me my handbag?" Because they would say handbag because a purse is a wallet. So yeah. So if I said to someone, "Pass my purse," they unzipped my purse and went in and got my wallet and passed my wallet because to them that's a purse. So
wow, it's a good thing you didn't ask him to pass your pants.
Yes, pass me my pants. That would have been a good thing to do. Yeah.
Where are some other countries that you backpack through in your series? I'm just curious because I lived in Thailand, so I just love.
Did you? Oh, okay. Well, I didn't get to Asia, and there's a little bit of story behind that. But so I bought an around the world airline ticket from London, and my first stop was Russia, and I went through Russia and all through the Baltics, through Poland, and sort of through Europe, and then to Croatia, and then from there I went to the Middle East, and that's mostly that's pretty much book 3 is the Middle East, Jordan, Israel, Egypt. And then I did Africa. So I went down to Nairobi and I did a 6-week safari with a bunch of strangers. And let me tell you, when you travel with people from England, Australia, and New Zealand, they are curry mad. Like someone made an egg curry. I didn't even realize you could do like all the variations that happened with curry, but there was a lot of curry variants that happened on this trip because everyone takes turns cooking on this overland safari. And then I went through South Africa, Australia, and then back around again. So
I think you need to go over to Asia so you can have book 6.
I know. It was supposed to be in the plan, but sometimes plans change. So, and that's sort of what the whole book's about. So yeah.
Well, if everyone has to cook,
yeah.
How are there grocery stores? Like how I wouldn't know what to do. I'd be like, I can make no. She's been asked. She's
right.
You're like,
right.
Like,
so I know,
cheese.
right? So on the safari, you get on this big. It's like a big converted Mack truck, and then they have tent flaps on the side. And I had never camped in my life. Like I did not know in this brochure, which I booked this safari because in London I went to a random person's house, and in the basement they had like a VHS and they put it in the machine and they played it and I went, wow, okay, that looks pretty cool. I'm gonna do that trip. I had no idea who these people were. I just booked it. I'm like, I'm in. So I show up and it's on this converted truck and it's camping. And I've literally camped for 3 days in my whole life. I don't even know how to put up a tent. I'd come from Cairo and I read the brochure and it said, there'll be some bush camping, so you need to bring some wipes. And I'm like, isn't all camping in the bush? Like,
right.
Aren't you outside all the time? I didn't get it, but the only wipes I could get were these rose-scented wipes. And I thought, okay, well, that's all I got. So I bought them, got on the plane, got to Nairobi, and oh my word, it was 27 people living in this whole truck, and it was a whole community, and just these 6 weeks of ebbing and flowing with different personalities. And you'd stop at the grocery store to answer your cooking question, and then the guide, who was this very not great person, anyways, they would go in and buy a bunch of food, and then we'd be cook groups. So there'd be 3 people and you would have to cook dinner. Everyone would take a rotation on cooking, and you'd kind of just do the whole, like, open the pantry and see, okay, what's up there. And yeah, so it's where I know. And the thing was, I making toast on a stove. It was somebody's birthday and I made a chocolate cake in like an open oven at this place in Malawi. Like I was there in my bathing suit making a cake just beside the truck. It was just this really crazy, wonderful adventure filled with all kinds of ups and downs. And I went whitewater rafting on the Zambezi River and just had this crazy time. So what's in these books is this whole adventure of just a really honest account of my interactions with people, the influences I have with people in terms of how they've impacted me and how much I changed. I had come off a pretty bad personal experience. My mom died when I was quite young, and this was my moment to kind of open up and really dig in and figure out, like, who am I? What do I want to be? And just figured it all out on the road. And it was pretty
Was it
fun.
hard to go back to real life after having an experience like that?
Yeah, I never really went back to real life. I think my life was just different after. I never wanted the same things I did before. And I had completely different values. There wasn't as many, there was just the things I thought were important weren't important. And the things that were important to me, they really were important to me. And it was just a better life.
Well, I am very intrigued, and I hope that our listeners are intrigued too, because that sounds like super fascinating. And I thank you for coming on today.
I know, it's really impressive, and I love this idea. I've not heard of a series like this before, so congratulations on a really creative new idea, I feel like.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for joining us. It was wonderful.
Great, and have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Too.
Okay.
And make me dinner.
Make you dinner.
I mean, make
Could you
me a
imagine?
cake. Why can't I?
I don't think you would be very good at that because you're not good at baking cookies.
I do fine. I did fine. But I don't know if, like, in the safari, I could DoorDash something. That's what I'm wondering.
I know.
I'd be like, it's going to be...
I thought she was going to say, we have to grab ostrich eggs and run through our lives.
Right. I didn't know if she was going to ride a elephant or something.
Yeah.
It was that sounds like a very interesting
I want to read her
book.
books. That sounds good. Well, I'm excited about our next author, Sarah McDavis. She's a children's author. We love this.
Yeah.
Octopi. Like, it's such a great title. We were like,
thank you.
This is so
This
amazing.
is the best title.
Yes. And it's like, we're going to share tips and tools to encourage kids to be readers and stay curious. Wow. How did you come up with this title? Mind blowing.
Yeah, that was one of those moments that was just like, oh, the muse is talking. I should listen. Like that. Yeah. One of those that I'm just really glad that I wrote down in the middle of the night when I woke up, just didn't say, oh, I'll remember it.
In the middle of the night?
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah. Sometimes I'll just have I wake up a lot because my kids move around and I'm a very light sleeper. So one day I was just up and I was like, you know what? I think I know what her name is now. Because I had figured out the character. I knew I wanted her to be a detective. Because octopuses are so incredibly smart and they love to do puzzles and fix things and stuff. But her name didn't come to me for a little while. Took a while. And just kind of one night, there it was. Octopi, she's ready to go.
So do you like mysteries? Like, why did you choose to go with mysteries? Like, what made you shift to mysteries instead of just like a kid, like a kid's book?
Yeah, I like the octopus love solving puzzles, and mysteries are just another puzzle to solve. And really writing the series is going to be a series of 8 when I'm done because they have 8 arms, which made sense. I thought.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Pressure for 8 books, though.
Yeah, she's going to have a lot to do.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So 8 books. So that's a lot.
I know. How many are done?
The first one is out now, and the second one comes out in June.
Oh wow! And so you got more to go.
Yes, the third, fourth, and fifth are drafted, so they're in revision stages, which is.
So are you in the ocean? Does the octopus come out of the ocean?
Yeah, so I like to explain. Have you ever seen Finding Dory?
Yes.
Kind of that's kind of how I envision the space that they live in. It's called the ZARNAR, which is an acronym for the Zoological and Aquatic Rehabilitation and Research Center. So we just call it the ZARNAR because the other one is a mouthful. Yeah. But it's basically a big zoo. And she, unlike an actual octopus, does get out and move around and leaves her tank, which real octopuses can't do for very long at all. But it's just a couple things of fiction in there.
Yeah. What was the fascination? Well, I know what made you go with an octopus? I mean, the ocean has a variety of animals, obviously sea creatures and stuff in it. So what made you choose the octopus?
They are absolutely fascinating to me. I've always really kind of been drawn to them. They're weird. People don't understand them. They're really smart. So I felt like a kindred spirit with an octopus. And they just, the more and more and more that I learned about them, I just have never been bored.
And it says you have some tools to encourage kids to be readers.
Yes, yeah. So my book's for kids 7 to 10, which is really the age when kids are picking up books on their own to choose to read. And oftentimes they can get stuck, or things can get, yes, we have readers that are amazing and love to read, but then there's those ones that sometimes get stuck on things. And one thing that I love to share is called the 5-finger rule. So if you have your kid pick up a book and read through, open to any page and read through the page, and every time they come up to a word that they don't understand, they put a finger up. And the idea is, if you have 5 fingers up, that's probably too hard and you want to try a different book. And so there's a different sliding scale. And part of that is that if they get to a book that they have 1 or 2 fingers up, even 3, they're going to be able to be successful in reading it. And that can be a huge hurdle for some kids, because it can get really difficult if you're reading something and you're just like, well, I don't get this and I don't get this. Like, it's just really frustrating. So having something that they already know they can get through can take that pressure off really fast.
So do you have an education background, or, I mean, because that was pretty like specific, like I'm an educator, so I kind of hear that, like, you know, the 5-finger rule, like how did, what's the background?
So I have 4 kids of my own, and one of them has had some difficulties with written words. And so that was one of the things that we learned early on that we've used all of the time.
That's awesome.
That is really cool. And how did you handle your illustrations?
Oh, yeah.
So when we were all closed in together, I started drawing again, which I hadn't done in a very, very long time. I'd always thought of myself as a writer. Even growing up, that was something that I felt pretty natural doing. But while we were all closed in, I kind of started illustrating and writing, and I started making these little mini zines. I don't know if you can see that or not, but they're little books made out of just 1 sheet of paper. So you take a sheet of paper and fold it up, and it turns into a little booklet. Yeah. And I got sucked in and kind of just really started loving those, and I haven't stopped since. And because they were so small, it really felt easy to, just like kids reading, like if getting them started on something, and then you get hooked and you just can't stop doing it.
I love that, little books. Well, tell me also about your earrings, because, you know, I had to ask exclamation, question mark, like, what's going on?
Yeah, I love fun earrings. I have a whole bunch of different writing ones. I have like Miss Frizzle ones, a lot of Disney characters.
I love Frizzle.
Yeah, I really like a big earring. Something fun and exciting. Just like to have fun.
Yeah, I like it. And if someone has a question, you can turn this way, and if you're going to yell at them, you turn that way. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah,
the kid
I'm ready for anything.
What you're going to give them.
Yeah, that's so true.
Which is the thing.
Exactly.
I mean, what about me writing a theme song for Octopi? You know what I mean? We need one.
Oh, definitely. Yes. I think she needs a whole lot of things, and I've got a lot of things in the work, but it's taken a minute, but a theme song definitely.
Yeah. I mean, we need some fun theme song, kind of like the theme to Get Smart or Peter Gunn, or, you know, one of those old fashioned detective series.
Yep, that's actually when I was working on this. I watched a lot of film noir when I was just getting into what I wanted the world to look like. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, this is
Inspector Gadget.
Yeah,
we can like that with Octopi.
Yeah,
yeah, that's awesome. What is your favorite characteristic of Octopi?
Ooh, she's very similar to me in a lot of ways. One of which is that she takes color-coded notes. And every time I take notes on anything, there are multiple different colors on the page that mean different things to me and would mean nothing to anyone else. But that's something that she's acquired of mine. And with 8 arms, she can have 7 different pens anytime. So it makes it easy.
I love that, because even as an educator, if you're reading that book, you know, like if she's using colors, maybe we don't understand why, but like, for example, you've got red, yellow, blue, whatever your colors are. That's incorporating another educational thing. I love that.
We're learning so much about all of it.
Speaking of colors and octopuses, one thing that I've found fascinating and just recently learned is, so we know that they can camouflage and they can kind of look like anything around them, but scientists have recently learned they're also colorblind. So they have no idea how these octopuses are like blending into their environment so well. They're amazing.
I have learned so much from you today. It's been so exciting.
But how did anyone find out that they were colorblind?
They asked him?
That's
they did.
I mean, like,
I saw his head turning like,
they're just,
how did they know?
Yeah. And they were like, I can't see that.
Yeah.
I can't see that.
That might be a PI. That might be book 7.
It might have to come in. Yeah, definitely.
Well, thank you so much for being on, Sarah. Have a blessed day. And
thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
I knew you were going to come up with that.
Well, I'm just saying.
Like, did they put colors in front of them?
And how do they know? Maybe it was hiding. I don't understand what's going on.
Yeah. So now, next up, Tony, is it Jacobson? Okay. He's a speaker, coach, author of Advice to Be Unbreakable. I love this. 3 powerful ways to display your disability and become unbreakable. I love mental toughness. I can't wait to hear from you, Tony.
Let's do it. It's so exciting to be here. It's so good to meet you too. How are you today?
We're doing great.
So what kind of coach are you?
I am an adaptive fitness coach. And so, yeah, because I have a disability, and through my story of really disabling my disability and learning how to get and stay healthy with my disability, and it inspired me to start helping others do the same. So I became a certified personal trainer, and then through that, an adaptive fitness coach. And I really, have been doing it now for, about 8 years. And I've got online clients. I train people all around the world, and it's just an awesome thing to see people getting moving despite their limitations.
How did you come up with the hashtag unbreakable? I love that.
Yeah, hashtag unbreakable. Well, I have a disability. It's called osteogenesis imperfecta. Go ahead and say that 5 times fast. I'll wait.
You don't have to.
Unbreakable.
Right, that's easier. Osteogenesis imperfecta is basically brittle bones. So I've broken, about 75-ish times in my life. I've had 12 surgeries. I have metal rods in my bones, the whole works. And so, for me, I've broken so much, but I've learned that being unbreakable isn't about not breaking. It's about how you respond to those broken moments in life. So that's how hashtag unbreakable came to be. And, the hashtag is because I really wanted it to be recognizable and discoverable, right? Because that's what the hashtag's all about. And then it's just all in caps because it's powerful, and it's important to remember that we all have the ability to be unbreakable at any moment.
So I love this, disable your disability. So I actually started at my school wheelchair basketball, and I coached the rolling Tigers. So
nice.
Actually this morning we had a track meet, and I had a roller, and a couple other rollers were there too. They call their disability their superpower. So I love that you have this. So what was you share 3 ways to do that. What are your 3 ways that to become this unbreakable that to share with others?
Well, first of all, it's awesome that you've got the wheelchair basketball system going down. I love it. Any adaptive fitness is good. And so basically, here's the 3 ways that I've come up with. And this is really combining some ideas that are from both books, Disable Your Disability and Advice to Be Unbreakable. First of all, dealing with any sort of disability or limitation, you really have to embrace it. And I think that's the main thing, is to understand. You have to embrace whatever is going on for you, but you can't let it define you, right? So it really is through that process. Like for me personally, I spent so many years denying my disability because it's kind of like an invisible disability. disability. So for me, I was really kind of denying it, suffering through all the consequences of it. And it wasn't until I actually embraced everything about myself that I was able to then kind of redefine my life and rewrite the narrative of what I was experiencing in life. So I didn't let it define me at that moment. I didn't let it stop me. I just learned how to really integrate it into my life to, start to do new things, start to own my own story. So I think that's the first step. Then the second step is to understand that movement is medicine, right? And no matter where you're at, no matter what you feel your abilities are, movement is so important for anybody with a disability or anybody with a physical limitation. And a lot of times when people have disabilities, I think we kind of get stuck in feeling that we can't be any healthier than what our disability defines. And so I did the exact opposite of what my disability was trying to tell me because I have brittle bones. So like working out, exercising, lifting weights, that's the complete opposite of what you would expect from somebody with brittle bones. But I understood that I needed to, push past my limits, understand that I could be healthier than what my disability was trying to dictate. And I think we all have that. We all have our own, I like to call it the personal peak performance. And so you have to find your personal peak performance, no matter what your limitation may be. And that comes through movement. And it's not just exercising, it's any movement. So I'm a big encourager of that. And then the third thing, it really comes from my book, Advice to Be Unbreakable, and that's really about building resilience. And so building resilience, it really takes the same thing that exercise takes. It takes reps, right? You got to do reps. You got to do things to build resilience. So for me, it was doing a lot of personal development. It was a lot of reading. It was a lot of journaling. It was a lot of learning how to get in touch with my emotional intelligence, right? Build up my emotional intelligence. So it takes a lot of that inner work too, so that you can build up that resilience, because it takes time, it takes effort, and you have to really, do all of it together and combined. So those are the three things that I really advise people to do to disable their disabilities and really, start to be unbreakable.
So did people try to stop you when you have this brittle bones, and then your thing is, I'm going to lift weights, I'm going to move forward. Was everyone telling you don't do it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So the biggest thing, and I talk about this in my book too, is the words "be careful." So I grew up like thinking that was my last name, like Tony, be careful, Tony, be careful, Tony, be careful. Like that's all I heard. So I literally had that seared in my mind going into adulthood. And so no matter what I would go to do, I would always have "be careful." So it would stop me from doing things. So when I started to decided to get healthier and I knew I needed to do it, I went and hired a personal trainer. And what did everybody tell me? Be careful, right? So, but I couldn't be careful anymore. Like at that point, I realized that, those words and what people were trying to tell me, and again, what people were trying to dictate for me, I needed to rethink that and rewrite that story for myself and really kind of push myself and learn about my body more, learn what the disability meant to me emotionally and physically. And then I was able to really start to push myself in more ways. There were a few people, in my life that knew I could do more than I thought I could do. Like my wife, she's always been a big proponent of me pushing myself past my boundaries. And I didn't want to hear it for a long time. But, once I did get through my own stuff, I realized, there are things that I can do that I didn't think I could do before. So, I was always told that I got to be careful, don't do that. And, I don't really listen to that anymore.
I love that. How do you, you've listed that, but how did you build that resilience? Like, what's like some example that you can give us? Because I just feel like I'm working with kids and, some adults that have these abilities. Like it's hard for them if they get taken backwards or they go backwards. How do you build that?
Well, the number one thing that I like to encourage people to do is really always focus on what you can do instead of what you can't do. Because with a disability, there's a huge list of things we can't do. And so people naturally will tend to go to that first. But we have to start to just look at the things that we can do, make that list for ourselves, and always focus on that no matter what. So anytime we get, we take a step back, we always just focus on what we can do, and we really lean into that. And we put all of our power into the things that we can can do. And then the second thing is always have the people that have the right support system. You got to surround yourself with people that will encourage you and motivate you and really have your best interests at heart and really encourage you to do new things and push past your own boundaries. Because otherwise, unfortunately, within the disability community, it's easy to get into a pity party. And so I always say, don't invite me to those parties. I don't want those invitations. I will turn them down. I'm sorry, because I don't live there. I'm very much about staying positive and surrounding myself with people that feel the same. And I know will push me to get past my boundaries as well.
Well, I will be looking for your hashtag Unbreakable. I'm going to be using your 3 in my coaching myself. So I thank you for coming on tonight and talking about building resilience and embracing. So that was phenomenal. And thank you so much.
And I got to ask you, are you more, you like the Bruce Willis character or the Samuel L. Jackson character?
It's funny because that movie there's a lot of contention in my community about that movie, and about and about Sam Jackson and how he was portrayed in that movie. I like it because it got the osteogenesis imperfecta into the world, right? But I feel definitely I'm more of the Bruce Willis character now. And OIers are not villains. Let me just put that out there. We are the superheroes. We are the ones that are going to come and save the world.
Well, thank you, Tony. Have a great night.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Well, that was phenomenal.
I know.
I enjoyed this. These were great authors. I took notes. They're,
We
wow.
learned everything. I mean, I still don't have a pulse. So if we could get a 911 or something in here. I mean, it's been a while. I don't understand.
It's been a while. But I loved all the adventures we went on. I loved what everybody talked about. Wow. Ending with Unbreakable, starting the way we started. I think
Kay had such a spirit.
Yeah, she had just the great spirit. And then we ended with a great spirit. I don't think you could ask for anything more.
Honestly, I was delaying coming on because how do you follow that?
Yeah, I think he was trying to throw us under the bus.
Right. No, that was really good. Yeah, I was like, y'all handle it. I'm
The point and the importance of writing and creating art is that it's positivity. No one came on and talked about negative things and things you can't do. Everything is positive and love and openness. And that's really what we all need right now. And always, not even right now, just always.
Yeah, I have to say, I think this is maybe the best lineup that we've ever had. This was a great episode, and y'all were great hosts. So thank you. I want to make sure to give you an opportunity to talk about your work as well. So can y'all just tell us a little bit more about the work that you've got out there and how people can find out more about you?
Well, he's got more stuff out than me, so I'll let him talk.
My newest book is called Always Music in the Air. It's about the music of Twin Peaks and is, become a tribute to David Lynch, who recently passed away. And if people have been watching this all day, we talked about the art life with David Lynch. So that book comes out in June, and I'll be in Chicago from April 11th through April 20th hosting a David Lynch Film Fest and interviewing the DPs and directors and writers and actors and all kind of people for 10 long days and selling the book. It's going to be kind of crazy. So that's what I've got. And Becca's book is Massing Against the World.
Massing Against the World that we had on BookFest and did well. And, we didn't win this season, so no book. There was no follow-up book. But I'm okay with that. It was such a pleasure. And, I've gotten to meet great authors through the BookFest and listening to them. So I really enjoyed being able to host this and hear it, and I like to go back and watch. So I hope everybody goes back and watches. And thanks for letting us come on, James.
And then you have some winners to give away. People are gonna walk away with some loot.
Yes. So we've got 2 giveaways that we're gonna go ahead and announce. The first, let's go ahead and do the children's book giveaway first. On that one, we've got, I believe, 10 winners. They are Christina E, Elaine R, True F, Kayla A, Stacy L, Corey G, Nanny G, Harley B, Julie G, and Brett S. A lot of G's in there this time.
Yeah,
So
congratulations.
yeah, if that was one of your names, then congratulations. You just won the children's book giveaway. And then our 5 winners for the big books giveaway is Janet M, Nafan E, Aya N, Wendy M, and Sarah F. So congratulations to our winners of those giveaways. And yeah, I think that ties us up. So I appreciate y'all leading. It's been a really great episode, great conversations all around. So thank you. Any kind of final message you want to leave with our audience?
I think pick up a book, be inspired by the authors. I mean, every author left me, with something. So an imprint of something was brought today. So go pick up a book.
Yes, and I think that the people who won the big book awards, they're going to have to get a big mailbox because they're like 6 foot. They won books that are
Crazy.
6 foot.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
We compressed it down to about the size of a refrigerator.
I mean, what else can we do?
What else can we do?
Yeah.
Thank you for all that you guys do and everyone behind the scenes at the BookFest. I know, we're up here, but there's 20 of you doing all kinds of things. So great job, everyone, for pulling this amazing live event off.
Yeah, and we'll see everyone back here tomorrow for day 2.
All right.
Have a good night.
All right.
Good night,
Thank
everyone.
you. Bye, everyone.
Yeah, well, we'll just pretend. We'll just pretend. Like they do.